Chapter 1. The wind carried brine and rot, and Keziah Onwuamaeze did both like a trader reads coin. She dropped the gaff hook and caught the sliding crate before it could spill. Her palm knew the weight before her eyes did. 30 pounds of silverfin, gutted and iced, packed tight against the morning swell. Good fish. The constabulary would pay 2 coppers over market for it if she got it to the High Shard gate before the sun turned. She did not plan to get it there. Over here. She kicked the crate toward the awning shadow where Kobe ran the black market chandlery. Tell me what it's worth to you before the patrols sniff the hall. Kobe's fingers tested the gill cuts. Old habit. He knew her fish. She knew his bribes. The wind snapped the awning canvas, and the work calic platform groaned on its chains, swaying against the shard's underbelly like a basket tied to a sinking ship. 2 coppers, he said. The silverfin alone is worth 3. Then sell it to the constables. She let the silence stretch. Somewhere above, past the hanging scaffold stalls and the rope bridges that linked the lower market to the fortress levels, a horn sounded, long and low. The patrols were shifting. That meant the High Shard gate would close in 20 minutes. 2.5, she said, and the cracked stormglass from your last shipment. Kobe's mouth twitched. He hated when she remembered what he owed her. Take it. He shoved a cloth pouch into her hand. She did not count the coins. She trusted the feel, and she trusted that Kobe knew better than to short a woman who had no family to avenge her. That was the only protection Keziah had ever needed, the certainty that she was alone enough to be dangerous. She tucked the pouch into her belt and turned toward the next stall. The lower market of Halkiron's 5th shard was a bruise on the Sky Realm's underside, a clatter of canvas and rope and scavenged timber lashed to the stone belly of the fortress above. It smelled of fish, coal smoke, and the sour tang of desperation. Children ran between the stalls selling wind chimes made from scrap bone. A man with a scarred face offered charms against dragon sickness. 2 debt collectors leaned against a support pillar, watching the crowd with the patience of men who would get their coin or their blood. Keziah walked past them without looking. She had 3 more crates to move before the storm hit. The cloud had been building since dawn, dark and heavy, and low enough to brush the highest shard towers. The wind had that particular taste, sharp and metallic, that meant lightning was coming. When the storm broke, the bridge chains would retract and the market would seal itself behind iron hatch doors until the worst passed. She wanted her fish sold and her coin counted before that happened. She did not plan to be caught in the open. She never planned to be caught in anything. The 2nd crate went to the chandlery. The 3rd she split between 2 women who ran a drying rack further down the platform. They paid in dried herbs and a promise of future credit. Keziah did not like credit. Credit meant ties. Ties meant someone could find her when she wanted to vanish. But the herbs would sell better than the fish at the next shard's market, and she had learned long ago that survival meant bending without breaking. She was counting her coins when the air changed. It was not a sound, it was a pressure shift, a drop in the temperature, a sudden stillness in the winds that had been tearing through the platforms all morning. The bone chime seller stopped mid-sentence. The debt collector straightened. Every face in the market turned upward at the same moment, as if by the same invisible thread. Keziah heard it then. A tearing sound, like canvas ripping, but bigger, deeper. The kind of sound that made the chest ache before the mind understood what it meant. She looked up. The gray dragon came through the awnings like a falling star made of old scars and fury. Canvas snapped, timber splintered. The stall nearest her collapsed in a spray of shattered crates and scattering fish. People screamed and ran, shoving past each other toward the hatch doors, but Keziah did not move. Her feet had locked to the platform the moment she saw the creature's eyes. They were gray like stormglass, like the sea before a squall, like the color of pain that had gone on so long it forgot how to be anything else. The dragon hit the platform hard. One wing folded wrong, dropped across the market stones and sent a stack of barrels rolling into the crowd. His sides were caked with dried blood, old wounds and new ones layering over each other. He was huge, older than anything Keziah had ever seen above the lower shards. His scales had the dull sheen of stone worn by centuries of weather, and his right eye was a milky ruin, scarred shut by something that had meant to kill him. But his left eye found her, and locked. Keziah's spy called, not the cold of fear, the cold of being seen, truly seen, by something that had no reason to know her name. The dragon moved. He was faster than a creature his size had any right to be, surging across the platform with a noise that might have been a growl and might have been a sob. The crowd scattered. A woman screamed. A child cheered for its mother. Keziah did not run. She could not run. The dragon stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel the heat rolling off his chest, could smell the copper of old blood and the smoke that clung to his hide. His head lowered, his good eye fixed on her face with an expression that was almost recognition. And then his claw came up. Keziah heard herself swear, one sharp word that died in her throat as the scarred gray talon pressed against her open palm. The heat was immediate and absolute. It was not fire. It was deeper, older, a burn that went through skin and meat and bone and hit something beneath, something she had never known she carried. The pain was blinding. She felt her knees buckle, felt the platform hit her back, felt the sky shudder above her. And then she felt him. Age, a weight of years so vast it pressed down like a mountain. Grief so old it had calcified into silence. Hunger, not just for food but for something lost, something that had been stolen from him when the world was still whole. And beneath it all, a rage so deep and cold it could have frozen the sea. But also shock, recognition, joy like a blade. He knew her. He had been looking for her. The dragon's claw lifted. Keziah stared at her palm, at the brand seared into her flesh, a splayed claw mark that smoked and wept and already felt like it had always been there. She could still feel him. The bond was raw, open, a wound that connected them. She felt his exhaustion, his fear, his desperate hope. And she felt something else. Hoofbeats, many of them, coming fast from the High Gate Road. The Concord. The dragon's head snapped up. A growl rumbled through his chest, and Keziah felt the surge of his fury through the bond like a second heartbeat. He would fight. He would die fighting. She did not want him to die. "Don't," she said. Her voice came out ragged, scraped raw by the bone in her throat, as the scarred gray talon pressed against her open palm. The heat was immediate and absolute. It was not fire. It was deeper, older, a burn that went through skin and meat and bone and hit something beneath, something she had never known she carried. The pain was blinding. She felt her knees buckle, felt the platform hit her back, felt the sky shudder above her. And then she felt him. Age. A weight of years so vast it pressed down like a mountain. Grief so old it had calcified into silence. Hunger, not just for food but for something lost, something that had been stolen from him when the world was still whole. And beneath it all, a rage so deep and cold it could have frozen the sea. But also shock, recognition, joy like a blade. He knew her. He had been looking for her. The dragon's claw lifted. Keziah stared at her palm, at the brand seared into her flesh, a splayed claw mark that smoked and wept and already felt like it had always been there. She could still feel him. The bond was raw, open, a wound that connected them. She felt his exhaustion, his fear, his desperate hope. And she felt something else. Hoofbeats, many of them, coming fast from the Highgate Road, the Concord. The dragon's head snapped up. By nightfall, she would be chained to the Ember Stair, climbing toward a future she had never wanted, carrying a bond she had never asked for, bound to a creature who had shattered her life in the space of a single breath. And she had never felt less alone. Chapter 2. The brand in Keziah's palm did not stop burning. It deepened while she watched, the splayed claw marks sinking into her skin like dye bleeding through wet cloth. Smoke curled from the wound, but left no char, no blister, only a pattern that looked older than her own bones. And through it, the dragon. She felt him breathing, felt the labor in his chest where a spear had punched between his ribs, the dull ache in his right eye socket where something had clawed out his sight. She felt the hunger, a vast emptiness that had been gnawing at him for weeks, months, maybe longer than she had been alive. Grief so old it had no edges left, just a gray weight like the sky before a storm. Rage. That one she knew. Rage she could name. It sat beneath everything, cold and patient, the kind that had learned to wait because waiting was the only weapon that still worked. But underneath all of it, running like a thread through the darkness, was recognition. He knew her. Not her face, not her name, something older, something in the marrow. I found you. The thought did not arrive in words. It arrived as pressure, as certainty, as a door opening in a room she had never known existed inside her chest. Keziah's knees hit the platform. She did not remember falling. Her pall was smoking, the brand glowing faintly at the edges before it settled into the color of old scar tissue, as if it had been there for years instead of seconds. The dragon stood over her. His massive head blocked the stormlight, casting her in shadow. His one good eye never left her face. She should run. She should get up, grab her knife, cut through the awning behind Kobe's stall, and disappear into the lower tunnels before the Concord riders finished dismounting. She had done it before. She knew every maintenance shaft, every pulley route, every ash chute between this platform and the underlevels. But her legs would not move, because the bond was still open, still raw, and every time she thought about leaving, she felt the dragon's answer. I will not let go. The hoofbeats stopped. Armor clanked against armor. A voice cut through the market din, sharp and bored, the voice of a man who had done this 100 times and expected no trouble. By order of the Pyre Concord, seize the beast and the girl. Both are bound for the Ember Stair. Keziah's head came up. Ember Stair. The words hit like cold water. The Ember Stair was the climb into custody, the ascent from the lower shards to the fortress heights, the point of no return for every conscript, every captured outlaw, every body the Concord meant to process into usefulness or spectacle. She had sworn on her mother's burned bones that she would never climb it. The riders fanned out. There were 6 of them, mounted on sharp-snouted batadradons that snapped at the air. Their armor was black and gold, the colors of the Concord oath, and their captain carried a branding iron on his hip, still hot, as if he had been expecting to mark someone today. He looked at Keziah's palm. Something flickered in his face. Not surprise, confirmation. She's already marked, he said. That simplifies things. He dismounted. His boots hit the platform with a sound like a hammer striking stone. Keziah's hand closed into a fist. The brand pulled, a sharp reminder that it was still there, still alive, still connected to the enormous gray presence breathing above her. She looked up at the dragon. He was watching the Concord riders with a stillness that should have been impossible for something his size. No growl, no threat display, just the cold patience of a creature who had learned that fighting too early meant dying for nothing. Trust me, she thought at him. She did not know if the bond parried words. Trust me and stay still. His eye met hers. He settled. The captain noticed. His gaze moved between them, sharpening into something like interest, and Keziah did not like the shape of it. Interesting, he said. He listens to you. He's dying, Keziah said. Her voice came out flat, the tone she used with debt collectors and market enforcers. He's not listening. He's too weak to fight. The captain smiled. It was not a kind smile. We'll see how weak he is when the chains go on. He gestured. 2 riders moved forward, dragging heavy link chains meant for dragon scale. The sound of metal scraping across stone set Keziah's teeth on edge. She could still feel the dragon's hunger, his exhaustion, his rage. But beneath it, steady as a heartbeat, she felt his focus. He was watching the chains, measuring them, calculating. He will fight if they hurt me. The certainty arrived without words, and Keziah's chest tightened. Don't, she said, and she was not sure whether she was speaking to the dragon or to herself. Don't. I'll handle it. The captain heard her. His smile widened. Brave words for a fishmonger. Keziah met his eyes. I'm not brave. I'm practical. If you chain him wrong, he'll fall off the platform and take your men with him. You want him alive, you do it careful. The captain considered her. For a long moment the market was silent except for the wind and the distant rumble of thunder. Then he laughed. She's got teeth, he said to his men. Good. The tournament needs entertainment. He turned and walked back to his mount. Over his shoulder he said, chain them both. Who's the girl gives trouble, hurt the dragon first. Dragons respond to that. Keziah's blood went cold, but she did not move. She did not fight. She let them put the chains on her wrists, heavy and cold, and she watched them chain the dragon's legs and neck and wings with the brutal efficiency of men who had done this before. The dragon did not resist. She felt him accept the chains. Felt him swallow the rage that wanted to burn through the platform and everyone on it. Felt him choose survival because she had asked him to. Why? She thought at him. Why me? No answer came, only the bond, pulsing like a second heartbeat, and the certainty that he had been looking for her across years and distances she could not imagine. The captain mounted. March them up, he said. High Warden Arkaru wants to see them before the bell. Keziah's stomach dropped. High Warden Arkaru, the third name of the Concord's ruling triad, a man who did not personally examine seized stock unless the stock mattered. She looked down at her branded palm. The claw marks stared back at her, dark as ink, deep as bone. This was not an accident. The dragon had not escaped into her market. He had come there. For her. And someone at the top had known he would. The chains jerked. Keziah stumbled forward, toward the Ember Stair, toward the fortress heights she had sworn never to climb, toward a future that was being written by people who had been planning this before she drew her first breath. She did not look back. But she felt the dragon behind her, his weight in the chains, his presence in the bond, his thought brushing against hers like smoke through a cracked door. I will not let go. Keziah climbed, and for the first time in years, she did not know if she wanted to escape. Chapter 3. The chains bit deeper with every step. The Ember Stair was not a step. It was a wound in the stone, 1,000 switchback ledges cut into the cliff face, climbing through the storm belt toward the fortress heights. The wind hit Keziah's back in wild gusts that tried to peel her off the rock. The chains between her and the dragon clattered and jerked as the Concord riders flanked them, boots echoing on the wet stone. She kept her eyes on the next ledge. Not the drop, not the sky, not the chains. The next ledge. Behind her, Wakefire's weight scraped across the rock. She felt him through the bond, a smear of exhaustion and cold rage that bled into her bones like weather. He had not spoken since the platform. He had not needed to. Every step he took was a choice to endure, and she carried the weight of that choice in her chest. She hated it. She hated that she could feel his pain and still want to reach back. Focus. The air changed as they climbed. The wet market smell of brine and gutted fish faded, replaced by something sharper, stone dust and forge smoke and the faint copper tang of old blood. The fortress levels had their own weather, cleaner, drier, hungrier. Keziah had spent her life looking up at these cliffs and cursing them. Now she was climbing inside them. The first gate loomed out of the mist. Black iron seeped into the rock, reinforced with dragon-scale plating, flanked by torches that burned with the blue-white fire of Concord oil. A rider stood at the arch, her armor marked with the Triad brand, her dragon perched on the parapet above her like a gargoyle carved from shadow. She looked at Keziah the way a person looked at cargo. Name. The captain from the market dismounted and walked past Keziah like she was not there. Onwuamaeze, Keziah. The beast is registry unknown. High Warden Ikaru wants them alive. The gate rider's gaze slid to the brand on Keziah's palm. Her expression did not change, but her hand moved to the hilt of her knife. He'll want the hand, too. He'll want the whole girl, the captain said. Open the gate. The iron groaned. The gate opened into a tunnel carved through the cliff's heart, lit by the same blue-white fire, and Keziah stepped forward because the chains made her. The dragon followed. The tunnel wound upward through the mountain. Keziah counted her footsteps to stay present. 83. 84. The walls sweated moisture that smelled of minerals and old fires. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a sound like a heartbeat that did not match her own. You are counting because counting means control. She crushed the thought before it could take root. 112. 113. The tunnel opened into a courtyard. Keziah stopped. The chains stopped her. The fortress sprawled across the shard's inner curve like a disease that had calcified into beauty. Towers of black stone and pale bone-threaded marble rose in overlapping rings, connected by bridges that swayed in the high wind. Riders moved between them, their dragons circling above or perched on the ledges, watching with slit-pupilled eyes. And below, in the courtyard where Keziah stood, the arena opened like a mouth. It was carved into the stone floor itself, a bowl of tiered seats descending toward a circular sand floor, maybe 60 yards across. The sand was dark. Keziah did not want to know why. This is where they make the entertainment. The captain shoved her forward. Keep moving. She walked, past the arena, past the training cages where young dragons snapped at each other through iron bars, past the riders who stopped to stare, their faces flickering through curiosity, contempt, and something like recognition. They knew what the brand meant. They knew she was not supposed to be here. A door opened at the far end of the courtyard, and Keziah saw the figure standing in the shadow of the arch. Tall, spare, white hair cropped close to the skull, a burn seam across the left jaw that pulled the skin tight when he spoke. High Warden Samal Ikaru. He did not move. He did not speak. He stood in the doorway and watched her climb the last steps toward him, and Keziah felt the full weight of his gaze settle on her like an anchor thrown into shallow water. This was the man who had orchestrated her capture. This was the man who had known the dragon would come to her market. He looked at her branded palm, and his expression did not change, but his eyes were the color of steel that had been folded too many times. Hard, patient, certain. He knows what I am. The thought arrived like ice water. He knows. He has always known. Keziah stopped at the top of the steps, chains clattering, the dragon's presence burning at the edge of her awareness. Samul Aikaru inclined his head, a fraction of an inch. "Keziah Onwuamaeze," he said. His voice was quiet. It cut through the wind like a blade. "I have been expecting you." The words hit her like a physical blow, not because they were hostile, but because they were calm. He had been expecting her. This was not a capture. This was a collection. Behind her, Wakefire's chains shifted. She felt his focus sharpen through the bond, a predatory focus that had nothing to do with exhaustion. The dragon knew this man, and the dragon wanted to kill him. Keziah held Samul Aikaru's gaze. She did not speak. The wind tore between them, cold and sharp, carrying the distant sound of the arena's crowd practice somewhere below. Samul Aikaru smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Bring them both to the registry hall," he said, turning. "I will examine the bond myself." He walked away. The chains jerked, and Keziah followed because the chains left her no choice, but also because following was the only way to find out what he knew. The storm broke open above the fortress, rain slashing across the stone. "I will not let go." The dragon's thought met hers in the dark, and for the first time, she was not sure if she wanted him to stay or to burn the whole worry down around them. Chapter 4. The registry hall had been cold, clinical, a place of measured words and gloved hands that touched her brand like she was a specimen pinned to a board. Keziah had stood silent through the examination, letting Samul Aikaru watch the bond pulse under her skin, letting him ask questions she did not answer. Now she stood at the edge of the training roost, and the cold here was different. The roost was a hollow carved into the fortress's underbelly, open to the wind on 3 sides. Stone perches jutted from the walls at uneven intervals, most empty, a few occupied by dragons so thin their ribs pressed against their hides like ridges on a drowned shard. The floor was slick with old ash and worse things. The smell of sulfur, sour milk, and stale blood layered into the stone so deeply that Keziah could taste it. This was where they kept the undesirable stock. The captain had unlocked her chains at the roost's entrance, replaced them with iron cuffs that linked her to Wakefire's foreleg by a 5-foot tether, close enough to feel his heat, close enough that his exhaustion bled through the bond in waves that made her knees want to buckle. "Rest," she told him. He did not answer, but he lowered himself to the ash-slick stone, folded his good wing close, and closed his one seeing eye. Keziah stood. She had not asked for the tether to be removed. She had not asked for anything. They would offer her nothing she could trust. The first one came within minutes. He moved through the roost like he owned the air around him, polished boots finding clean stone where there was none. His coat the color of charcoal smoke, expensive, tailored, untouched by the grime that caked everything else. He was young, close to her age. His skin held the warm brown of the high terrace gardens, and his eyes were the pale amber of old resin, watchful, unreadable. He stopped at the edge of her tether range. "You are the Onwuamaezes," he said. Not a question. Keziah did not answer. He studied her with the calm of a man who had never been rushed in his life. "I am Idrisi Bellanca. I have been assigned to coach you in tournament codes, arena etiquette, and formation flight." The name meant something to the other cadets. Keziah saw it in the way their postures shifted, a ripple of attention that moved through the roost like wind through tall grass. Bellanca, a fortress house, the kind of name that opened doors and closed cages. I do not need coaching, Keziah said. Idrisi Bellanca's expression did not change. You will die without it. Then I will die. Something flickered in those amber eyes, not anger, not frustration, something closer to recognition, the same recognition she had seen on the riders in the courtyard. He knew what her brand meant. He knew who she was supposed to be. And he had been sent to shape her into something the Concord could use. The first trial is in 6 days, he said. You will learn the bracket structure, the scoring system, and the signals for aerial surrender before then. Whether you learn them from Mull or from the sand in the arena is your choice. He turned and walked away. Keziah watched him go, her jaw tight, her palm burning. He's dangerous, she thought. Good. Wakesfire answered, and the word was a blade drawn slow from its sheath. The second visitor came as a scuffle of nervous footsteps. A young man rounded the corner of a stone pillar, nearly tripping over a loose chain, his arms full of what looked like scrolls and ledger books. He was thin in the way of people who forgot to eat, his hair a disorderly brown that stuck up at the crown, his eyes too wide and too fast-moving to hold anyone's gaze for long. He stopped when he saw Keziah. Oh, he said. You are, yes, you are. She stared at him. Pim, he said, shifting his grip on the scrolls. Pim Druval, archivist cadet. I was not supposed to come here. I came here anyway. I mean, I was not sent. I came to take you before the first bell. She stepped forward, held Keziah's gaze, and offered nothing but a short nod. Then she and Maddie slipped back into the maintenance shaft, swallowed by the dark. Brother Calvo found her at dusk. He was a large man with a healer's hands and a defrocked priest's weary patience, his robes stained with old blood and dragon saliva, his voice a low rumble that did not rise above the wind. He didn't introduce himself. He simply knelt beside Wakesfire, examined the wound hidden beneath the dragon's heavy scales, and began to work. Keziah watched him clean the injury with a steady hand, apply a paste that smelled of bitter herbs and salt, and wrap the site in clean linen. When he was done, he looked at her. He will live, Calvo said, but he will need rest, good food, and no more fights until the wound closes. You will give him none of those things, because the Concord will not allow it. Then why bother? Keziah asked. Calvo's eyes, dark and tired, held hers. Because I choose to. He rose, gathered his supplies, and walked away without another word. Keziah stood alone in the roost as the wind picked up. The tether pulled at her cuff. Wakesfire breathed, slow and deep, his presence a steady warmth in the back of her skull. She did not know how long she stood there before the final figure approached. This one came from the shadows at the roost's deepest end, where the light did not, and the Nampemelu did not look away. Your surname, she said, quiet enough that the wind almost stole it. Onwuamaeze. I have not spoken it aloud in 17 years. Keziah felt the bond pulse under her skin. Wakesfire opened his good eye, and the world tilted just slightly, as if the shard had shifted beneath her feet. Chapter 5. The roost smelled of ash and copper when the handlers came for her before dawn. Keziah had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, Thandaziel's voice looped through her skull. I have not spoken it aloud in 17 years. And the bond pulsed like a second heartbeat, keeping her tethered to Wakefire's slow, wounded breathing. Now she stood in the gray light of early morning, and a handler she did not recognize shoved a harness into her hands. "First light," he said. "You learn tack, or you die in the arena." The harness was stiff leather, brass riveted, built for something larger than a market girl's arms to manage. Keziah stared at it. Wakesfire watched from the shadows. His good eye caught the torchlight and held it like a verse. "No." The word came through the bond before she could shape it herself. She felt his resistance like a wall of stone. "I know," she muttered, "but we do not have a choice." She lifted the harness and walked toward him. The first attempt ended with her on the ground, the harness tangled at her feet, and a spike of pain splitting through her ribs that was not her own. Wakesfire had shifted sideways the moment the leather touched his neck. Not a lunge, not an attack. A refusal so absolute that the bond threw it at her like a slap. No harness, no straps, no chains. "We are already chained," she said, pushing herself up. "This is just different chains." His answer came as a wave of cold rage, old and patient, the kind that had learned to wait centuries. Cavo had warned her, he will resist. The old ones remember what harnesses are for. She tried again. This time she got the main strap over his shoulder before he twisted, and the leather whipped across her face hard enough to split her lip. The pain flared in her mouth, hot and metallic, and through the bond she felt Wakesfire flinch. Not from the strap, but from her blood hitting his scales. For one breath they both froze. Then the handlers shouted from the Roost entrance, and Idrisi Bellanca stepped into the torchlight. He looked like he had not slept either. His polished coat was gone, replaced by a plain gray tunic, and his amber eyes were sharp with something Keziah could not name. "You are doing it wrong." She tasted blood on her tongue. "I am not doing it at all. He refuses." "He is not your problem." Idrisi walked past her, stopped at Wakefire's flank, and did not reach for the harness. "The harness is your problem. You are approaching him like an enemy." "He is not my enemy." "Then approach him like something else." Keziah's jaw tightened. She wanted to tell him to leave, that she did not need his fortress-born polish, that she had survived 19 years without anyone telling her how to handle something that could kill her. Instead, she looked at Wakesfire. His pain flickered through her, the wound under Calvo's bandages, the old ache in his right eye, the deep grief that had no single source. "What do you want?" The question was not words, it was heat and hunger, and something that felt like the shape of a name she did not know. She dropped the harness. Idrisi said nothing. Keziah stepped closer to Wakesfire, empty-handed, and pressed her branded palm to the space between his eyes. The memory hit like a fall. She was standing in firelight, not arena fire, not torch fire, a hearth low and steady, and a voice was speaking above the crack of burning yeed. "You will know her when she comes. She will have my hands, my stubbornness, my hunger for a sky that does not want her." The voice was a woman's, low, wry, worn with love, and it sounded like her own blood. Keziah jerked back, gasping. Wakefire's eye was fixed on her, unblinking. The bond rang like a struck bell. "What did you see?" Idrisi's voice came from somewhere distant. She could not answer. The woman's voice was still in her skull, warm and gone, warm. Keziah's eyes caught her elbow, steadying her. "What did you see?" "Nothing," she said. "A memory, old, not mine." But it was hers. It had her blood in it. Wakesfire lowered his head, and for the first time he did not resist when she reached for the harness. The second attempt was worse. She got the harness over his shoulders, the main strap cinched, the chest buckle fastened. Wakesfire stood still, breathing slow, and Keziah thought perhaps he had accepted it. Then the handlers released the tether and he moved. Not fast, not violent, he simply walked forward, dragging the weight of the harness and the chains and the Roost's iron grate behind him, and Keziah felt the resistance through the bond like a rope burning through her hands. She tried to pull back. The bond threw her own effort at her, amplified, and her legs buckled. Stop! Stop! He did not stop. The pain ricocheted, his refusal, her panic, his age, her fear, spiraling until she could not tell whose body was whose. Her ribs ached from a wound she did not have. His hunger clawed at her stomach. Her breath came short, sharp, and she tasted ash that had never touched her lungs. Keziah? Idrisi's voice cut through the spiral. She forced her eyes open. Wakesfire had stopped. He stood at the Roost's outer edge, the harness straining against his shoulders, his head turned to look at her with an expression she could not read. Through the bond came a single word, shaped like a sigh. Wait. She did not know if he meant wait for the harness or wait for something larger. The handlers called for the tack to be tightened. Wakefire's muscles tensed, and Keziah felt the name again, the one the woman had spoken, hovering just beyond her reach like a word on the tip of a tongue. She will have my hands. She looked at her hands. The brand ached, and somewhere deep in the bond, Wakesfire opened a door she had not known existed, and the memory rose to meet her. A woman with dark, coiled hair, a branded palm, a voice calling his true name across a firelit field. Wakesfire. He had answered then. He would answer again. Chapter 6. The training hall was carved into the fortress belly, a long stone chamber where the wind howled through arrow-slit windows and the floor hummed with the weight of dragons moving overhead. Idrisi stood at the center, his gray tunic replaced by a fitted leather coat, his pale amber eyes tracking Keziah as she crossed the threshold. You are late. I did not agree to this. He did not argue. He simply waited, one hand resting on a wooden stand where a row of practice blades hung like condemned things. His patience was worse than his authority. The tournament opens in 5 days. You have 1 day to learn the codes before the handlers file their first assessment. He pulled a blade from the stand, a dull-edged training steel, and tossed it to her feet. Pick it up. She did not move. This is not about the sword, Idrisi said. This is about the arena. Every rider carries a weapon. Most never use it. The weapon is not what kills you. Then what does? Not knowing what you are watching for. He drew his own blade, a longer steel, and settled into a stance that looked effortless. The Concord ranks its entrance before the first bell, not on skill, on how fast they break. Keziah bent and picked up the blade. The grip was worn smooth from other hands. The bracket is designed, Idrisi continued. The masters seed favorites into soft matches and pack the outsiders into elimination rounds. If they want you dead by the second day, they will make it look like fair competition. And you want me to believe you are telling me this because you are honest? I am telling you this because I have seen a dozen lower shard riders die in the qualifying heat. None of them knew the rules until the rules killed them. He turned his wrist and the blade caught the torchlight. A gesture, nothing more, but it carried the weight of a threat. Show me what you know. Keziah settled into a stance she had learned in the market, feet wide, blade low, weight on the back leg. It was a street fighter's guard, built for scrapes over spilled fish and debt collectors who underestimated her. Idrisi watched for a long moment. You are left-handed. She said nothing. He shifted, mirroring her stance, and then attacked. The first strike was fast, a flick of his wrist that sent the flat of his blade cracking against her forearm. She barely bliked the second, a low sweep that would have taken her knee if she had not jouked back. "You are also slow." Pain flared through her arm. She tightened grip. Again. They drilled until her shoulders burned and the cuts on her arm wept fresh blood through the practice cloth. Idrisi corrected her grip, her stance, the angle of her elbow, each correction delivered in the same flat tone he might use to recite a shipping manifest. "You are fighting like a brawler." "That kept me alive." "It would get you killed in the arena." "The arena does not reward survival, it rewards performance. The crowd needs to believe you are winning, or it will turn on you before the match ends." He stepped back, sheathing his blade. "There is a code for that, a language of gestures riders use to signal submission, defiance, or disgrace. If you do not know the signals, you will issue them without meaning to, and the crowd will call for your death before your dragon's shadow clears the sand." He demonstrated, a slow rotation of the blade above the head. "That is surrender. Any rider who shows it lives to see another round." Another gesture, a flat blade pressed to the chest. "That is defiance. It is a challenge to the masters, and it will cost you a penalty, but it will also earn you the crowd's attention. Sometimes attention is the only currency that matters." Keziah memorized the shapes, the subtle turns of wrist that meant the difference between survival and spectacle. "Why are you doing this?" Idrisi's expression did not change. "Because you are worthless to me, dead before the second trial." "Worthless to you, or worthless to the Concord?" He did not answer. The lesson ended with the last hour of daylight bleeding through the arrow slits. Keziah's arms shook. Her knuckles were raw where she'd caught the blade wrong. The brand in her palm ached in counterpoint to every new bruise. Idrisi stood at the window, his silhouette sharp against the dying sky. "There is one more thing." She waited. "The arena masters use a private code among themselves. Hand signals, small gestures, subtle enough that most riders never notice. They use it to call the match before it begins, to signal which entrant is meant to fall." He turned to face her. "I do not know all of it, but I know the gesture they use when a rider has been marked as entertainment." He raised his hand, thumb and forefinger forming a circle, the other three fingers spread. "Like a shackle," he said, "a collar, the signal for a spectacle kill." Keziah's throat tightened. "In the qualifying bracket," Idrisi continued, "they will signal which match is the crowd's, the one where the winner is already decided and the loser is lent to die slowly for good amusement. Do you know which match that will be?" He looked at her. "Yours." The word hung in the cold air, heavy as stone. "The masters have already chosen," Idrisi said. "They need you to survive long enough to draw the crowd's hatred. Then they will give you to someone who will break you in front of the whole fortress." Keziah gripped the practice blade until the worn leather creased under her palm. "Unless you learn to signal differently, unless you learn to read the match before it starts, unless you become useful enough that the masters cannot afford to throw you away." He walked toward the door, paused with his hand on the frame. "Tomorrow, same hour, bring the dragon." "Wakesfire." His eyes flickered. "Bring Wakesfire. The bond is your only advantage. Get him to trust you in the air and you might live past the second round." He left. Keziah stood alone in the trading hall, the blade cold in her hand, the brand in her palm burning, and the shape of Idrisi's warning curling through her like smoke. She looked at her left hand, the claw-marked scar, the skin still tender where the bond had seared through. Entertainment. She had been entertainment before, in the market, in the debt collector's games, in every scrape where the crowd gathered to watch the lower-shod girl fail. This time, they wanted to watch her die. She set the blade back on the stand. Tomorrow she would bring Wakesfire. Tomorrow she would learn the codes. Tonight, She would find Thandazil and ask about the gesture Idrisi had shown her, the sign for a spectacle kill, and whether it could be read before it was too late. The door to the hall creaked open. Calvo stood in the threshold, his healer's robes stained with old blood, his face drawn with something that looked like urgency. Keziah, the Roost. Now, Chapter 7. Calvo did not wait for her to follow. He was already moving, his robes snapping against the stone, his stride too urgent for the hour. Keziah caught up at the second turning. What happened? He tried to fly. The answer made no sense until they reached the Roost, and she saw Wakesfire on the trading platform, the storm cages looming above him in the dark. He had dragged the tether chain to the edge and stopped there, one wing half spread, his gray scales slick with rain and something darker. Blood dripped from a fresh gash along his flank. Keziah's chest tightened. The bond sent a pulse of shame through her, Wakefire's shame, layered with pain, layered with the raw humiliation of being prevented. He tried to take the cages. Calvo said quietly. The masters were still inside the observation hatch. They drove him back with hooks. She saw them now, 3 Roost masters in leather aprons, standing at the cage's gate, one still holding a hooked pole slick with red. One of them laughed. Should have kept him chained tighter, girl. Beast nearly got itself killed before the first bell. Keziah walked past them. She did not speak. She did not trust herself to speak. Wakesfire turned his good eye toward her as she approached, and the bond flooded with something worse than shame. Apology. Do not. The word came through without volition, his thought or hers, she could not tell which. She put her hand on his shoulder, felt the heat of his skin, the tremor running beneath the scales. Who hit him? Calvo had already knelt beside the wound, pressing a cloth to the gash. The hooks are kept sharp for the young stock. They do not distinguish between training and punishment. Who hit him? The tallest master stepped forward. I did. Beast was out of line. You want him to fly, you teach him the chain first. Keziah memorized his face, flat nose, scar through the eyebrow, a leather patch on his right hand. She would remember it. She turned back to Wakesfire. Tomorrow, she said, low enough that only the dragon could hear. Tomorrow we try the cages. Together. The bond rippled with something that felt like doubt. She ignored it. The trading began before dawn. Calvo had wrapped Wakefire's flank in a tight bandage and warned Keziah that the wound would pull open if the dragon stressed it too hard. She acknowledged the warning and walked into the storm cages with the harness in her hands. The cages were a nightmare of iron and wind. 3 levels of platforms suspended between sheer cliff walls, lashed by the storm belt's constant static. Ropes and pulley lines crisscrossed the space, used by trainers to guide young dragons into formation. The floor was inlet of rusted chain 100 feet above the canyon floor. Keziah had seen this place from the fortress windows. She had not understood how the wind would eat her voice. Wakesfire stood on the lower platform, his wings folding tight against the gusts. The harness Idrisi had helped her fit lay across his back, buckled at the chest and flank, the reins trailing loose. She had not asked for help today. She would learn the cages alone. Up, she said, gripping the rein and pulling herself onto his back. The platform shuddered. Wakesfire shifted beneath her, and the bond gave her a flash of his unease. The cages had no solid walls, no stone to brace against, nothing but open air and the roar of the storm. I know. She settled into the saddle, felt the worn leather curve against her thighs, and gripped a forward rein. Forward. Wakesfire launched. The drop hit her stomach first, then the wind, then the sheer disorientation of falling through iron bars while the canyon floor rushed up to meet them. She heard herself shout something, felt Wakefire's wings catch, felt the snap of air beneath them as he leveled out. They were flying. For half a breath, she forgot the chains. Then the crosswind hit them broadside and slammed Wakesfire into the cage wall. The impact threw Keziah sideways. Her leg caught the rein, her hand slipped, and she was falling, the chain net rushing up, the bond screaming with Wakefire's alarm. She hit the net shoulder first. The rusted links bit through her sleeve. She hung there, breathless, the world spinning in gray and iron. Above her, Wakesfire turned in the cage, blood already seeping through the bandage on his flank. The Roost masters were laughing. "Heard you were supposed to be something special." The flat-nosed one called up. "Looks like we got another corpse in waiting." Keziah pulled herself up through the net, hand over hand, the brand in her palm scraping against rusted iron. She reached the platform and stood, her shoulders screaming, her pride bleeding slower than Wakefire's wound. She did not look at the masters. She walked to Wakesfire and pressed her forehead against his shoulder. Again. The second fall was faster. The third almost broke her wrist. By the time Tavo pulled her out of the cages, the stormlight had shifted to a bruised green, and Keziah could not feel her left hand. He sat her on a crate in the underlevel, pried her fingers open, and examined the swelling. "You will not be able to grip the rein tomorrow." "I will grip it." Calvo said nothing. He wrapped her hand in a cold cloth, the same way he had wrapped Wakefire's flank, with the same patience she did not deserve. "It was met the wind," she said. Calvo looked up. "What?" "The third fall." She flexed her fingers, winced. The harness slipped. One of the buckles came loose on the left side, where Wakefire's wing joint takes the worst strain. That is why he could not correct the dive. Calvo's hands stilled. "Are you certain?" "Certain enough." She had been checking the harness since Idrisi's lesson. Chapter 8. The Roost settled into darkness around them. Keziah sat with her back against Wakefire's foreleg, hours past the last bell, her wrapped hand throbbing in time with the dragon's slow breath. The storm cages had emptied, the handlers had gone, even the torches had burned down to embers. She should have been sleeping. She was too raw to sleep. The harness sabotage circled through her mind like a hooked fish, pulling and never breaking the surface. Someone had wanted her to fall. Someone had wanted Wakesfire to crash. And in 5 days the tournament would open and the masters would have 100 cleaner ways to finish the job. A footstep scraped stone at the Roost entrance. Keziah's hand went to her belt before she recognized the shape moving through the dark broad shoulder, cropped silver hair, a gait that did not apologize for taking space. Undesirable. The Roost keeper stopped 10 feet away and studied them both with eyes that had seen too many dragons die to flinch at the sight of a wounded one. "You should be resting," Keziah said. "So should you." Undesirable's voice was low, a stone dragged across gravel. "But I do not sleep well when someone tries to murder one of my beasts." She held up a strap of leather, Wakefire's left buckle, the one that had come loose in the cages. She must have retrieved it after the handlers cleared out. Keziah's chest tightened. "You found it." "I found where it was cut." Undesirable turned the strap over, showing her the edge. A clean slice, half hidden in the seam, invisible unless you knew where to look. Not loosened, cut. Whoever did this wanted him to fall hard enough that the cage net would not catch him. The words settled in Keziah's stomach like cold water. It could have been anyone. The flat-nosed master, the handlers, someone from the registry. It could have been. Undesirable dropped the strap onto the crate beside her. But it was not. The cut was made with a curved blade, left-handed, in a specific angle that tells me the person who did it has cut harnesses before. That is not a handler. That is a rider. Keziah looked at the strap, at the clean slice, at the truth she had not wanted to name. A rider cut my harness. A rider who knows how to make it look like an accident. Fandaziel's scarred face caught the dim light. Someone who wants you dead before qualification so the Concord does not have to explain why a lower shard orphan and an outlaw dragon beat their best cadets. Keziah's jaw tightened. So I have enemies I cannot see, and allies I cannot trust. Nothing new. Fandaziel's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Come with me. She turned and walked toward the Roost's back wall, where the stone curved into shadow. Keziah hesitated, felt Wakesfire's low rumble through the bond, and pushed herself up to follow. The passage behind the Roost was barely wide enough for her shoulders. Fandaziel moved through it without hesitation, her hands finding the rough stone in the dark, her breath steady. Keziah followed by sound and touch, the smell of old blood and dragon mucks growing stronger with every step. They emerged into a cavern Keziah had not known existed. It was smaller than the main Roost, low-ceilinged, lit by a single oil lamp that painted the walls in amber and shadow. And it was full of dragons. Not the sleek fighting beasts from the arena. These were broken things. A gray female with a wing collapsed like a half-folded sail. A black male with scarring so thick across his muzzle that his nostrils barely moved. A young red who lay on her side with both hind legs twisted at wrong angles. They were alive. Barely. Fandaziel stopped in the center of the cavern and turned to face her. This is where the Concord sends the ones they cannot use. The damaged, the defiant, the ones who remember what happened to their bondmates. She shushed as the Fae. I would never revive him than to receive in a polished snow, certainly take him through the times and how to reject and still, to meet me to care for the tooth. Fandaziel's voice dropped. Your mother understood. She was not a champion because she won. She was a champion because she killed too, so that you could live long enough to do what she could not. Keziah stared at the ring, at the claw mark worn smooth by years of touch, at the stone that seemed to pulse with the distant memory of stormlight. What did she want me to do? Fandaziel's scarred face caught the lamplight, her expression unreadable. She wanted you to survive. But beyond that, she looked at the broken dragons, at the gray female who had once been a champion's mount, at the cavern full of discarded beasts and burning secrets. Beyond that, she wanted you to finish what she started. The words hung in the air like smoke. Keziah turned the ring over in her palm, silver, tarnished, older than she was, a claw mark worn smooth, a stone the color of storm clouds. She did not know what finishing meant. She did not know what her mother had started, or what she was supposed to do with a ring and a dragon and a conspiracy that wanted her dead. But she knew the metal was warm. She knew the brand in her palm was answering it. And she knew, in the dark of the hidden cavern, surrounded by broken dragons and old grief, that she was not the same Krill who had sold fish in the fifth shard market. What did she start? She wanted to ask. But before she could speak, Fandaziel's head snapped up, her eyes sharpening. Footsteps, fast, coming down the passage. Keziah's hand closed around the ring as Fandaziel moved to block the entrance, her body tense, ready to protect what the Concord did not know existed. The person who rounded the corner was breathing hard, a disordered shape in the dark. Pym. His eyes were wide, his thin chest heaving, his fingers white-knuckled around a scrap of paper. They know, he gasped. Keziah, They know. The oil lamp guttered. The gray female lifted her head, and in the silence that followed, Keziah heard the distant clash of alarm bells ringing up from the fortress archives. Chapter 9. The alarm bells split the air, sharp and distant, somewhere below the archives. Keziah's hand closed around the ring until the claw mark bit into her palm. "They know what?" she said. Pym doubled over, braced his hands on his knees. His breath came in ragged gasps. "The page. I took it out of the binding, and someone came looking. They saw the gap." "You took what page?" He thrust the scrap of paper toward her. His fingers shook. Keziah took it. The paper was old, brittle, the edges dark with fire damage. The script was cramped, hurried, as if someone had written it in a stolen moment. Champion line confirmation. Onwuamaeze D. Bond completed Year of the Broken Storm. Recommended for bloodline transfer protocol. Below that, someone had scratched a single line in a different hand, the ink darker, the pressure harder. Denied. Subject eliminated. Pym straightened, his eyes darting between Keziah and the passage behind him. "The archives have a sealed section. Below the main stacks. I found it 3 nights ago when I was mapping the storage shafts. There is a room they do not admit exists." "What kind of room?" "Records. Old records. Bound in leather that crumbles when you touch it. Names I have never seen in the registry rolls. Bond completions from before the shattering, from after, and a list of champions who were erased from every official history." Undesirable moved closer, her scarred face sharp in the lamplight. "Did anyone see you enter?" "I was careful. I used the maintenance shaft, the one behind the south water cistern. No one uses it because the pipe leaks and the floor rots. But when I came back tonight, the shaft door was propped open. Someone had been there after me." Keziah stared at the paper. Champion line confirmation. Bloodline transfer protocol. Subject eliminated. The words blurred at the edges, then sharpened again. "What is bloodline transfer?" she said. Undesirable's silence lasted too long. "It is the Concord's oldest fear," she said finally. "The belief that a bond does not die with the rider, that it can pass to the rider's blood, sleeping in the child until the right dragon wakes it. Like my mother's bond passed to me." Undesirable looked at her with something like grief. If the Concord admitted that bonds could be inherited, they would have to admit that every child of a bonded rider carries the potential, that every family they burned might wake a dragon they cannot control. Pym shifted, his voice thin. "The sealed room has records of riders who refuse to let their bonds die, who pass the connection to their children through fire and blood. The Concord calls it outlaw practice, but the records prove it has worked." "How many times?" "Enough." The alarm bells changed pitch, closer now, moving through the upper levels. Undesirable grabbed Pym by the shoulder. "They will search the Roost. They will search every passage and every stall. If they find this room—" "They won't." Pym's voice cracked. "I closed the shaft behind me, but the page I took, they will know someone removed it. They will know someone saw." Keziah looked at a ring in her hand. The metal was still warm, as if it had been waiting for this moment. "Then we make sure they do not find the rest," she said. Undesirable shook her head. "If the archives are locked down, we cannot reach the sealed room again. Pym will be watched. I cannot leave the Roost without raising suspicion." "Then I go." "You cannot walk into the fortress archives in the middle of an alarm. You are the spectacle mark. Every master is looking for an excuse to name you a threat." Keziah looked down at the paper again. Onwuamaeze D. Subject eliminated. Her mother's name. her mother's fate. "They already have their excuse," she said. PM grabbed her arm, his grip surprisingly strong for a thin archivist frame. "The alarms will pull every guard to the main entrance. There is a drainage passage that empties behind the service scaffolding. If we go now, before they close the inner doors, I can show you where the sealed records are kept." "And if we get caught?" He swallowed. "Then we do not get caught." Undesirable studied them both for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a small iron key, blackened with age, the teeth worn uneven. "The maintenance shaft has a lock at the bottom of the west stair. This opens it. If the guards are watching the archive floor, the shaft is your only way in." Keziah keeps the key. It was heavier than it looked. "What about you?" "I will stay here. I will keep the broken dragons quiet, and if the Concord comes looking for you, I will tell them you were with the gray female all night." "They will not believe you." Undesirable smiled, thin and sharp. "They never believe me. That is why I am still alive." Pin was already moving toward the passage, his thin shoulders hunched, his steps quick and uneven. Keziah followed, the ring warm in her palm, the paper folded into her pocket. The passage led through a narrow throat of stone, the walls rough with old tool marks, the floor slick with moisture. The air smelled of rust and rot, and the distant trace of oil lamps. They passed the gray female's stall. The old dragon lifted her head, her one good eye tracking Keziah as she moved past. There was something in that gaze, not recognition, not warning, but a kind of ancient patience, as if she had been waiting for a girl with a ring and a stolen page to pass this way. Pym stopped at a low arch where the stone had crumbled inward, revealing a dark shaft that dropped into the mountain's bones. "Down here," he whispered. 30 feet, then a tunnel that empties behind the archive's third storage room. "Is it guarded?" "Not tonight." "How do you know?" He turned to look at her, and in the low light his face was young and scared and stubborn. "Because I mapped every guard rotation for 6 nights before I went in the first time." Keziah looked down into the dark. The ring was warm against her skin. The brand in her palm was answering it. She thought of her mother, pressing this ring into Keziah's hand on the last night of her life. She thought of the sealed room full of erased names. She thought of Wakesfire waiting in the Roost, bound to her by a bond the Concord had tried to burn out of existence. Above them, the alarm bells rang through the fortress like a heartbeat. Pym lowered himself into the shaft, his hands finding holds in the crumbling stone. His voice floated up, thin and desperate. "Are you coming?" Keziah looked at the ring one more time. Then she followed him into the dark. The 10. The arena held 4,000 throats. They screamed as the cadets rode in, dragon wings folding against the stormlight, harness leather creaking under the weight of ceremony. The sand floor had been raked clean, the black stone walls polished until they caught the torch flames like wet glass. Keziah stood at the entrance tunnel with Wakefire's heat pulsing through her spine. She had not slept. The ring was still warm against her chest, tucked beneath her shirt, and her mother's name burned behind her eyes like a brand that would not cool. Onwuamaeze. D. Subject eliminated. The crowd's roar swelled as the first pair launched into the arena bowl, a green-scaled mountain drake and its rider circling the stormlit dome. Keziah watched them climb, the way the dragon rode the thermal shear, the way the rider's weight shifted in perfect rhythm with the beast's wing beat. She had none of that. Beside her, Wakesfire stood motionless, his gray scales catching the torchlight like river stone. His milky eyes stared into the arena as if he had seen 100 such openings and remembered every one. "They want to see us break," she thought at him, a pulse of dry amusement through the bond. "They will wait. The announcer's voice cracked across the stone like a whip. From the training roost, presented as outlaw stock under the Pyre Concord's judgment, the gray dragon Wakesfire and the unregistered rider Keziah Onwuamaeze. The crowd's cheer turned. It sharpened, hungered. Keziah walked into the light. The sand was hot through the soles of her boots. The arena walls rose sheer on every side, lined with tiered seats packed with bodies, faces, mouths open in that waiting glee she knew from the lower shard markets when a fight broke out and the crowd pressed closer to see blood. Wakesfire followed. His claws left furrows in the raked sand. Across the arena, a second entrance opened. The cadet was young, maybe 16, with the polished posture of someone who had been told he was brilliant since he could walk. His dragon was smaller than Wakesfire, sleek and blue-scaled, wings folded tight against a rib cage built for speed. Keziah had seen the bracket. She knew what the masters had done. The cadet's name was Lorcan Vey, second son of a fortress house that produced tournament champions every cycle. His dragon had been bred for arena combat, trained in formation drills since it could open its eyes. He had a dedicated harness team, a coach from the Concord's inner circle, and 6 years of formal instruction. She had a fishbone needle threaded through her collar and a dragon who had been half-starved in a cage. The announcer's voice rolled over the crowd. Standard elimination. First to fall from the thermal line loses. No strikes below the wing joint, no interventions. Lorcan Vey was already mounting, his boots finding the stirrups with practiced ease. His blue dragon tensed, wings half spread, muscles coiling under sleek hide. Keziah looked at Wakesfire. He was old, he was scarred. His right eye was a ruined white globe that had not seen light in decades. But through the bond, she felt something she had not expected. Cold pleasure. He thinks we are already beaten, Wakesfire said. Show him the difference between training and hunger. Keziah grabbed the harness strap and pulled herself onto his back. The leather was rough under her fingers, the left buckle still tight from where Calvo had checked it twice before the procession. She settled into the saddle hollow, her thighs gripping the worn-to-scale edges, her injured hand finding the forward grip. The blue dragon launched first. It went up like an arrow, wings snapping full, using the thermal that boiled off the arena's west wall. Lorcan Vey leaned into the climb, sleek and beautiful, already playing to the crowd. Keziah pressed her branded palm to Wakesfire's neck. You know the winds better than I do. I know everything, he answered. Stay with me. He launched. The takeoff was not clean. Wakefire's left wing caught a cross-current that shoved them sideways into the arena wall, and Keziah's rubs slammed against his spine as claws scraped stone. She heard the crowd laugh, a wave of delighted contempt. Then they were climbing. The thermal hit them hard, a column of hot air rising from the arena's deep furnace vents, and Wakesfire rode it like he had been born inside it. His wings worked in a rhythm older than the fortress, older than the Concord's rules, and Keziah felt the wind through his bones, felt where it pushed and where it yielded. The blue dragon circled above them, waiting. Lorcan Vey was playing the high line, keeping the altitude advantage, letting his dragon drift with the upper current. Standard tournament tactics. Force the weaker opponent to burn energy climbing into a strike. Keziah leaned forward. He wants us to chase. Let him wait. Wakesfire leveled off, holding the thermal's edge, his good eye tracking the blue dragon's orbit. The crowd was restless now, the laughter fading into confusion. They wanted the chase. They wanted the collision. Keziah felt something through the bond, a shift in Wakefire's attention. Not toward the blue dragon, toward the wind. There, he said, the shear line. Do you feel it? She did. a ribbon of colder air cutting across the thermal, invisible to the eye, but present in the way Wakefire's wing feathers trembled as they crossed it. Above them, Lorcan Vey made his move. The blue dragon tucked and dove, a textbook strike pattern, claws extended, wings half-folded for maximum speed. The crowd roared. Keziah did not think. She dropped. Not a dive, a collapse. She pulled Wakefire's wings inward and let them fall straight down, the cold shear line rushing past her face, and the blue dragon screamed past empty air where they had been. The crowd gasped. Wakesfire spread his wings again, catching the lower thermal, and Keziah felt him laugh. Not with sound, but with something older, a battle joy that had been buried under years of chains. Again, this has. Chapter 11. The second gate groaned open on the far side of the arena, its iron teeth chewing into the stone floor. The crowd noise shifted. The shock of Lorcan Vey's torn wing defeat was still settling through the tears, but a new thread of anticipation wound through it, darker, hungrier. Keziah's hand found the ring beneath her tunic. The storm cloud stone was warm against her ribs, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the brand on her palm. "They were ready for us," she said through the bond. Wakesfire banked, his good eye fixed on the opening gate. "They were ready before we climbed the stair." The dragon that emerged from the darkness was not young. It was a brute, heavy-shouldered, its hide the color of old rust, with a rider in curved black plate who handled the reins like he had been born in the saddle. The dragon's wings were scarred and patched, but its jaws hung open with the patience of something that had learned to wait. The announcer's voice found its rhythm again. "Second entrant, Garen Howlick of the Sunken Roost, riding the Iron Mount Gutterfang. 3 consecutive bracket survivors, undefeated in elimination rounds." 3 survivors. Not winners. Survivors. Meaning, Garen Howlick had fought riders marked for the shackle before, and he had watched them die. Keziah's shoulder burned where she had landed on it in the cages. Her wrist ached. Wakefire's old wing joint throbbed through the bond, a low, constant complaint that he did not voice because he was too busy watching the iron mount circle into the arena's lower thermal. "He's going to crowd us," she said. "Push us into the walls, force us to burn altitude. Then we do not let him." The rust dragon began its climb, wings beating in a heavy, methodical rhythm that at distance without haste. Garen Howlick did not look at Keziah. He looked at the arena master's box, at the figure still standing with his hand raised in the shackle gesture. The figure lowered his hand. The match began. Gutterfang came straight at them. Not fast, not clever, just a wall of muscle and scar tissue moving with the certainty of something that had never needed to be fast. Keziah pulled Wakesfire into a climb, but the iron mount followed, matching the angle, refusing to be shaken. Garen Howlick was not Lorcan Vey. He did not chase, he pressed. The first pass nearly clipped Wakefire's tail. Keziah felt the wind of the passing claws, felt Wakefire's wing dit as he dodged, and understood. They were going to be driven into the arena wall. 20 feet from the stone, Wakesfire pivoted. Not a turn, a pivot, folding his right wing and dropping his left shoulder, spinning them around the iron mount's charge in a motion that should have pulled both their wings off. Keziah's vision grayed at the edges. "There," Wakesfire said. "The shear." She felt it, the safe cold ribbon from the first match, but thinner now, closer to the wall. If they took it, they would be thrown into the upper stalls. If they did not, Garen Howlick would drive them into the stone on the next pass. She took the shear. The cold air slammed them upward, toweling, Keziah's teeth snapping together as Wakefire's wings caught the turbulence and rode it like a falling leaf riding a storm. The crowd screamed, some in delight, some in horror. They came out of the shear at the arena's highest point, above the iron mount, above the arena master's box. Below them, Gutterfang had overcommitted. The rust dragon was still turning, still expecting the wall, and now he had to climb into open air with a fresh opponent above him. Keziah felt Wakefire's cold joy. Now, she said. They dove. It was not clean, it was not textbook. It was the ugly dive of two creatures who had learned that surviving meant breaking the rules before the rules broke them. Wakesfire struck Guttersang's flank, claws raking the rust-colored hide, and Keziah felt the impact shudder through her own ribs. The iron mount bellowed and twisted, trying to bring its jaws around, but Wakesfire was already gone, climbing again, using the momentum of the strike to carry them higher. The crowd was not shocked any longer. They were delighted. Keziah heard them howling, heard the stamp of feet on stone, and she realized with a cold clarity that they had forgotten the shackle. They had forgotten the spectacle. They had forgotten that the Concord had meant for her to die. They were watching her fight. Garen Halleck was not delighted. He pulled Gutterfang into a tight circle, regrouping, and for the first time Keziah saw him look at her. He was not angry. He was measuring. The iron mount leveled off at the middle thermal, holding position, waiting. The arena master's box was silent. The figure in black leather had not moved. Keziah felt the ring against her chest, warm and steady, and she heard Thandazil's voice in her memory. She chose to die so you could live to finish what she started. She looked at Garen Halleck, at his patient iron mount, at the arena below them, and she understood. They were not going to let her out of this arena, not unless she made them. Then we make them. She leaned forward and Wakesfire turned into the high thermal, circling, waiting for Garen Halleck to make his move. The crowd held its breath. The iron mount began its climb. Chapter 12. The crowd's roar followed them down through the arena's underpassage, a living thing that pressed against Keziah's back, even as the stone walls swallowed the light. She did not look back. Wakefire's claws scraped the ramp, each step deliberate, and she felt his exhaustion through the bond like a second body dragging behind her own. The old wing joint throbbed. The gash on his flank from the Roost master's hooks had opened again, painting a thin trail of blood across the stone. "They are still cheering," he said. "They think I'm entertainment." "You are." She did not answer. The underpassage opened into the handler's yard, a wide stone court where cage hands waited with water buckets and harness tools. They did not approach. They stood frozen, watching her dismount, and Keziah understood that the match had changed something she could not yet name. A cage hand with a scarred lip stepped forward. "They want you in the registry hall. High Warden's orders." "When?" "Now." Keziah looked at Wakesfire. The dragon stood with his head low, wings folded, breathing in long, slow gusts that rattled the stones under his chest. The cage hands would not touch him. They would not come near. "Rest," she told him. "I will be back." "You will not be back alone." She did not know if it was a question or a warning. The registry hall was colder than she remembered. Torches burned in iron sconces along the walls, throwing long shadows across the stone floor, and the air smelled of old ink and the blue-white oil that kept the flames alive. The long table at the hall's center was empty except for a single chair. Samal Ikarus sat in it. He did not rise when she entered. He watched her cross the floor with the same clinical patience he had used in the archway on the Ember Stair, the same stillness that made every movement look like a decision held in reserve. "Close the door." The handler behind her pulled the iron door shut. The latch clicked. Keziah stopped 10 feet from the table and waited. "2 bracket matches," Samal said. "2 victories." One against a trained cadet from a fortress house. One against a 3-time survivor who has never lost an elimination round. She said nothing. The arena masters did not expect you to survive either match. He leaned back, the chair creaking under his spare frame. They have revised their expectations. Good for them. Samwal's mouth curved, not a smile, just an acknowledgement that she had spoken. You are angry. That is useful. Anger sharpens instinct, dulls judgment. He placed his hands flat on the table, and she saw the missing tip of his right ring finger, clean and healed, older than the burn seam across his jaw. Tell me about the bond. No. I am not asking for your cooperation, Keziah. I am asking for your description. How does it feel when he reaches for you through the mark? She thought of the cold joy in Wakefire's voice when they dove. She thought of his exhaustion leaking into her bones, the old wing joint that ached in her own shoulder, the hunger she had felt before dawn that was not her own. It feels like having someone else's hand inside your chest. Samwal's steel-gray eyes did not blink. And when you reach for him, he answers. That is not what I asked. She felt the ring against her chest, warm and steady, and she remembered Thandazil's voice in the hidden cavern. She chose to die so you could live to finish what she started. Why did you have my mother killed? The question hung between them like smoke. Samwal did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply waited, measuring her, and when he spoke, his voice carried the same flat authority she had heard on the Ember Stair. Your mother was a champion who refused to renounce her bond. I did not order her execution. I ordered the enforcement of Concord law. There is a difference. There is no difference. You are young. He stood, and the movement was unhurried, precise. You believe that law and cruelty are the same thing because you have only seen the cruelty. You have not seen what happens when bonds go ungoverned. You have not seen shards fall, Keziah. You have not watched a sky realm collapse into fire because one rider and one dragon believed their love was more important than the order that held 10,000 people alive. She heard the sincerity in his voice. That was the worst part. He believed it. The dragon did not choose you by chance, Samwal said. He chose you because you carry her blood. He walked to a line he recognized, a line we told the realm did not exist. And now you have won 2 matches and the realm is watching, and they will ask questions that have no safe answers. What do you want from me? I want you to understand that you are not my enemy. He stepped around the table, and she forced herself not to step back. I want you to understand that the bond is not a gift. It is a wound that passes through blood, and every child who inherits it inherits the danger. Your mother understood. She chose to die rather than pass it on. She chose to die so I could live. Those are the same thing. Samwal stopped 3 feet from her, close enough that she smelled the oil on his coat, the old ash in his hair. You have won 2 matches. You will not win the tournament. But you may survive it if you let me help you. I don't want your help. You will. He turned and walked back to the table, and his voice carried over his shoulder like a blade drawn across stone. When the arena masters realize that you cannot be controlled, they will stop trying to break you in the ring. They will start trying to break the people around you. The archivist, the twins, the healer, the old champion who keeps secrets in the dark. Keziah's throat tightened. You are not the first rider I have watched die, Keziah. But you may be the first I would rather see live. Samwal sat down, folding his hands on the table. Think about what I have said. The next trial is in 3 days. She turned and walked to the door. The ring. She stopped. Samwal's voice was soft, almost curious. Where did you get it? Keziah did not turn around. It was my mother's. Your mother's ring was burned with her bones. Then it wasn't her ring. She pulled the door open and stepped into the corridor, and she did not stop walking until the registry hall was 3 levels behind her and the stone walls had swallowed the torchlight. The ring was hot against her chest. She leaned against the wall, breathing, and felt Wakefire's presence through the bond, distant but watchful, waiting for her to come back to the Roost. "He knows," she said. "Of course he knows. He knows about the ring. He knows about my mother. He knows what we are. Then he knows what you will become." She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the ring's warmth through the fabric, and she understood that Samuel Ikaru had not summoned her to test a theory. He had summoned her to warn her, and he had given her 3 days until the next trial. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the Roost, and the ring burned against her skin like a brand she had not yet learned to read. "It is going to be a temple in this service's back." Samuel's teal-gray eyes did not blink. "And when you reach for him," he answers. "That is not what I asked." She fletched the ring against her chest, warm and steady, and she remembered Thandazul's voice in the hidden cavern. "She chose to die so you could live to finish what she started. Why did you have my mother killed?" The question hung between them like smoke. Samuel did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply waited, measuring her, and when he spoke, his voice carried the same flat authority she had heard on the Ember Stair. "Your mother was a champion who refused to renounce her bond. I did not order her execution. I ordered the enforcement of Concord law. There is a difference." "There is no difference." "You are young." He stood and the movement was unheard. Chapter 13. The night air above the fortress tasted different beyond the patrol lanterns. Keziah felt it on her tongue, cold and thin and clean, in a way the Roost never was, and she let Wakesfire carry her higher without asking where they were going. The bond gave her his wind-beat rhythm, deep and patient, and she matched her breath to it because fighting it only made her shoulders ache. Idrisi rode ahead on a lean, burnished gold dragon whose scales caught what little light bled up from the fortress below. He had not told her where they were flying. He had simply appeared at the Roost with 2 leather satchels and a look that said, "Do not argue." And she had followed because the walls were too close, and Samuel Ikaru's voice was still lodged behind her ribs. The gold dragon banked left. Keziah leaned with Wakesfire, and the shard fell away beneath them, dark stone dissolving into the Stormdark below. Halcuron's scattered lights spread out like seeds thrown across black water, distant and separate. "Here." Idrisi's voice carried back to her, shaped by the wind. "This is the first thing they do not teach in the registry hall." He straightened in his saddle and his entire posture changed. His shoulders rose and squared. His spine locked into something formal and rigid. Even his grip on the reins became precise, every finger placed with intention, and the gold dragon responded by lifting its chin into a high, disdainful arc. From 15 feet away, Idrisi Bellanca looked like a carved monument. "Unassailable," he said. "Above challenge, above hunger. This is what a rider shows the crowd before the match begins. It tells them nothing." He relaxed and the dragon dropped its head, and Idrisi became a young man again. "Now you." Keziah looked down at her hands on the reins. Her knuckles were raw from the last match. The harness straps were still uneven from Brother Calvo's rushed repair job. "I am not built for statues." "No, you are built for something else." Idrisi turned the gold dragon in a slow circle, coming alongside her. Lower shard fighters learn a different language. They watch hands, not spines. They watch for the twitch before the strike, not the posture. "How do you know what lower shard fighters watch?" He paused. The amber of his eyes caught the distant lantern glow. "Because I spent a year below the fortress heights, learning to read people who did not want to be read, so I could report on them." The honesty landed like a stone dropped into still water. And now you are telling me this. Now I am teaching you to use it. He urged the gold dragon forward, and Wakesfire followed without being asked. Samoil's patrols will watch you before every match from now on. You cannot control what can see if you do not control what you show them. Keziah adjusted her grip on the reins. She thought about the ring against her chest, warm and patient. She thought about Thantazil's hands stained with old oil, and the gray dragon's patient eyes in the passage. What do I show them? Idrisi studied her for a long moment. Then he reached into one of the leather satchels and pulled out a coil of rope, a small metal hook, and a folded square of canvas stitched with charcoal markings. A lower shard wind chart, he said, mapped by a market runner 30 years ago. The Concord does not know it exists. Keziah stared at the canvas. The markings were rough, hand-copied, but the currents were drawn with intimate precision. Every shear and thermal ribbon mapped in faint ink along the shard's underbelly. Where did you get this? From a contact who owed me a favor. He handed it to her, and his fingers brushed hers. You survived the first 2 matches because you read the wind faster than your opponents. The 3rd match will be designed to deny you that. The canvas was soft with age. The ink was faded, but the lines were clear, and Keziah traced one with her thumb, feeling the shape of a current she had never seen but already understood. Why are you giving me this? Because you are going to need it. Idrisi's voice was quiet. And because I am tired of being the person who only takes. He hammed up to her and his fingers rushed hers. You survived the first 2 matches because you read the wind faster than your opponents. The 3rd match will be designed to deny you that. The canvas was soft with age. The ink was faded, but the lines were clear, and Keziah traced one with her thumb, feeling the shape of a current she had never seen but already understood. Why are you giving me this? Because you are going to need it. Idrisi's voice was quiet. And because I am tired of being the person who only takes. The wind picked up, sharp and cold, and Keziah felt Wakesfire adjust his wing angle to catch it. She looked at Idrisi and saw something in his face that she did not know how to name. A crack in the polished surface, a place where the monument had worn thin. Show me the current, she said, the one the runners used. He led her down. The fortress lights sank to pinpricks as they dropped below the shard's edge, into the dark belt where winds stacked in invisible layers. Idrisi moved the gold dragon through them like a hand reading a blind surface, feeling for resistance, finding the seams. Keziah followed. Wakesfire trusted her instincts, and she trusted his body, and together they learned the shape of the air beneath the patrol lines. This one, Idrisi said, stopping above a pocket of cold that smelled of rain. The runner who mapped this called it the candle draft, because it burns steady until it does not. He reached out and took her hand. His palm was worn against her cold skin, and he pressed her fingers on the gold dragon's neck, where the scales were thinner, where the pulse beat close to the surface. Feel it. She did. Beneath her hand, the dragon's heartbeat slowed, and she felt the dedract to the slek's fill, quite as solid the wimp back into the stand, but the directle's milkred rootened her. My chole. Jiral's stopple pound. Hole, he said. The gold dragon caught the current and they rose again, steady, as if the drop had never happened. Idrisi did not let go. Neither did she. Below them, the fortress lights flickered and burned, and the wind carried the smell of rain from somewhere far, and Keziah felt the rail whirl against her chest like a heartbeat. You are not alone, her mother's voice whispered through memory. She closed her eyes. And she did not pull away. Chapter 14. The air was colder than it had been in the saddle. Keziah stood in the empty corridor outside the Roost, her hands still warm where Idrisi had held it, her body still carrying the shape of his chest against her back. The gold dragon had vanished into the dark, and Wakesfire had settled onto his stone without speaking, his good eye tracking her with something ancient and patient. She should sleep. The next trial pressed against her like a coming storm. 3 days at most before the bracket reshuffled and the ground moved beneath her. But her skin remembered the draft. Her palm remembered the pulse of the gold dragon's neck. And somewhere beneath her ribs, a feeling she had no name for kept beating like a second heart. She sat down in the Roost's entrance, her back against the stone, watching the fortress lights flicker through the gaps in the iron grate. You are not alone. The ring was warm against her chest. She did not know how long she sat there before the exhaustion took her. The fire was not her fire. Keziah knew that immediately, the way she knew the shape of her own hand, because the flames in this dream did not belong to her memory. They belonged to him. Wakesfire. She stood in a field of ash that stretched to a black horizon. The sky above her was the color of a bruise, and the wind carried smoke that tasted of iron and salt. Ahead of her, a pyre burned so high its sparks climbed past the clouds. She tried to move forward. Her legs would not respond. She tried to call his name. Her throat produced no sound. But she felt him. Through the bond, through the endless field of ash, she felt him watching the fire with a grief so old it had petrified into stone. There was a woman in front of the pyre. Keziah could not see her face. The flames rose between them, rippling the air, but she saw the woman's arm extend toward the fire, her palm open, the skin marked by a claw-shaped brand that caught the light like a wound. The same brand Keziah carried. The woman said something. The wind tore the words away, but Wakesfire heard them, and through the bond, the shape of them passed through Keziah like a blade. Do not let them bury what I started. The pyre roared, the sparks climbed, and the woman stepped forward into the flames, and Keziah tried to scream, tried to run, tried to do anything. She woke with her palm pressed against her mother's ring, and her breath coming in jagged, uneven gasps. The roost was dark. Wakefire's slow exhalation rumbled through the stone. She could feel him through the bond, heavy with exhaustion and old grief, but not asleep. He had felt it too. He had shown her. She pressed her forehead to her knees and tried to remember how to breathe. The knock came before dawn. Keziah's hand went to the knife at her belt before her mind caught up. The motion was instinct, muscle memory from years of sleeping in doorways and under market stalls, waking ready to fight or flee. The door was already unlocked. Idrisi opened it without waiting for an answer. His coat was dark with damp. The torchlight behind him carved shadows into his face, and he looked like he had not slept either. You need to come with me. Keziah did not move. Her body still hummed with the dream, with the fire, with the woman who had stepped into the pyre with a branded bomb. She could still smell the smoke. What time is it? Early enough that no one will see us. Idrisi's voice was tight. The trials have been adjusted. That pulled her upright. Adjusted how? He looked at her for a long moment. His pale amber eyes moved across her face, reading something she did not know she was showing. Your match with Garen Halleck was supposed to be your last in the bracket. You were seeded to lose in the second round, Keziah. The spectacle kill was scheduled for that match. She felt the words settle in her chest like stones. I won. Yes. Idrisi stepped through the doorway. The torchlight caught the tension in his shoulder. And now the council has no choice but to advance you. But they have not stopped trying to kill you. They have simply changed the method. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased and worn. The third trial has been reassigned. You will not face another bracket entrant. You will face the storm cages at full capacity, with Wakefire's wings still stiff from Gutterfang, and with observers from 3 fortress houses who have been told to assess your fitness for continued competition. He held out the paper. If they rule you unfit, they do not have to kill you in the ring. They can retire you to the Broken Dragon Caverns, and no one will ever ask where you went. Keziah took the paper. The ink was fresh, the seals still sharp. She read the words twice. Her name, Wakefire's designation. The storm cages, 3 levels, full capacity, 12 obstacles, time limit, and at the bottom a line that made her blood go cold. Rider assessment for suitability under Article 7 of the Concord Code. Observer majority may rule termination without further trial. They changed the rules, she said. Rules exist to be rewritten when the outcome is not what the Concord wants. Idrisi's voice was flat. You were supposed to die in the 2nd round. Now you are a variable they cannot control, so they will control the environment instead. Wakesfire stirred behind her. She felt his attention sharpen, felt the dangerous edge of his focus cut through the bond's exhaustion. Through his good eye, he watched Idrisi with a predator's stillness. He does not trust him, Keziah realized. He trusts him even less than I do. Idrisi. He waited. Why are you telling me this? The question hung between them like the draft that had held them suspended above the dark. I told you, he said quietly. I am tired of being the person who only takes. He did not say, I want to be worth looking at, but she heard the echo anyway. You have to go, he said. Before the morning patrol changes, I will walk you to the Roost Master's post, and I will pretend I was checking on your dragon for the match records. You will pretend you were sleeping. And after? After you survive. He stepped back into the corridor. That is all I am asking. Survive. He turned and walked away. The torchlight swallowed him before Keziah could say anything else. She stood in the roost with the folded page tight in her grip, the storm cage assessment burning into her palm like a second brand. Wakesfire. Wakesfire pushed his head against her shoulder. Through the bond, she found his fear, not of the cages, not of the trial, but of the old thing that crouched inside him. The memory of watching a woman walk into fire and not being able to follow. She had asked him not to follow. The thought arrived like a blow. She had asked him to stay, to wait, to keep breathing until the bloodline found its way back. Keziah pressed her hand to his scales and felt the warmth of his blood beneath them. 3 days, she said. The dragon said nothing. But through the bond, she felt him brace. And somewhere deep in the fortress, the storm cages waited. Chapter 15. Dawn broke gray through the roost vents, carrying the smell of cold ash and the distant clang of the morning shift bell. Keziah had not slept. The paper from Idrisi's warning sat crumpled in her pocket, the edges sharp against her thigh. 3 days, 12 obstacles, 3 observer houses with the power to end her without a trial. She was running her thumb across her mother's ring when the footsteps came. Not the measured stride of a handler or the quick click of an archivist. These were fast, light, deliberate. Someone who knew exactly where to step to avoid the loose flagstones. Keziah was on her feet before the figure rounded the corner. Zuri Etch grinned at her through the dim light, scarred hands raised in mock surrender. Peace, she said. I come bearing breakfast and bad news. Maddie's waiting in the North Passage. Keziah did not lower her stance. How did you find me? Workers' passages. Zuri's grin widened. You think the Concord owns every crack in this rock? They do not even know half the tunnels exist. We have been mapping them since the day they dragged us in. She held out a cloth bundle. Steam curled from the folds. flatbread. Still warm. I did not poison it. Keziah took the bundle. The bread was dense and grainy, the kind the lower shard ovens made when they had nothing to prove. It tasted like home. She hated how much she wanted another bite. Why? Because you looked hungry, Zuri shrugged. And because Maddie found something you need to see. The north passage was narrow enough that Keziah's shoulders scraped both walls. Water dripped from somewhere above, cold and intermittent, beating on her neck like sweat. Maddie Tervonen waited at the junction where 3 tunnels met, his dark eyes catching the light from a crack in the ceiling. He held a coil of rope in one hand and a scrap of leather in the other. You made good time, he said to his sister. She was awake, no point pretending otherwise. Maddie turned to Keziah. His gaze was steady, measuring, the way he had looked at her in the market weeks ago when she had told him to stay clear of her business. The storm cages use a pulley system for the obstacle rigging, he said without preamble. 6 main cables, 4 secondary lines, all routed through the maintenance shafts above the arena floor. The Concord thinks the access points are sealed. They are not. He held out the leather scrap. Etched into its surface was a crude diagram, lines and circles marking cable routes and junction points. Keziah took it. The drawing was rough but precise. Someone had marked the weak spots with small crosses. How did you get this? I climbed, Maddie said, as if that explained everything. Last night, while the watch changed. The shaft above the 3rd-level cage has a loose grate. I traced the cables back to the main pulley house. You climbed into a maintenance shaft above the storm cages in the middle of the night. Maddie's expressions did not change. Yes. Zuri snorted. He does not say much, but he's not afraid of heights, or of falling, or of most things a sensible person would be afraid of. Keziah looked at the diagram again. The crosses marked 3 points where the cables joined the main rigging. If one of those points failed, the entire obstacle system would collapse. Why are you showing me this? Maddie met her eyes. Because the storm cages are designed to kill riders whose bonds do not follow the pattern, and your bond does not follow anything. Brother Calvo said you were too stubborn to die quickly, Zuri added. We want to make sure you take long enough that the rest of us have time to figure out what we are doing. Keziah stared at them. 2 scavengers from the lower shards who had no reason to help her, no debt to repay, no loyalty to earn. She thought of Samuel's threat. The arena masters will target your allies. You should keep your distance, she said. The High Warden knows about you, both of you. He told me the arena masters will try to break me by hurting the people I let close. Zuri's grins not waver. Then it is a good thing we are not close. Zuri. We are practical, Maddie said quietly. You are the only rider in this tournament who came from below the shard line. If you fall, they will send the next one of us into the arena. We are helping you because it is the only way to keep ourselves out of the cages. The words were flat, practical, exactly the kind of calculation Keziah understood. But she saw the lie in the way Zuri's hand lingered on the flatbread she had brought, the way Maddie's eyes had already mapped the escape routes in this tunnel. They were not helping her because it was practical. They were helping her because they had already decided she mattered. She did not know what to do with that. 3 days, she said. I need Wakefire's wing ready, and I need to know what the observer houses want. Zuri nodded. Maddie can check the harness tonight. I will ask around about the houses. The workers talk when they think no one is listening. And Brother Calvo said you were too stubborn to die quickly, Zuri added. We want to make sure you take long enough that the rest of us have time to figure out what we are doing. Keziah stared at them, 2 scavengers from the lower shards who had no reason to help her, no debt to repay, no loyalty to earn. She thought of Samuel's threat. The arena masters will target your allies. You should keep your distance, she said. The High Warden knows about you, knows of you. He told me the arena masters will try to break me by hurting the people I let close. Zuri grin did not waver. Then it is a good thing we are not close. Zuri, we are practical, Maddie said quietly. You are the only rider in this tournament who came from below the shard line. If you fall, they will send the next one of us into the arena. We are helping you because it is the only way to keep ourselves out of the cages. The words were flat, practical, exactly the kind of calculation Keziah understood. But she saw the lie in the way Zuri's hand lingered on the flatbread she had brought, the way Maddie's eyes had already mapped the escape routes in this tunnel. They were not helping her because it was practical. They were helping her because they had already decided she mattered. She did not know what to do with that. 3 days, she said. I need Wakefire's wing ready, and I need to know what the observer houses want. Zuri nodded. Maddie can check the harness tonight. I will ask around about the houses. The workers talk when they think no one is listening. And Brother Calvo? Already tending your dragon, Zuri said. He was in the roost before dawn. Said he would not take payment for it. Keziah felt something shift in her chest, a crack in the wall she had built around herself. No one risks this much for temporary. The thought arrived unbidden and she pushed it down. This is temporary, she said, until the tournament ends. Then we all go back to our own lives. Zuri looked at her for a long moment. The grin faded. No one risks this much for temporary, she said quietly, echoing Keziah's thought with unsettling accuracy. The words hung in the damp air. Keziah did not answer. She folded the leather diagram into her pocket, next to Idrisi's warning paper, and felt the weight of both against her thigh. I need to see Wakesfire. Zuri stepped aside, gesturing toward the tunnel that led back to the roost. We will find you before the trial, she said. Try not to die before then. Keziah walked past them, back into the dim light of the main corridor. She did not look back, but she felt that eyes on her until the corner. The roost was quieter than she expected. Brother Calvo sat of an overturned crate near Wakefire's foreleg, his sleeves pushed up past his elbows, hands stained with salve and old blood. He looked up when she entered. The wing is stiff but not torn, he said. If you rest him for the next 2 days and I applied a poultice twice daily, he will fly well enough for the cages. Keziah knelt beside Wakefire's head. The dragon's good eye tracked her, the pupil widening as she approached. Through the bond she felt his exhaustion and the sharp edge at his focus, and beneath both, something softer, something that felt like trust. Calvo. The healer looked up. Why are you doing this? The Concord will punish anyone who helps me. Calvo wiped his hands on a cloth. His face was worn, lined with the kind of weariness that came from watching too many people die for the wrong reasons. Because your mother asked me to, he said. Keziah went still. I knew her. Calvo continued. Not well, but I was there in the final dies. She told me that if her daughter ever came to the Ember Stair. Chapter 16. The sand was cold beneath her boots. Keziah stood at the arena's edge, Wakefire's shadow pooling across her shoulders, and tried not to count the obstacle. She counted them anyway. 12. Some hung from chains, iron rings that would catch an unwary wingtip and spin the rider into the wall. Others rose from the sand itself, stone pillars carved with the teeth of old collisions, their edges gleaming where the furnace light caught them. Between them, the crosswinds screamed. Not the steady thermals she had learned to read. These were manufactured, channeled through grates and vents built into the arena walls, designed to change direction without warning. A rider who tried to fly clean lines through this would be battered into the stone before the 4th obstacle. You have been reassigned to the mid-bracket trial, the arena master announced, his voice carrying over the crowd. The course is standard, the rules are simple, 3 circuits, Any rider who touches the sand is disqualified. Any rider whose mount touches the sand is disqualified. Keziah felt the weight of the crowd's attention. They had come to see if the outsider could repeat her luck. She had come to survive. Riders, to your mounts. She climbed into the saddle, her thighs gripping Wakefire's withers. Through the bond, she felt his assessment of the course, the way his good eye tracked the wind patterns, the twitch of his wing as he measured the angles. The fifth pillar has a blind spot on the left, she sent. If we cut close enough, the wind might not catch us. The wind will catch us, he answered. The question is whether we use it or fight it. The starting horn blasted. 3 other riders launched ahead of her, their dragons sleek and young, their lines clean as knife cuts through cloth. Keziah held Wakesfire back. Wait, she said aloud. The first rider hit the third obstacle at speed, banking hard around a hanging chain. The crosswind shifted. His dragon's wing caught the ring, spinning them both into the stone pillar. The crowd gasped. The rider did not rise. Keziah's throat tightened. That is why they put this course together, she said. They want us to fail fast. Wakefire's rumble vibrated through her legs. Then we will fail slow. She gave him the reins. Not literally, but through the bond, she loosened her grip on his instincts, let him read the wind the way he had learned to read it decades before she was born. He took a steep angle toward the first obstacle, his wing folding at the last moment to slip through a gap that looked too narrow for his body. The crowd hissed. It was not graceful. It was ugly, hunched, the kind of flight a dragon used when he was too tired to fly straight. But it worked. They cleared the first obstacle. The second came hard on its heels. Wakesfire dropped through a thermal shear that should have thrown them into the wall, and instead caught the edge of it, letting the turbulence spin them sideways through the gap. Keziah's stomach lurched. Her hands tightened on the reins. Trust me, he said. She forced her fingers to loosen. The third obstacle was a pair of hanging chains that swung in opposing arcs. The other riders had tried to go over them. One had already crashed. Wakesfire went under. He flattened his body against the sand, his belly nearly scraping the ground, and slid to the gap as the chains whipped past above them. Keziah felt the wind of their passage against her back. The crowd noise changed. Not cheering, not yet. But the silence that followed was not the silence of disappointment. It was the silence of people who had just seen something they did not understand. 2 more obstacles. 3, 4. Wakesfire kept choosing ugly routes, tight turns that scraped his ringtips against stone, sudden drops that made Keziah's stomach feel like it had been left behind. Each one worked just well enough to carry them through. By the 7th obstacle, her legs were trembling from the strain of holding on. The old dragon's breath came hard and fast, his heart hammering against her chest through the bond. 1 more circuit, she sent. Then we stop. We stop when the horn sounds. The 8th obstacle was a stone pillar with a narrow channel cut through its center. The wind funneled through it, creating a pressure difference that would pull a dragon off course if he tried to pass too close. Wakesfire did not try to pass close. He flew straight through the channel. The wind caught him, hurled him sideways, and Keziah felt the world spin as he twisted mid-air, using the force of the impact to pivot around the pillar and come out the other side facing the right direction. Keziah felt the wind of their passage against her back. The crowd noise changed. Not cheering, not yet. But the silence that followed was not the silence of disappointment. It was the silence of people who had just seen something they did not understand. 2 more obstacles. 3, 4. Wakesfire kept choosing ugly routes, tight turns that scraped his wingtips against stone, sudden drops that made Keziah's stomach feel like it had been left behind. Each one worked just well enough to carry them through. By the 7th obstacle, her legs were trembling from the strain of holding on. The old dragon's breath came hard and fast, his heart hammering against her chest through the bond. "One more circuit," she sent. "Then we stop. We stop when the horn sounds." The eighth obstacle was a stone pillar with a narrow channel cut through its center. The wind funneled through it, creating a pressure difference that would pull a dragon off course if he tried to pass too close. Wakesfire did not try to pass close. He flew straight through the channel. The wind caught him, hurled him sideways, and Keziah felt the world spin as he twisted mid-air, using the force of the impact to pivot around the pillar and come out the other side facing the right direction. Keziah felt the wind of their passage against her back. The crowd was silent. Then the horn sounded again. 3 circuits complete. No disqualification. Keziah slid from the saddle, her lids buckling, and caught herself. Chapter 17. The reviewing room sat behind the arena master's box, a narrow chamber with a single table and 3 empty chairs. Keziah stood in the center, still shaking from the trial, her palms raw against her thighs. High Warden Samuel Ikaru did not sit. He stood at the room's far end, his back to her, looking through a slit window at the arena floor, where handlers were dragging sand over blood. "You flew the channel," he said. "Through the pillar, not around it." Keziah said nothing. "That is not a known technique." He turned, steel-gray eyes catching the torchlight. "There are no records of any living rider using that approach, and yet your dragon chose it without hesitation." "He's old," Keziah said. "He's been in arenas before." "Yes." Ikaru's voice was soft. "He has." The silence stretched. Keziah held his gaze, refusing to look away first. Her mother's ring pressed hot against her chest, a warning she could not read. Ikaru moved toward her, stopping at the table's edge. "The reviewing panel has noted your performance. They are impressed by your adaptability." He paused, and curious about its source. "I survive," she said. "That's the source." "Survival has a shape, Keziah. Yours is beginning to look like something else." He picked up a sheet of paper from the table. "You are dismissed. Report to your quarters. The next trial is in 2 days." She did not wait for permission. She turned and walked out, the door swinging shut behind her, her heart hammering against her ribs. The corridor was empty. But the ring was burning now, hot enough to sting through her tunic. She pressed her palm against it, felt the stone pulse once, twice, and then a pull she could not name, a direction she did not choose. She followed it. The hidden passage behind the roost was dark, the air thick with dust and old ammonia. Keziah moved by memory, her fingers tracing the stone until she found the door. Undesirable was waiting inside. The older woman sat on a crate, her scarred hands resting on her knees. The gray female dragon was not in her stall. The cavern was silent. "You survived," Undesirable said. "Barely." "Barely counts." Keziah stepped forward, the ring still hot against her chest. "Ikaru knows something. He watched me like he was reading a book he already memorized." Undesirable's jaw tightened. "He was. Then tell me what he knows." Keziah's voice cracked. "Tell me about my mother." Undesirable was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a folded square of paper, yellowed and soft at the edges. "Your mother was Keziah Onwuamaeze," she said, "champion of the Ember Stair, bonded to Wakesfire before you were born. The Concord executed her because she refused to renounce the bond and because she carried something they feared more than any weapon." She unfolded the paper, revealing a list of names, dates, and a single symbol, a splayed claw. She was recommended for bloodline transfer. The Concord denied it. Then they erased her. Keziah stared at the paper, her mother's name, her mother's hand, the proof of a life that had been burned from every archive. The bond passes, Undesirable said, through blood. The Concord has spent centuries killing anyone who proves it. Your mother was not the first, but she was the one who made them afraid. Wakesfire found me, Keziah whispered, because of the bloodline. He woke to it. Undesirable's voice was grim. He was waiting for you. Keziah's hand went to her brand, the scarred claw mark that had burned into her palm in the market. He recognized me. He knew your blood. He knew you would come. The ring was so hot now it hurt. Keziah pulled it from beneath her tunic, the storm-cloud stone glowing faintly, casting a gray light across Undesirable's lined face. Your mother gave me this, Undesirable said, the night before she died. She told me to keep it until her bloodline returned. She met Keziah's eyes. You are the bloodline. Keziah wanted to speak, wanted to ask the 1,000 questions tearing through her chest, but before she could form words, a sound broke the silence. A scrape, stone on stone. Undesirable was on her feet in an instant, a blade in her hand. Keziah followed, her heart slamming against her ribs. They moved through the cavern, past empty stalls and old bones, toward the sound. The gray female dragon was gone. Her stall door hung open, the chain latch dangling. Undesirable stopped. Keziah looked past her shoulder. The warning was carved into the stall wall, deep and deliberate, the letters dark with fresh resin or blood. The bloodline ends here. Undesirable's breath caught. Keziah felt the world tilt, the words burning into her vision like the brand on her palm. Someone knew. Someone had been here, had found the hidden roost, had left a message for Undesirable and for her. And the gray female dragon was gone. Chapter 18. Undesirable's hand clamped around Keziah's wrist and pulled her past the carved stall, past the letters that still burned in the dark. You cannot be here. Keziah wrenched free. Someone took her. Someone knows about this place. And they want you to find them standing over a body. Undesirable's voice was iron. Go. Now. I will lock this passage behind you. If anyone asks, you were in your quarters. You saw nothing. The gray dragon is gone. I will find her or I will not. Either way, you survive the next trial. Undesirable pressed the yellowed paper into Keziah's palm, the list of names, the splayed claw. Keep this closer than the ring. Now move. Keziah moved. The passage swallowed her, the door grinding shut behind her, and she ran through the dark with her mother's name pressed against her ribs and the death threat carved into the back of her skull. She emerged into the lower corridor breathless, her hands shaking, the ring still hot enough to sting through cloth. She pressed her back to the stone and forced air into her lungs. Think. 2 days until the next trial. Someone inside the fortress knew about the hidden roost. Someone had taken the gray dragon, and Ikaru had watched her like he was counting the seconds until she broke. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the cadet quarters, keeping her pace steady, her face blank. The corridors were half lit, the shift bells still an hour off. She could make it back before anyone noticed. She rounded the corner and stopped. Idrisi stood in the alcove beside her door, arms crossed, amber eyes tracking her approach. He had changed out of his trial leathers into a softer coat, charcoal gray, no insignia. He looked like he had been waiting long enough to memorize the cracks in the stone. Where were you? She kept walking. Nowhere. Nowhere has a specific smell. He stepped into her path, close enough that she had to stop or push through him. You smell like dust and old ammonia. That is not your quarters. I was checking on Wakesfire. The roost is the other direction. She met his eyes and held them. Then I got lost. Idrisi stood in the alcove beside her door, arms crossed again. The arena master filed a conduct inquiry after your trial. Unorthodox flight patterns, refusal to follow course protocol, failure to maintain standard formation. They were going to summon you to a hearing within the hour. Let them. It would not be a hearing. It would be a trap. His voice dropped. They would ask you to explain the technique, how you knew the channel, why the dragon obeyed without signal, and when you could not answer without revealing the old bond, they would rule you non-compliant and retire you to the Broken Dragon Caverns before the next bell. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. You stopped it. I told them I had already debriefed you under my authority as assigned coach, and that the technique was an improvised survival response I instructed you to use. He held her gaze. They bought it. Barely. Why? Because if they take you before the hearing, I lose the chance to learn what you really are. He said it flat, unreadable, and she could not tell whether it was truth or deflection or both. And what am I? Something the Concord has been trying to kill for 17 years. He pushed off the door and crossed the room, stopping a handspan away. I saw your face when you came out of Ikaru's review. You looked like someone who had just been told the world she thought she lived in was a lie. You still look like that. She did not step back. You know, she said, about my mother. I know her name was struck from every record. I know she was bonded to a dragon that should have died with her. I know the High Warden has been waiting for you to prove what he already suspects. His voice frayed at the edges. And I know I was assigned to watch you, to measure your weakness, to report when the bond showed signs of bloodline inheritance. The words hung between them, raw and deliberate. You told me anyway, she said. I've been telling you because I am done being that person. He lifted his hand, slow enough that she could pull away, and touched her jaw. His palm was warm, calloused at the base of the thumb. I do not know what I am yet, but I know I wanted to be someone you can look at without flinching. She did not flinch. She leaned into his hand, just slightly, the way she had leaned into the wind current below the shard's edge, trusting the ship of something she could not see. His breath caught. He was close enough that she could smell leather and ash and something clean beneath, close enough that she could see the pulse beating at the base of his throat. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, feather light, and his eyes dropped to her mouth. The air between them went tight and hot. He leaned in. A knock shattered the silence. They broke apart. Idrisi turned, his hand dropping, his face smoothing into something neutral and distant. Keziah's heart hammered against her ribs so hard she felt it in her teeth. The door swung open. A cadet stood in the frame, young, pale, wearing dispatch leathers. She held a sealed paper in both hands. Bellanca, the bracket is set. She glanced at Keziah, then back to Idrisi. Her next opponent is confirmed. Idrisi took the paper and broke the seal. His eyes moved across the text, once, twice. His face did not change, but his hand tightened on the page until the edges crumpled. Who? Keziah said. He did not answer. He handed her the paper. The seal was fresh, the ink still dark. 3 lines of official script, a name, a house, a note. Opponent, Keziah Varen of the Ember Claw. 7 tournament eliminations without disqualification. And beneath it, in a smaller hand, known for technical dragon crippling strikes to old wounds. I did not feel he spread it. Let them. It would not be a hearing. It would be a trap. His voice dropped. They would ask you to explain the technique, how you knew the channel, why the dragon obeyed without signal. And when you could not answer without revealing the old bond, they would rule you non-compliant and retire you to the Broken Dragon Caverns before the next bell. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. You stopped it. I told them I had already debriefed you under my authority as assigned coach, and that the technique was an improvised survival response I instructed you to use. He held her gaze. They bought it. Barely. Why? Because if they take you before the hearing, I lose the chance to learn what you really are. He said it flat, unreadable, and she could not tell whether it was truth or deflection or both. And what am I? Something the Concord has been trying to kill for 17 years. He pushed off the door and crossed the room, stopping a handspan away. I saw your face when you came out of Ikaru's review. You looked like someone who had just been told the world she thought she lived in was a lie. You still look like that. She did not step back. You know, she said, about my mother. I know her name was struck from every record. I know she was bonded to a dragon that should have died with her. I know the High Warden has been waiting for you to prove what he already suspects. His voice frayed at the edges. And I know I was assigned to watch you, to measure your weakness, to report when the bond showed signs of bloodline inheritance. The words hung between them, went tight and hot. He leaned in. A knock shattered the silence. They broke apart. Idrisi turned, his hand dropping, his face moving into something neutral and distant. Chapter 19. The bell had not finished ringing when Zosia Varan's dragon came through the arena gate. She was fast, faster than Garen, faster than Larkin Vey's blue. A russet-flecked mare with spines along the wing joints and eyes the color of old tallow, moving like something that had never learned hesitation. Zosia rode high in the saddle, braced forward, one hand loose on the reins, and the other already drawing a blade curved like a crescent moon. Keziah hauled on the tether. Wakesfire banked left, climbing for the thermals. The russet dragon matched the turn without effort. She knows, Wakesfire sent, and the pulse beneath the words was not fear, but recognition. She had studied us. Then we give her something to study, Keziah muttered, and kicked him into a dive. The crowd roared, wind screamed past her ears, tearing at the uneven ends of her hair. She aimed for the gap between two stone pillars where the thermal shear would catch them and slingshot them back up into Zosia's blind spot. It worked. The russet dragon overshot. Keziah pulled up, Wakefire's wings taking the strain, and for half a breath she thought they had won the angle. Then Zosia's dragon twisted mid-air, spine joints flexing, and came at them from the right. Wakesfire right, the side he could not see. The russet mare's tail lashed across his flank, a glancing blow, nothing more. But it was enough. Keziah felt the sting through the bond, the way Wakefire's wing faltered half a beat as he compensated for a threat he had not tracked. She cannot know, Keziah thought. It was one pass, one lucky pass. Zosia's dragon circled back. The blade caught the arena light, grisant and cold. The second pass was not lucky. Zosia came from the right again, low, the russet mare climbing beneath Wakefire's wing where his blind spot deepened. Keziah saw her at the last second, wrenched the tether, and Wakesfire rolled hard. The blade missed his wing root by a finger's width and sliced through the membrane near the trailing edge. Pain, sharp, bright, and Wakefire's anger rising beneath it, not at the wound, but at Keziah. "Let me see. I am watching," she snapped. "You are watching the wrong side. Let me see through you. Let me." "I said I am watching." She pulled him higher. The russet dragon paced them easily, matching every climb, every turn, as if Zosia already knew where they would go before they went there. The third pass was a feint. Zosia dove from the right, blade extended. Keziah turned into it, ready. But the russet mare broke off at the last instant, spinning, and Zosia's real attack came from underneath, a slash at Wakefire's belly that sent him wrenching sideways, off balance, his injured wing taking the full weight of the recovery. The strain hit Keziah like a fist to the chest. Wakefire's wrong joint screamed. She felt it in her own shoulder, a tearing burn that made her grip spasm. The bond flooded with his pain, hot and coppery, and she pushed back against it, trying to keep her head clear, trying to see the next attack. Stop shutting me out. I am not. You are. I fear your walls. He was right. She was holding him at arm's length, trusting her own eyes when his were half blind, forcing them through her decisions alone, because if she let him in all the way, she would feel exactly how much this was costing him, and she could not afford to feel that. The russet mare came again, right side. Wakesfire could not turn fast enough. Zosia's blade caught him across the ribs, shallow but deliberate, a cut meant to weaken, not kill. Not yet. The crowd roared its approval. Keziah's vision went red at the edges, not from rage, from the bond. Wakefire's pain was no longer a pulse. It was a current, constant and rising, and she was drowning in it because she had refused to share the flight with him, refused to let him borrow her sight, refused to trust that opening the bond wide would not break them both. I can feel you dying in small pieces, he said, and you will not let me help. She could not answer. The russet mare was already repositioning for the fourth pass. Wakesfire wing beat slowed. His breath came ragged through the bond, each inhale scraping against torn membrane and stressed joint. Let me in, Keziah, or we fall. She wanted to. Every instinct that had kept her alive in the lower shards screamed against it. Trust was surrender. Trust was how you got pinned. But the russet mare was coiling for the kill, and she was out of angles, out of tricks, and Wakefire's blind side was a wound she could not close alone. She opened the bond. His consciousness flooded through her, and for one terrible, perfect moment, she saw what he saw. The arena through a single eye, the world half occluded, the russet dragon a blur of movement on the right that she had been trying to track with half the picture. Then his awareness folded into hers, and she understood. He did not her eyes. He needed her body. I take control, he sent, not asking. You hold the seat. Before she could answer, Wakesfire folded his wings and dropped. The fall ripped her stomach into her throat. The arena blurred, stone and sand and sky swapping places as he spun, using his own weight to torque through a turn no sighted Dryden could have predicted. The russet mare overshot, Zosia's blade slicing empty air. Wakesfire caught the Tharmer shear at the last instant, wings snapping open, and the force of the stop threw Keziah forward against the harness. The pain was a white sheet across her mind. In her shoulder, his wing joint burning. In her ribs, the shallow cut bleeding. In her right eye, the world half dark and half light, the blind spot she had tried to fight alone. And beneath it all, Wakefire's voice, steady and cold and furious. This is what I carry, every moment, and you would have carried it alone. The russet dragon was already turning, already coming again from the rent. But now Keziah saw it. Not through her own eyes, through his. Chapter 20. The world through his eye was half gone. A smear of sky on the left, arena stone on the right, the russet mare a blur of motion in the gap between. Keziah's brain tried to fill the missing field with what she knew should be there, and Wakesfire pushed her deeper, forcing her to stop correcting, stop guessing, stop trying to see what was not there. Feel it. The russet mare was coming again from the right. Keziah could not track the angle, could not see the blade, but she felt Wakefire's weight shift, felt him read the turbulence of the other dragon's wing beat through the air on his scales. He dropped hard, left wing folded, right wing extended. The asymmetry was deliberate. It pulled them into a corkscrew that looked like a loss of control, like the wound had finally won. Keziah's stomach heaved as the arena spun, sand and sky and observer boxes swapping places, and she understood what he was doing before he finished the turn. He was showing the weakness, letting the russet mare believe she had broken them. Zosia took the bait. The mare folded and dove, crescent blade extended for the killing strike, straight into the path of Wakefire's one good eye. He pulled up at the last instant. The mare screamed as Wakefire's claws raked across her flank, not deep but decisive, a wound that said, "I let you think you had me." Zosia recovered fast, wheeling the mare away, but the rhythm had changed. The crowd knew it. Keziah felt the shift in the air, the way the russet dragon's wing beat stuttered with pain. Again she sent, "You are learning." They did not fight symmetrical after that. Wakesfire flew like a creature who had spent decades compensating for what he could not see. He dropped into patterns that looked broken, dragging his injured wing low, feigning collapse, then snapping through impossible turns that used the weight of his own wounds as momentum. Keziah stopped trying to guide him. She became his right eye, calling the attacks he could not track, feeding him the angles through the bond before the russet mare could close. But Zosia was not a 7-match survivor by luck. She adapted faster than Keziah expected. The mare stopped chasing the feints, started reading the bond instead of the flight, watching for the instant Keziah's attention shifted. The split-second Wakefire's wing faltered before a recovery. The 5th pass nearly ended them. Zosia came straight through the center, no angle, no feint, just speed. The mare's spines caught Wakesfire across the throat before he could turn, ripping a gash along the softer scales beneath his jaw. Blood sprayed across Keziah's hands, hot and slick, and the bond screamed. "Stay," she told him. "Stay with me." His answering thought was a rasp. "Where else would I go?" She felt the russet mare circling again, patient now, waiting for the blood loss to do its work. Wakefire's wing beat was losing power. The belly wound, the flank gash, the membrane butt, the throat, each bleeding a little more, each stealing a little more lift. They could not outlast. They could not outfly. They had to make Zosia beat herself. The weak side, Keziah sent. Give her the weak side. Wakesfire understood before she finished the thought. He let his right wing dip. Let the spin drag them sideways, off-balanced, toward the Arona wall where the furnace vents belted heat into the air. The russet mare followed, Zosia's blade ready for the finishing strike, and Keziah felt the thermal shear before she saw it, the sudden lift of compressed air that Wakesfire had known was there all along. He caught it on his good wing. The thermal wrenched them up and left, and the russet mare overshot, carried by her own speed straight into the furnace vent's full blast. The heat hit her like a wall. She reared, wings snapping shut, and Zosia lost a stirrup, one hand flying wide to catch the saddle. They were vulnerable. Keziah did not think. She leaned into the bond and Wakesfire turned, not fast, not graceful, but enough. Enough to bring his claws across the mare's exposed flank, enough to tear through leather and hide in a singling ragged strike. The mare dropped, not crashed, dropped. Zosia mended the landing, chest deep in sand, the mare's legs buckling under her. The bell rang before the dust settled. Victory. The crowd did not cheer. They watched, silent and hungry, as Keziah and Wakesfire descended on the far side of the arena. Wakesfire hit the sand badly, his forelegs folding, his chest scraping across the grit before he caught himself. Keziah could not let go of the harness. Her hands were locked, her arms were shaking. The bond was a raw current of pain and exhaustion, and something worse beneath it, a cold evaluation that did not belong to her. Wakefire's thought came through the haze. They know now. She tried to answer, but her mouth would not move. They measured us, every limit, every wound. A shadow fell across the sand. Keziah looked up, expecting handers, expecting masters. Instead, she saw Idrisi standing at the edge of the arena floor, his face unreadable, his pale amber eyes fixed on the blood soaking through her sleeves. Behind him, the arena master's box was empty. The black leather figure was gone. And in the crowd, high in the third observer tier, A figure in worker's gray was already walking away, moving against the current of spectators, a shape she had seen once before in a hidden roost stall, watching her with ancient patience. Chapter 21. They pried her off the harness. Keziah did not remember her fingers unlocking. She did not remember the handlers stepping back when she would not let go. What she remembered was Calvo's voice, low and steady, cutting through the roar still ringing in her skull, and the pressure of his hands prying her grip loose one finger at a time. "I have her," he said. "Let go, child. He needs me." She let go. Her hands dropped to her sides like dead weight. The sand was cold through her boots. Someone was shouting in the arena corridors, orders and counter-orders, and the crowd was still bleeding out through the exits in a slow, hungry murmur. Calvo did not wait for clearance. He knelt beside Wakefire's foreleg, his healer's hands already moving across the throat gas, pressing, testing, reading the wound the way other men read script. The dragon's head stayed low, breath shallow, one eye closed. "Get her out of the light," Undesirable said. Keziah had not seen her arrive. The old champion was simply there, emerging from the shadow beneath the arena wall, her cropped silver hair catching the torch glow. She did not look at Keziah. She looked at the empty master's box, at the dispersing crowd, at the corridors where patrols would come eventually. "Now," she said. Zori's hand closed around Keziah's wrist. "Come on, move your feet. I'll do the rest." Keziah moved. She did not know if she was walking or being dragged. The corridors swallowed them, torchlight and stone dust, and behind her she heard Calvo calling for oil, linen, something to stop the bleeding before the dragon bled out on the sand. The twins were already in position. Maddie stood at the junction where the workers' passage split toward the roost, his dark eyes scanning the darkness beyond. He had a crowbar in one hand and a length of chain in the other, tools that could be anything to anyone who looked. Zuri pulled Keziah past him without slowing. "Clear," Maddie said. "For now." They did not go to the training roost. They went lower, down a shaft Keziah had never seen, through a door that looked like a wall, into a space that smelled of dust and old straw and the tang of medicinal resin. Undesirable's hidden room. Keziah's knees buckled the moment they were inside. She caught herself on a crate, nails scraping wood, breath coming too fast. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking. The bond was a raw, open channel of Wakefire's pain, and she could not close it, could not wall him out, could not do anything except feel him bleed. "Breathe," Zuri said. "Or don't, but stay upright." She meant it as a joke. Keziah heard the fear underneath. Pim arrived last. He came through the same door, clutching a canvas sack to his chest, his wide eyes darting around the room like he expected someone to grab him. His coat was inside out. His hair was worse than usual. "I brought the things," he said. "The oil, the resin, and the other thing." He pulled out a folded paper, yellowed at the edges, and held it toward Keziah like an offering. She did not take it. "Later," she said. Pim's hand dropped. He nodded once, quick and sharp, and shoved the paper back into the sack. "Later, right. Later is good. Later is a plan." Undesirable did not look away from the door. "They will search the roost within the hour." The master filed a conduct report before the match. He expected her to lose or die. When neither happened, he moved to the next option. "The broken Jauken caverns," Keziah said. "Or worse, Idrisi stopped the first hearing, but he cannot stop a second if the master calls it with witnesses." Keziah thought of Idrisi's face at the arena edge, unreadable, watching. She thought of the empty master's box and the figure in worker's gray walking away through the crowd. "The Gree Dragon," she said, "the one from the Roost stall. I saw her watcher in the crowd." Tandazil's jaw tightened. Then they know where we hide. Who is they? No one answered. The silence stretched, heavy and wrong, and Keziah felt the shape of it pressing against her ribs. These people had come for her. They had carried her through the dark, risked their places, risked their lives, and she had not asked any of them to do it. She had not thanked them either. "Why?" she said. The word came out rough, scraped raw by the arena dust and the blood still drying on her hands. "Why are you here?" Zuri snorted. "Stupid question. You think we had better plans? The Concord will find out. They will punish you." "Let them try," Maddie said from the door. He had not moved from his post. His voice was flat, practical, the voice of someone who had already counted the cost and decided it was acceptable. "We mapped the tunnels," Zuri said. "We know where they patrol, we know the gaps. You think we did all that work for fun?" Keziah looked at Pym. He flinched under her gaze, then straightened. "I have the records, the erased pages, the proof. I have been keeping them for you. That is what I do now." "You are an archivist." "I am your archivist." The words hit her like a blow. She looked at each of them in turn, Zuri grinning like the whole thing was a game she intended to win. Maddie, silent and watchful, his weight braced against the door. Pym, trembling, terrified, holding his canvas sack like it was the only solid thing in the world. And Tandazil, who had already buried one Onwuamaeze and was not about to bury another. Keziah's throat closed. She had spent her whole life treating attachment like a trap. She had left first, spoken last, made herself small, hard, and impossible to need. She had told herself that belonging was a cage, that anyone who got close would eventually become a weapon aimed at her back. But these people had not aimed anything. They had come. They had chosen her, not because she asked, not because she earned it, but because she was theirs. She did not know what to do with the weight of that. The bond pulsed. Wakefire's pain, distant now, dampened by Calvo's hands and the resin Pym had brought. But beneath the pain, something else. Something that felt like the dragon's version of the same hunger she was trying not to name. "Let them stay," he sent. The thought was not a command, it was an offering. Keziah pressed her palm against her chest, where her mother's ring lay warm against her skin, and did not answer. Because if she said zest to that, we would never be alone again. And she did not know if she could survive belonging. The door opened, everyone tensed. Maddie shifted his grip on the crowbar. Zuri's hand went to her belt. But it was Calvo, his robes dark with blood, his face drawn and exhausted. He looked at Keziah with something that might have been the first crack in his calm. "He will live," Calvo said, "but you need to see this." He held out his hand. In his palm lay a fragment of resin, black and hardened, with a single word carved into it. "The bloodline ends here." The same threat from the Roost. But this time, it was fresh. Chapter 22. The resin fragment sat in Calvo's palm like a brand pressed into flesh. Keziah stared at the carved word. "The bloodline ends here." Fresh. Still tacky at the edges where the resin had not fully set. "When did you find it?" she said. 15 minutes ago, wedged into the Roost door frame." Calvo's voice dropped. "Whoever left it wanted you to find it tonight." "Or wanted me to know they could get close enough to leave it." The room went quiet. Zuri stopped grinning. Maddie shifted his weight off the crowbar. Pym pressed the canvas sack against his chest like a shield. Undesirable broke the silence first. "Then we stop hiding in holes and start moving." "Where?" Keziah said. "The stacks." Pym flinched. The stacks are sealed. After the alarm last week, they locked every archive entrance. There are patrols now, regular ones. I barely got out with what I brought." "Then you know another way in." He did not answer, but his hand tightened on the sack. Keziah watched him fight the war between terror and purpose that had been living in his chest since the day he first handed her a scrap of erased paper. She saw the moment purpose won. "There is a route," he said, "through the old cistern overflow. It connects to the maintenance shaft behind the lower reference room. But the grate is wristed shut, and it floods during Stormcrest." "Stormcrest is tomorrow night," Maddie said. "Which means we go now," Keziah said, "before the water rises, and before whoever carved that resin decides to finish what they started." Keziah stood, her legs held, her hands still trembled, but she pressed them flat against her thighs and the shaking stopped. "Pym leads," she said. "Maddie, hold the junction behind us. Zuri, watch the cross passages. If I am not back by dawn, you run. All of you. You find the gray dragon and you run." "And leave you," Zuri said. "Yes, stupid." "I am not asking." "Good," Zuri said, "because nobody agreed to follow your orders." She was already moving toward the tunnel mouth. Maddie followed without a word. Pym looked at Keziah with wide, fast-moving eyes, then nodded once, sharp, and slid through the door. The passage swallowed them. It was older than the rest of the underlevels. The walls were rough-cut stone, sweating moisture, studded with iron brackets that had not held torches in decades. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The air smelled of rust and old sediment, and the particular cold that came from places the sun had never touched. Pym moved fast for someone who looked like he might shatter at a loud noise. His hands found the turns without hesitation, tracing the wall with his fingertips to count intersections in the dark. "Here," he whispered. "The cistern overflow drops into the maintenance shaft. The grate is at the bottom. If it sticks..." "It will not stick. You do not know that. I know you got through it before." He stopped, turned. In the dim light filtering through a crack above them, his face looked older than she remembered from the last time, or maybe it was just the weight of what they carried. Pym's boots scraped against stone as he descended the rusted ladder rungs. Below them, water glinted in the dark. The grate was there, iron, filled with orange corrosion. Pym grabbed the bars and pulled. It did not move. He pulled again. His shoulders tensed. The grate groaned but held. "Rusted shut," he said. "Like I said." Keziah stepped past him on the narrow ledge. She wedged her fingers through the gap where the hinge met the frame. The metal was cold, wet. She pulled. Nothing. She pulled again, and the bond flared. Wakefire's strength did not fill her. That was not how it worked. But his focus sharpened hers. His refusal to let a locked door stop them. His decades of learning that the world's barriers were only as solid as the person who built them. She pulled a third time. The grate tore open with a screech of metal. Pym stared at her. That was not normal. "Neither is the bond." She dropped through the opening into the dry passage beyond. The stacks were wrong. Keziah had never been inside the archive level before, but she knew what a room felt like when it had been scrubbed. Not cleaned. Scrubbed. The shelves were too orderly, the gaps between the bindings too uniform. Someone had come through and removed everything that did not fit the official story. Pym led her past rows of ledgers, past racks of scrolls sealed with Concord wax, past a desk that still held a half-empty cup of tea gone cold. "The altered records are in the back," he whispered. "The master log, the one they update every cycle. They thought no one would notice if they replaced the original pages, but the binding stitch is different. The thread. They used machine-spun instead of hand-twisted." "You noticed the thread?" "I notice everything. It is the only thing that makes me useful." He pulled a heavy leather-bound volume from the lowest shelf and laid it on the desk. Keziah leaned over it. The page was clean. Official. The champion roll for the 15th cycle listed names, houses, match outcomes. Nothing unusual, nothing dangerous. Turn it, Pym said. She turned the page. The next leaf was the same paper, the same ink, the same hand. But the binding at the spine was wrong. The stitching was too tight, too even, too new. Pym reached into his sack and pulled out a thin blade. He slid it between the pages and cut the thread. The false page lifted away. Beneath it, the original lay yellowed and cracked. The ink faded, the handwriting older and less steady. The entries were denser, more detailed. Names Keziah did not recognize, match results that did not match the official records. And then, near the bottom of the page, a name she knew. Onwuamaeze D. Bond completed. Bloodline confirmed. Below it, in the same hand, a single line crossed out so hard the pen had torn through the paper, but she could still read what it said. Executed by Concord order. Reason, refusal to renounce. Transferred to sealed record. Transferred, Keziah said. Not eliminated, transferred. Pym's face was pale in the dim light. Transferred means they moved her. Somewhere. Before they killed her. There should be a location, a destination, but it has been cut from every copy. Cut by who? I do not know, but there is a pattern. Every champion with a confirmed bloodline bond has a missing entry in the year before their death. The same gap, the same cut. Whatever happened to them is started before the execution. Keziah traced her finger across her mother's name. The paper was warm, not from her hand. She pulled her finger back and watched the ink seem to darken under her touch, as if the name itself was still alive, still waiting. We need to find where they took her. We need to find where they took all of them. Footsteps. Heavy. Measured. Coming down the main aisle. Pym's breath caught. He grabbed the false page, shoved it back into the binding, slammed the volume shut. But there was no time to return it to the shelf. No time to hide. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Keziah's hand went to her belt. Empty. No blade. No weapon. Nothing but the ring burning against her chest and the bond singing with Wakefire's alarm. The door opened, and Idris stepped through. His amber eyes swept the room. The open book, the cut thread, the panic frozen on Pym's face. Keziah's hands, still raised, still ready to fight. He did not speak. Behind him, a patrol voice called out. Cadet Bellanca? Is someone in the reference room? Idrisi turned his head just enough to answer. No one. I checked. The door was unlocked. Probably a worker who forgot to seal it. We are supposed to report any unlocked doors. Ben, report it. I will note the time and the room number for your log. A pause. Then the footsteps moved away. Idrisi waited until they faded. Then he closed the door behind him and looked at Keziah. You need to leave. Now. Why are you helping us? Because I chose. You chose to stop a hearing. You chose to redirect a patrol. That is not the same as choosing a side. He stepped closer. Close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw, the tightness around his eyes that meant he was not as calm as he sounded. It is the same when the choices keep pointing in the same direction. And what direction is that? He did not answer, but his hand moved. Slow, deliberate. He reached past her and pulled a folded paper from inside the master log, a page she had not seen, one that had been hidden deeper than the rest. He pressed it into her palm. "I do not know whose side I am on," he said, "but I know whose side I want to be on." The paper was warm. It was also marked with a single word. Keeper. Chapter 23. The dawn patrol found them before light touched the Roost. 3 trainers in Concord gray. None of them faces Keziah recognized. The lead carried a leather tube sealed with black wax. She knew the shape before he spoke. "Conduct orders. Disciplinary assignment. Rider Onwuamaeze," the trainer said. "By authority of the Arena Review Board, you and your mount are remanded to conditioning rotation until further notice." "What does that mean?" "It means you have not been meeting training standards for a tournament rider. You will train until you do." Keziah looked past him toward the Roost, where Wakesfire lay with Calvo's poultice still fresh on his throat. The gash had closed, but the flesh beneath was raw, pink, barely held. "He is injured. He will heal faster with use." The trainer did not wait for her agreement. He uncorked the tube and read from the paper inside. 12 stations, 6 hours, no rest between rotations. The course was designed for healthy mounts and experienced riders, the kind of training that broke bonds instead of building them. She wanted to refuse, but she saw the second figure behind the trainers. Young, cadet leathers, polished boots. Idrisi stood at the back of the patrol, arms folded, watching her with a face that gave nothing away. He had not warned her about this. Either he had not known, or he had chosen not to tell her. She did not know which possibility hurt worse. The first station was a spiral climb around the fortress's eastern tower, 12 rings of ascending stone that required constant banking, constant correction. Wakefire's wing caught on the 4th turn. He compensated, dropped his left shoulder, dragged them through the next 3 rings with his good side taking all the weight. Keziah felt every tremor in the bond. The second station was a dead hang hover over an open furnace vent, the heat so intense it curled the edges of her leathers and sent sweat running into her eyes. Wakesfire held position for the full count. His breath came in jagged pulses she felt through her thighs. The third station was a drop and catch, releasing from height and recovering before impact. On the 4th drop, Wakefire's wings stalled. They fell 40 feet before he caught the thermal. Keziah's vision went white at the edges. She did not let go. By the 4th hour, she had lost count of the stations. Her hands were raw inside the gloves. The bond had narrowed to a single channel of shared pain and the mechanical will to stay conscious. Wakefire's thoughts had stopped coming as wads. They came as pressure, temperature, the angle of a turn he could not knock but would attempt anyway, because stopping meant failing, and failing meant they would do this again tomorrow. The trainers watched from a platform above the obstacle field. Idrisi watched from the edge. She caught his face between stations, a flash of amber eyes in the gray light, and she could not read whether the tension in his jaw was concern or calculation. It should not matter. It mattered. The 9th station required them to fly through a tunnel of swinging iron cages, each one weighted to crush a dragon's spine if the timing was wrong. Wakesfire dove. The first cage swung wide. The second clipped his tail. The third, the one that mattered, hung directly in their path and he could not see it from his ruined eye, and she did not call the correction because she was looking at Idrisi instead of the tunnel, and the cage caught Wakefire's right wing and slammed them into the stone wall. Pain. Not hers. His. The bond went white. Keziah felt the impact through her shoulder, through her ribs, through the places where Wakefire's body had hit the rock. They were falling. No, they were sliding. Wakefire's claws caught a ledge, caught it, lost it, caught it again. They stopped. Keziah hung against his neck, breathless, shaking. Below them, the trainers were writing something on their slate. She wanted to kill them. Wakefire's thought came through the bond, not as words, but as a grip. Not rage, focus. Look at me. She looked at him. Not at him, not tenderly in the way the word meant soft. She kissed him the way she had taken the last station, full effort, no hesitation, because wanting one clean moment felt worth the risk of whatever came after. His hand came up to her jaw. His fingers trembled. She felt the tremor through his skin, through the air between them, through the place where his mouth met hers and held. When she pulled back, his eyes were still closed. "If this is part of the assignment," she said, "tell me now." He opened his eyes. "It is not." "Can you prove that?" "No." She should have walked away. She stayed. "There is a third trial," Idrisi said. "The arena master has scheduled it for dawn. Not announced, not bracket, a special exhibition." "For what purpose?" "To test how much punishment your bond can take before it breaks." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. "And you are telling me this because you are on my side." "I am telling you this because I cannot watch you die in front of me." She looked down at her palm. The brand was still raw, still burning, but the salve had stopped the worst of it. "Then help me survive it." "I will." "That is not a choice until you stop reporting to them." His jaw tightened. She waited. He did not answer. Above them, the storm clouds had gathered dark against the Sean's edge, heavy with lightning that had not yet struck. Keziah felt the pressure in the air, the same pressure she always felt before the sky broke open and the world became wind and water and nowhere to hide. She pulled her hand free, stood. "Find me when you have decided." Chapter 24. The hidden rooms smelled of dust and old metal, and the particular cold that settled into places the sun never reached. Keziah sat on a crate with her torn gauntlet in her lap, the brand still throbbing where Idrisi's salve had cooled it. Her lips still burned. His tremor still lived in her palms. She pressed her hands flat against her thighs and forced the feeling elsewhere. Fandazil stood at the far wall with her back to the room, one hand braced against the stone. She had not spoken since Keziah descended through the shaft. The silence had weight, the kind that meant someone was deciding how much truth a body could carry. "He gave you the paper," Fandazil said. "Not a question." "Yes." "And you kissed him anyway." Kez's jaw tightened. "You saw that?" "I saw him walking toward you with Calvo's salve. I saw how long you stayed on that ledge after. I drew my own conclusion." "He told me about the third trial." Fandazil turned. Her lined face caught the lantern light in deep angles, shadows pooling in the scar along her cheek. "The exhibition." "You knew." "I heard rumors. I hoped they were wrong." "What is it?" Fandazil crossed the room slowly, the way someone moved when they were measuring distance from a wound. She sat on the crate across from Keziah, close enough that their knees almost touched. "The Concord has a technique they do not name in the arena codes," she said. "A judgment method. They use it when a bond defies their control. When a rider wins too many times and the crowd begins to see them as something other than spectacle." "What kind of technique?" "They open the bond by force. They chain dragon and rider to separate stations and run current through the link until one of them breaks. The pain is not the point. The point is proving that the bond is a weakness, that it can be exploited, that no matter how strong the rider, the Concord owns the connection." Keziah's stomach turned. "They want to show the crowd I am not dangerous, that I can be broken. They want to show that no bloodline is strong enough to survive their judgment. The words landed like stone in her chest. She thought of Wakesfire standing in the roost, head down, chest heaving, the bond flickering with exhaustion so deep it had no color. She thought of the 9th station, the iron cage that had crushed his wing because she had been whiting Idrisi instead of the tunnel. There is another way, Undesirable said. Keziah looked up. The old way. The one the Concord erased from the records because they could not control it. Hamzil reached into her coat and pulled out a folded scrap of paper, yellowed at the edges, creased so many times the ink had cracked along the folds. She handed it to Keziah. It was a drawing. Crude, human, not a formal schematic, but a memory pressed into ink. 2 figures, one human and one dragon, connected by a line that split into threads running through both bodies. The threads crossed. They wove together like the roots of a tree that had grown through stone. The shared wound flight, Undesirable said. Dragon and rider exchange strength, sight, breath, heartbeat, until neither can tell where one ends and the other begins. If the rider's body fails, the dragon can keep the heart pumping with its own blood. If the dragon's wing breaks, the rider can lend enough will to hold the bone in place until they land. That is not possible. It was. Before the Concord burned the riders who knew how. Keziah stared at the drawing. The threads looked like veins, like the bond she felt pulsing under her skin every time Wakesfire moved. What does it cost? Undesirable's eyes did not waver. Everything. If one of you dies in the exchange, the other dies with them. No separation, no survival. The link is complete, which means the death is complete. Kez's throat closed. But if you survive it, Undesirable said, the bond is deeper than anything the Concord can force open. They cannot break what they cannot find the edges of. My mother used it. The words came out flat, not a question. Undesirable's silence was the answer. She used it and they executed her anyway. She used it and they could not break her bond before they killed her. She walked into that pyre still carrying Wakefire's well in her chest. The fire did not take that from her. They had to burn the body to stop the bond from passing. Keziah's hand moved to her chest, to the ring that hung there, warm against her skin. I do not know how to do it. I can show you. I do not have time. The trial is at dawn. Then I will show you what I can before the horns. Undesirable stood. The bond was still open, still running, Wakefire's presence burning through her like a second bloodstream. She felt him rising in the roost, felt his wing protest, felt him ignore it. We go, he said. Not a question. She moved toward the shaft, the drawing pressed against her heart, the brand raw and ready, the taste of his grief still sharp on her tongue. Behind her, Undesirable spoke once. Your mother did not win the trial that broke her open. Keziah stopped. But she walked into it standing. They had to burn her while she was still on her feet. The horn stopped. Silence. Then the roar of the crowd, distant and hungry, waiting for blood. Keziah climbed. Chapter 25. The arena swallowed her the moment she stepped through the gate. Not the roar, not the light, the scale of it, the hollow hunger of 4,000 bodies packed into stone, waiting for blood to justify the morning. Keziah walked forward with the bond open and Wakefire's awareness running beneath her skin like a second circulatory system. The stands were full. Observer banners hung from every tier, 3 fortress houses, their sigils snapping in the thermal draft. The arena master stood at the edge of the judging platform, hands clasped behind his back, watching her with the patience of a man who had already written the outcome. He did not expect her to walk out. She felt that knowledge settle into Wakesfire's chest, felt him accept it and set it aside. "They have never seen what we are," he said. "Neither have I. Then we will show each other." The gate behind her slammed shut, the lock engaged with a sound like a bone breaking. The arena master raised his hand. "Trial of the unstable bond," he announced, and his voice carried through the stone, amplified by the thermal vents. 12 measures. Chained maneuvers with synchronized pain feedback. Separation penalty. Bond failure assessment. Completion requirement. Full circuit or submission. 12 measure. Chained maneuvers. Synchronized pain feedback. She had never heard the terms before, but the meaning arrived through Wakefire's memory before she could ask. They would be linked by current, rider, and dragon wired into the same circuit. Every blow he took would echo in her spine. Every jarring landing she endured would fold into his wings. The crowd stirred. They understood. This was not a trial of skill. It was a trial of how much damage a bond could hold before the people inside it stopped being people. A handler approached with a leather collar wired with copper thread. Keziah held still as he fastened it around her throat. The metal was cold. The thread trailed behind her like a bridle, leading to a post at the center of the arena floor where Wakesfire was already being harnessed to a matching rig. He stood in the sand, gray and scarred, his one good eye fixed on her across the distance. The collar sat heavy against his throat. The bond hummed between them. Not words, the feeling of one muscle tensing in a body that had two hearts. The handler stepped back. The arena master lowered his hand. "Begin." The first measure hit like a blade between her ribs. The current did not hurt. It opened her, every nerve ending flaring at once, every sensation doubled and redoubled until she could not tell whether the sand beneath her feet was sand or the memory of wind against Wakefire's hide. The chain between them drugged. She ran. The course was built for failure. Low walls she had to vault while Wakesfire cleared the parallel barriers overhead, their timing mismatched by design. A pit of ash that flooded the arena with heat and blindness, forcing her to navigate by his senses while he took direction from her breath. The third measure cost her the skin of her palms. She hit the wall wrong, momentum pulling her off balance, and the impact shivered through the bond and into Wakefire's foreleg. He staggered, the chain tightened, the collar bit into her throat hard enough to taste copper. 4,000 voices rose. They were not cheering, they were counting. Fourth measure, a drop. Not a dive, a fall, deliberate and controlled, while Wakesfire backed above her and the current pulled them apart until her ribs screamed and his wing joint protested in a language of stretched tendon and torn membrane. She hit the platform at the bottom and the impact traveled up through his haunches. He landed beside her, they were both shaking. "This is the design," Wakesfire said. "They mean to wear us down to the bone and then test whether the bone still holds." "How long until it breaks?" "Longer than they expect." Fifth measure, sixth. She stopped counting the blows and started counting the spaces between them. The moments when the bond went quiet, when the current dropped, when she could breathe without tasting his exhaustion and he could move without feeling the sting of her scraped knees and bloodied knuckles. The seventh measure was sensory deprivation, blindfolds, earplugs. The collar went a lot and then cold and then silent. And then nothing. No wind, no sound, no sense of where Wakesfire stood or whether he still breathed. The bond was still open, but without input, without touch, without the constant low hum of his presence. It felt like drowning in a room with no walls. She stood in the dark and tried not to panic. Wakesfire. Nothing. Wakesfire, I cannot feel you. The silence stretched. She remembered Thendizel's hands on hers, the woman's voice, low and steady. The exchange begins with one breath. You open the bond as wide as it will go, and you tell him what you need without asking permission. She had done that, where she had not done it blind. She reached into the dark where his presence should have been, and found only her own heartbeat, her own fear, the taste of copper on her tongue, and the weight of the collar against her throat. She reached deeper, past the fear, past the noise of her own blood, into the place where the bond lived, the wound that had never fully closed, the wee edge where one life ended and another began. She pushed through, and found him, not with words, not with sensation, but with the bone-deep knowledge of a body that had always known where he was. He was falling, not through air, through the deprivation, through the same blind dark, reaching for her with the same frantic silence. I have you, she said. Not aloud, through the wound. She pulled. The collar snapped hot against her throat, the metal was cold. The thread trailed behind her like a bridle, leading to a post at the center of the arena floor, where Wakesfire was already being harnessed to the warned into the course. What I but to be enter that put now? The divention everyone peel, wouldn't want to get the weight of the problem to be the better we do, with what I was at all then. We are not living a glandage people macated when it means that he was entirely disguised with armoring for what stressed was promising actually. What is awesome to finally transfer for a weir? It's not how I slice the wholest thing. It is for your lighting study. It is for me be open a little, and I am evenly looking to her farmal greaves. It is for you be a bum. Your engaging generation is perfectly widn't for your equal choice. What is walking clue? This is prominently finely despying this left. Why then I want more time to be leg. The maybe says that the len goes tense, and I am already leaving the versus hotly. It is just a white of suffice on its always optimistly brain. To cause your slurring breaks and balls, stitch in the cumbitch, to my sievers, the ban, to my hesherhote. He walks back. Secure toys. Not money standards to this of bist, always really simply, to make a blandage for your very eyes. I will try to see base everything, and then I won't enjoy the fire. The Verican had the moment when a warg opened him, it everly exploked on the debt the ones of that slept body act the ground, but his steppiliested fit accused hims. The bagboyd was trying to get anybody. I just did not pass my so. The security lotters I could still be amounted will not scam, my attachments will have about one. Wamps lunch succumb stabus. But you're living in the geart from the weekend you conclude with this. But the money even lying her. We might know to add that. But the scare once is actually car fitting, and then he can watch me. It joined with my eyes, it expends this wafely envired. This winkle who generally slices the smooth as they haven't to do it there. Ligs clearly works. I will actually absolute the verses who are slaced, just to stop smop into my complete settle. But my feeling is your girl, which are solely nice like dedge, exactly that we have all this depth of the bodies are technically loved, with the glow, the pea, the drill, had the violent water country. Now anyway you have to move, we are calling to be the stamage by affairs will then, if someone's going about another clom. But I have not ready for God to resin, I will thereafter him unto this way. But I am so immediately rise my genery with my asceni, and I've never get the device weight, for a mother more, maybe we have on a suits, if they specially joined it. The point is that this ceiling fastions tenement links was walking, and all a hashed of, chapter 26. The second handler did not hurry. He walked across the sand with the iron collar held at chest height, both hands visible, the gesture of a man performing procedure rather than threat. The crowd noise had not faded. If anything, it had grown sharper, hungrier. The roar of spectators who had watched a bond survive 12 measures and now wanted to see what breaking looked like. Keziah's hand found Wakefire's neck. His scales were hot. Not fever hot, not wound hot, but hot from the fire vents, from the strain, from the current that had run through both of them until she could not tell where her pulse ended and his heartbeat began. Do not let them put it on, old heart. Not again. The woman's face was her own. No. Her mother's. The recognition hit like a blade. Keziah gasped. Her knees buckled. The sand rose to meet her, and she caught herself on one hand, the branded palm flat against the ground, the heat of the arena floor searing through her raw skin. The handler kept walking. The crowd kept roaring, but Keziah was no longer entirely in her body. She was in the field at dusk. She was watching her mother stand in the firelight, wearing the same ring, carrying the same brand, speaking to the same gray dragon with the same fierce love that Keziah had never known she recognized until this moment. "What do you need?" her mother had asked him, and Wakesfire had answered. Not in words, in the weight of his head against her shoulder, in the trust of a creature who had been waiting for someone to ask. The memory snapped shut. Keziah was on her knees in the arena sand, the iron collar 10 paces away, the crowd a wall of noise and blood hunger, and she understood. This was not her mother's memory. This was his. Wakesfire had carried this for 17 years. She opened the bond wider, not as an act of desperation, not as a tactical choice, but as a homecoming, a door thrown open to a room she had been afraid to enter, and the flood that answered knocked her flat. His grief hit first. Not sadness, not mourning, but a grief so old it had calcified into a second skeleton, the grief of watching the woman he loved walk into fire rather than let them take what she carried. His rage followed, a slow-burning fury that had never cooled because it had nowhere to go. His loneliness, 17 years of silence, of waiting in caves and storm edges, of feeling the bond go dark and knowing it would not kindle again in his lifetime. And beneath all of it, her mother's voice. Stay. Not a command, a plea. Stay for her. Stay until she comes. Keziah rose to her feet. The handler was 4 paces away. The crowd noise had changed. She could hear it now, not as a wall of sound, but as individual threads, shouts, whistles, a woman screaming for blood, a man laughing, a child crying because the spectacle was too loud and too bright. She looked at the handler. "Tell the council," she said, "that this bond has already been tested." Her voice carried, not because she shouted, because the arena had gone quiet in the space between one breath and the next. The roar had faltered. The crowd had heard something in her tone that did not match the script. The handler stopped. The arena master lowered his hand. And Samuel Ikaru, still standing in the highest tier, still watching with those steel-gray eyes that had folded too many times, went still. Keziah turned to face him. The distance was vast. The arena floor, the tiers of spectators, the smoke rising from the cooling vents. But she felt Wakefire's memory pressing against her ribs, felt her mother's voice coiled in her throat like a song she had never learned. She opened her mouth, and the words that came out were not her own. "You told them I was dead." The voice that left her throat was hers, the pitch, the weight, the shape of it, but the cadence was different, the authority, the grief-tempered iron of a woman who had faced the Pyre Concord and refused to break. Samuel did not move. The handler looked at the platform. The guards looked at the crowd. The crowd looked at Keziah, at the gray dragon whose head had risen, at the girl whose mother's words still hung in the air like smoke from a pyre. Samuel Ikaru raised his hand. The arena held its breath. And in the silence, Keziah felt Wakefire's memory stir again, not as grief this time, not as loss, but as a name. A name her mother had called him across a firelit field, a name that had not been spoken in 17 years. It rose through the bond like a stone breaking the surface of still water, and Keziah knew. We both did. Looked to again on. Samuel Ikaru's hand hung in the air. The arena held. The crowd held. The handler with the iron collar stood frozen, waiting for the gesture that would send them all back into motion. Keziah felt the name burning on her tongue. Wakefire's true name, the one her mother had called him across a firelit field. She could speak it now. She could throw it into the silence like a blade and see what happened when the old gray dragon answered to something older than the arena's laws. She did not, because Samuel's hand lowered. Not a signal, a dismissal. He turned his back and walked out of the observation tier, his black coat disappearing through the archway without a word, leaving the arena master stranded on his platform with an order no one had followed. The crowd exhaled. Not applause, not a roar, a long, uncertain sound like wind through a hollow shard, and then the noise built again, but wrong, fractured, people asking each other what they had just seen. Keziah did not wait for them to decide. She turned and walked toward the tunnel, Wakefire's weight moving beside her, the handler with the iron collar still standing in the same spot, not following. She did not look back. The tunnel swallowed her. The torchlight hit her face and she stopped, pressed her palm flat against the stone, and let the bond breathe. Wakefire's presence settled behind her eyes, his exhaustion layered over hers, the names still held between them like a door she was not ready to open. She heard footsteps, not boots, soft soles, running. Zuri emerged from the maintenance shaft, face wild, hair stuck to her temples, a coil of rope still looped over her shoulder. "They're saying you made a dead woman speak." Keziah did not correct her. "Samowa walked out," Zuri continued, grabbing her arm. "The whole arena saw it. The handlers are arguing in the underhall. They don't know what to do with you now." "They'll know soon enough." Maddie appeared behind Zuri, his dark, watchful eyes scanning the tunnel both ways before he spoke. "New pairings just posted. Your name is on the bracket against Dear Aven." Keziah knew the name. Fortress-born, 3rd year, mounted on a deep blue mare with a reputation for endurance kills. A fighter who did not try to win fast, just won. "I was supposed to face a quarter-final," she said. "Oh, Idrisi Bellanca. The board retroactively reinstated him and moved your original opponent into a different bracket." Her blood went cold. They were not trying to beat her anymore. They were trying to bury her in bodies until one stuck. "Where's Idrisi?" she asked. Zuri and Maddie exchanged a look. "Haven't seen him since the trial ended," Zuri said. Keziah felt the bond pulse, a thread of unease that was not her own. Wakefire's head turned, scanning the tunnel's far end where the torchlight failed. "He will come," the old gray said. "The question is what he brings." She wanted to argue. She could not. Night fell across the fortress like a closing fist. Keziah sat in the hidden room beneath the arena, her back against the wall, her mother's ring cold against her chest, for the first time since the bond had kindled. The shared wand drawing lay beside her, creased and worn from being pressed against her heart during the trial. Samdazil had gone to check on the Grey Dragon's stall, though they both knew the Roost was compromised. Pim was in the archives, hunting for any record of Dear Aven that might tell them why the bracket had changed. Keziah spy-upped right down and, "Why him?" Idrisi leaned forward, his voice dropping to something that was almost a confession. "Because if I had told you in the arena, you would have done something that got you killed before the trial dust settled. You would have confronted Samoe. You would have demanded answers in front of the crowd. You would have given him the excuse he needs to execute you on the floor instead of making you fight for it." She wanted to argue. She could not. He was right. "I am on your side," he said. The words came out rough, scraped. "I know you have no reason to believe that. I know every hour I spent with you was built on assignment I did not choose and a trust I had not earned. But I am telling you now, with nothing left to gain and everything to lose, that I will not let them put that collar on you." Keziah held his gaze. The bond hummed at the edge of her awareness, Wakefire's judgment filtering through like light through smoke. "He means it," the old grey said. "But meaning it is not the same as being able to stop it." She looked at Idrisi. "Then prove it." His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, the controlled stillness cracking just enough to show the desperation underneath. "The keeper," he said. "The paper I gave you. That is not a title, it is a person. Someone who has been watching your bloodline since before you were born. Someone who knew your mother." Keziah's breath stopped. "Where?" "I do not know exactly. The contact is one way. I leave a marker at a drop point in the lower market and they find me. But I have never been given the meeting location. That is how they stay alive." "Then how do I find them?" Idrisi reached into his coat and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. He held it between them, not offering it yet. "I have one more marker left. If I leave it tonight, they will make me tomorrow. But I cannot guarantee what happens after." Keziah looked at the paper, then at Idrisi's face, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands stayed still because he was forcing them to. "Why give me this now?" "Because Samoa altered the pairings," he said. "Because the iron collar is still waiting. Because I do not know how many chances I have left to choose something that is not what they made me." He held out the paper. Keziah took it. Their fingers brushed, and she felt the tremor in his hand, the fear he was holding back by will alone. "If you burn this," he said, "I will understand." She did not burn it. She folded it into her palm against the brand. "Leave the marker tonight," she said. Idrisi nodded once, rose, and crossed to the door. He paused with his hand on the latch, not turning around. "If this goes wrong," he said, "I want you to know that I regretted it before it started. Every part of it, every report I filed, every time I told myself I was just doing what I was raised to do." He opened the door. "I will see you tomorrow." He stepped into the dark, and the door closed between them. Chapter 28. The underlevels smelled of wet stone and something rotting in the walls. Keziah moved through the narrow passage, with her palm pressed against the rock, using the rough texture to keep herself grounded. The bond was quiet, Wakesfire resting in Calvo's care, his burns dressed, his wing braced. She felt him at the edge of her awareness like a second heartbeat, steady but watchful. The tunnel branched ahead. She stopped. Pym emerged from the left fork with a lamp held so tight his knuckles were white. His eyes were wide, fast-moving, skipping over her face and the walls and the ceiling as if expecting something to drop from above. 3 levels down," he whispered. "There is a sub-archive under the old cistern. The master sealed it after the shattering centennial. Nobody has opened it in 40 years. "How do you know about it?" "I found a reference in the binding notations. The page size changed between volumes. Someone folded a whole tier of records into the seam. Keziah studied him. His hair stuck up at the crown the way it always did when he had been running his hands through it. There was ink on his fingers and a tremor in the hand that held the lamp. "You have been down there already," she said. "I scouted the entrance. I did not go in." "Why not?" Pym's gaze finally settled on her face. "Because the lock is not standard. It is a council seal. If I break it, they will know someone entered before we have what we need." Keziah understood. The search was not about finding the door. It was about being ready to walk through it the moment they did. "Where are Zuri and Maddie?" "Mapping the worker routes beneath the archive hall. Calvo is running interference. He has people in the kitchens and the cistern crew who will signal if anyone moves toward this level." She nodded and started moving again, following Pym's lamp into the dark. The passage angled down, the walls changing from cut stone to rough-hewn rock. The air grew colder, wetter. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a steady percussion that made the silence feel deeper. "How long do we have?" she asked. "Before dawn? 4 hours. Maybe less if the council calls another session." "That is not what I meant." Pym was quiet for a step. "I do not know how long until someone notices the archive suspension is not keeping us out." The passage ended at a rusted iron door set into the rock face. The seal was visible even in the low light, a circular brand pressed into the metal, the Concord's mark with an additional ring around the edge. Pym touched the seal with one finger. 40 years, he said. "This was forged before my parents were born." Keziah looked at the door, at the seal, at the years of dust of silence stacked behind it. "My mother's records are in there. And Wakesfire's." Pym's voice dropped lower. "I know one kind of speaks his time for my glance." "That is not what I meant." Pym was quiet for a step. "I do not know how long until someone notices the archive suspension is not keeping us out." The passage ended at a rusted iron door set into the rock face. The seal was visible even in the low light, a circular brand pressed into the metal, the Concord's mark with an additional ring around the edge. Pym touched the seal with one finger. 40 years, he said. "This was forged before my parents were born." Keziah looked at the door, at the seal, at the years of dust and silence stacked behind it. "My mother's records are in there. And Wakesfire's." Pym's voice dropped lower. "I found a reference in the upper archive stack, a single entry about a bonded pair from the 3rd cycle. The dragon was listed as origin unconfirmed, gray-scaled, scarred right eye." Keziah's chest tightened. "They tried to erase him too. They tried to erase the whole cycle, but someone kept a copy. Someone folded it into the subarchive instead of burning it." She looked at the seal and felt the weight of what was behind it. Her mother's name, Wakesfire's origin, the evidence Sewo Elikaru had spent 17 years burying. "Can you break it without tripping an alarm?" Pym's hand trembled as he pulled a thin metal pick from his sleeve. "I can try." He worked in silence, the pick sliding into the seam between the seal and the door. Keziah watched his hands, the precision in the tremor, the way he breathed in short, controlled bursts as if calming himself through the motion. Minutes passed. The seal clicked. Pym exhaled and pulled the door open. The darkness beyond was absolute. Keziah took the lamp from him and stepped through. The subarchive was smaller than she expected. A single room carved into the rock, shelves lining 3 walls, each one stacked as leather-bound volumes and rolled parchment. The air was dry and stale, the dust so thick it coated her tongue. She moved to the nearest shelf and pulled a volume free. The pages were brittle at the edges, the ink faded but legible. Names, dates, bonded pairs listed by cycle and outcome. She ran her finger down the entries. 53 pairs in the third cycle alone, 27 listed as bloodline confirmed, 16 as executed by Concord order. She stopped at the bottom of the page. The last entry had been scratched out with a blade, the ink scraped away so thoroughly that the parchment was thin enough to see through. But someone had written in the margin beneath it, a single word in a hand she did not recognize. Keep. Keziah turned the page and found her mother's name. Chapter 29. The arena master stepped into the light and raised both hands. The crowd noise settled, not to silence, but to a lower roar, the sound of blood still hot in 4,000 throats. Keziah stood at the sand's edge, with Wakefire's heat against her back. The iron collar gone, but the memory of it still tight around her throat. This exhibition is sanctioned under Article 12, the arena master announced, for the purpose of demonstrating reformed technique to the observer houses. Keziah knew what that meant. A show, a display of control meant to prove the bond was safe, that the council's decision to spare her was correct. She also knew the opponent they had chosen. Lyra Trask walked onto the sand with a lean, blacker-scaled mare, a hindle at each side, adjusting the forward harness. Second year from Obsidian Hall. 4 eliminations. No reputation for cruelty, which made the pairing worse. If they had sent someone vicious, the trap would have been obvious. A whistle blew. Keziah swung into the saddle and felt Wakefire's muscles coil beneath her. The bond was still raw from the trial, open in ways she had never let it be before. She felt him testing the air, reading the mare's stance, counting the distance to the arena walls. Above them, the observer houses leaned forward. The first pass was a formality. Keziah touched Wakesfire wide, matching the mare's speed, letting Lyra set the rhythm. The copper dragon's tail lashed once, a warning more than an attack. Wakesfire answered with a feint, dropping his shoulder, drawing the strike that did not come. Disengage, the arena master called. Reset. They broke apart, circled, came together again. This time Lyra moved faster. The copper mare bit for Wakefire's right side, the blind angle exactly where Zosia Varan had struck. Keziah felt the impact through the bond, not a full bite, but a testing clamp, teeth closing on air where his wing joint had been a heartbeat before. Wakesfire had pulled left. He had seen it coming, but he had seen it coming because the bond let him feel the mare's intention before the strike, not because he had tracked the movement. The observer house on the left stirred. Someone was taking notes. Harder, a voice called from the highest tier. Not the arena master, a man in black leather, someone from the council. This is meant to demonstrate deterrential, not avoidance. Lyra reset, and the second pass was nothing like the first. The copper mare came in fast and low, wings folded, body angled to drive into Wakefire's injured side before he could turn. Keziah leaned into the bond, felt Wakefire brace, felt him decide to take the sit rather than expose his throat. The copper's shoulder caught him at the ribs. The impact drove through Keziah's spine, the same shudder he felt, the same crack of scale against scale. Wakefire stumbled, recovered, but the mare was already pivoting, teeth finding his wing where the old wound sat under fresh bandages. The crowd roared, not in protest, in approval. Keziah felt blood run through the bond, a hot slick that was not hers. Wakefire twisted, trying to shake the mare out, and the cockroach held. Break, the arena master called. Lyra did not break. The copper mare's teeth sank deeper, finding the edge of the wing joint where Calvo's poultice had barely sealed the tissue. Keziah felt Wakefire's focus splinter, felt the shock of pain he did not want her to feel, the old injury opening again under pressure. She did not think. She pulled Wakesfire up hard, using the bond to override his instinct to fight through the fight. He lifted, tore free, and blood splashed across the sand as the copper's teeth glided through his wing membrane. The observer house on the right applauded. Lyra raised her hand, a gesture of acknowledgement to the tears, and Keziah understood. This was not a test of technique. This was permission to damage, dressed as demonstration. The whistle blew for the third pass. Keziah touched Wakefire's neck. Do not let them bait you again. They already have what they came for, he answered. The rest is theater. The copper mare came in again, same angle, same speed, same intention. Keziah set her teeth and prepared to take it, to let Wakesfire absorb another hit and hope Calvo could close the damage before the championship. Then, Idrisi's voice cut across the sand. Enough. He stepped through the handler gate, fast and deliberate, his coat snapping in the arena wind. The observer houses went still. The arena master turned, mouth opening to protest. Idrisi did not stop. He walked between Keziah and Lyra Trask, positioning himself directly in the copy mare's approach factor, close enough that the dragon would have to trample or stop. She stopped. Affiliate Bellanca, the arena master said, this exhibition is not open to interference. The exhibition is over, Idrisi said. You have your reformed technique demonstration. The House of Obsidian Hall has its public marks. Call the match. Lyra's face tightened. I did not let the Gurn pass. You got what the council paid for, Idrisi said. His voice was flat, the tone of someone closing a ledger. Do not pretend otherwise. He turned his back on her and walked to Keziah. The arena master hesitated. The observer houses conferred in low voices. Lyra sat frozen on the copper mare, teeth still bloody, denied the kill that had been arranged. Idrisi reached up and touched Keziah's stirrup. Can you fly out, or do I need to walk you through the handler's tunnel? She looked down at him. His hand was steady on the leather, his face unreadable, but she felt the tremor in the bond's bulge where his presence touched Wakefire's awareness. He had just cost himself everything. Not the match, the favor, the safety of appearing neutral. I can fly, she said. Then go. I will handle the rest. She did not argue. She lifted Wakesfire off the sand, felt the wing protest, felt the burn of fresh blood soaking through the bandage. The crowd's noise followed her out of the arena, not applause now, but something uglier, the sound of denied appetite. She landed in the Roost and slid from the saddle before Wakesfire had fully stopped. Calvo was already there. Let me see it, he said, pushing her aside to reach the wing. How deep? Deep enough that the third pass would have been final, she said. Calvo's hands moved over the wound, gentle and thorough. He did not ask what had stopped it, but she felt the question in his silence. Keziah stood in the dark Roost with her hand pressed to Wakefire's neck, listening to his death slow, feeling the bond pulse between them like a second heartbeat before. Wakesfire stumbled, recovered, but the mare was already pivoting, teeth finding his wing where the old wound sat under fresh bandages. The crowd roared not on the eunuch, expired prophet. Chapter 30. Calvo's hands were still on Wakefire's wing when the first argument broke. 3 days, Zuri said, pacing the narrow space between the medicine shelves and the door. 3 days until the championship, and he cannot hold formation for more than 5 beats without that tear reopening. He will hold when he needs to, Keziah said. He will tear the wing off if you push him. Then I will not let them push me. Zuri stopped pacing and looked at her. The grin was gone. The dare had left her eyes, replaced by something Keziah had never seen there before. Fear. Not for herself. You almost died today, Zuri said. Not in the championship. in an exhibition, a warm-up, and Idrisi had to walk onto the sand to stop the third pass because the council wanted to see how much your dragon could bleed before you broke. I know what they wanted. Then stop telling me it is fine. Keziah opened her mouth to answer, but Maddie spoke first from the corner, where he sat braiding a length of frayed rope into something precise. She is not saying it is fine, he said. She is saying there is no other way through. Then we find another way. There is no other way through, he repeated, quieter, and something in his voice made Zuri's shoulders drop. Calvo did not look up from the wing. His fingers moved in slow, practiced patterns, testing the edges of the tear, pressing salve into the membrane where the copper mare's teeth had gone deepest. The wing will survive the championship if it does not take another direct hit, he said. That is the best I can give you. Then I will not let it take another direct hit, Keziah said. If the championship is longer than 10 beats, you will not have a choice. She felt Wakefire's awareness brush against hers through the bond, tired and steady. He is wrong, the dragon said. I have flown on worse. I know, but he is not wrong about the risk. She did not answer that. Thandaziel stood apart from the others, arms crossed, back against the wall where the lamplight did not reach her face. She had not spoken since the argument began. Say it, Keziah said. Thandaziel's eyes lifted. Say what? Whatever you are holding back. You have been standing there measuring all of us since I landed. Say it. The silence stretched. Then Thandaziel pushed off the wall and walked to the table where the lamp sat, her shadow falling across Calvo's hands. Where I'm holding back, she said, is that every person in this room can still walk away. Zuri stiffened. Maddie stopped braiding. I am not saying they should, Thandaziel continued. I am saying they can. The Concord has not named them yet. They are still workers, still archivists, still healers, still invisible. If they step back now, the masters will find someone else to blame, and they will survive. And if they do not step back? Keziah asked. Thandaziel looked at her. Then they are naming themselves traitors before the championship even begins. Keziah felt the weight of that, not the threat. She had known it since the first time Zuri brought her flatbread through the maintenance tunnels, but hearing it spoken changed something, made it real. She turned to face them. Thandaziel is right. Zuri opened her mouth. Keziah raised a hand. You can walk, all of you. If you go now before the final bracket, the Concord has no reason to look at you. You are not riders, you are not registered. You can disappear back into the levels you came from, and no one will ask questions. And what will you do? Zuri asked. Survive, with Wakesfire. The same thing I was doing before any of you decided to help me. The room went still. Maddie set down the braided rope. He did not stand, but his hands stopped moving, and when he spoke, his voice was quiet and certain. I was 11 when my mother sent my sister and me to the levels because she could not feed both of us and herself, he said. She told me the Concord would at least give us work and a roof. She was right about the roof. She was wrong about everything else. He looked at Keziah. I have been waiting my whole life for someone to give me a reason to stop counting the cost. You are the reason. I am not walking away. Zuri stared at her brother for a long moment. Then she laughed, a short, sharp sound with no humor in it. Of course he says that, she said. Maddie has been a martyr since the day we were born. She crossed to him and dropped onto the floor beside him, her shoulder against his. I am not leaving either, so neither of you gets to be noble alone. Calvo's hands paused over the wing. I took an oath once, he said, to preserve life where I found it. The Concred said that oath ended when I refused to let a rider die in a training accident they could have prevented. I told them an oath does not end because the circumstances become inconvenient. He pressed the salve in, firm and final. I am still keeping my oath. Keziah looked at Thandazil. You already chose, she said, when you gave me my mother's ring, when you taught me the shared wound flight. You chose before I even knew I needed someone to choose. Thandazil's jaw tightened. I chose because I owed a debt, she said. That is not the same as choosing freely. It is still choosing. The old champion held her gaze for a long breath. Then she nodded once, and the nod said everything she would not put into words. The door opened. Pim Drival stood in the frame, wide-eyed, breathless, his clothes streaked with dust and something dark that could have been oil or blood. I found it, he said. He crossed the room in 5 fast strides and dropped a folded page onto the table where the lamplight caught it. Keziah looked down. It was an execution order. Old ink, official seal, a signature she recognized from the arena master's box and the highest tier of the observation gallery. Samuel Icaro. The order named D. Onwuamaeze. It cited refusal to renounce the bond, conspiracy against Concord order, and propagation of unlawful bloodline inheritance. It was dated 17 years ago, and at the bottom in Samuel's own hand, the execution method was specified. Not by fire, by transfer. Keziah read the word 3 times before she understood it. Transfer, not execution. Her mother was not killed in the arena. She was sent somewhere else. Pim's voice came out thin and shaking. There is more. The order lists a destination, a facility. I do not know what it is, but the seal matches the pattern on the broken dragon caverns. Thandazil picked up the page. Her face did not change, but her hand trembled, barely, and Keziah saw the recognition move behind her eyes. She knew the seal. Where? Keziah asked. Thandazil looked up. Ashfall Gate, Chapter 41. The room had gone cold around the execution order. Keziah's hand stayed on the edge of the table, fingers spread against the paper, as if she could hold her mother's name there, keep it from dissolving into what the words meant. Ashfall Gate. She had never heard the name before. It sounded like the end of something, not the beginning of a question. Tell me, she said. Thandazil did not look away from the seal. Her thumb traced the edge of the mark, an old gesture, like someone reading a wound they had touched before. The order was signed at midnight before the exhibition trial, Pim said. His voice still shook, but he was forcing the words out. There is a routing notation. 3 handlers, 1 dragon transport harness, and a sealed cart. The destination is listed as Ashfall Gate, Sector 7 of the Broken Dragon Record. That is not a facility, Thandazil said. It is a prison facility. The Concord sends bloodline prisoners there when they want them to stop existing without the spectacle of a public death. Keziah's jaw tightened. Is she still alive? Thandazil's silence was the worst answer she could have given. I do not know, Thandazil said finally. Ashfall Gate is not a place people leave. I have never heard of anyone coming back from it, but I have also never seen a transfer order with a living signature at the bottom. The order was not marked as completed, Pim said. There is a field for execution confirmation, and it is blank. That means either she arrived and the paperwork was never filed, or she never arrived at all. Keziah turned the information over in her mind, testing it for weakness, for the place where Hulk could be a tribe. Can we reach it? Not in 3 days, Maddie said. He had not moved from his spot on the floor, but his hands were busy now, wrapping something with cord, steady and deliberate. Ashfall Gate is below the 4th shard. That is a full day's flight through mapped patrol routes, and we have no clearance to cross the middle spans without a council pass. Then we do not leave until after the championship, Keziah said. We fight the final. We survive it, and then we find the way. Zuri let out a low breath. You are talking about flying into a prison facility full of broken dragon handlers and Concord executioners while every shard in Halclaroon is watching for you. I am talking about not dying in the arena first. The room settled around that. Calvo's hands had not stopped working on Wakesfire's wing, but his eyes were on Keziah now, measuring something. You sound like you have been planning this longer than you told us. I did not plan it, but I have been watching the same things you have been mapping. Keziah turned to Undesirable. You taught me the shared wound flight. If Wakefire's wing cannot carry us through the final, I need to know what else the bond can do under pressure. Undesireble's eyes stayed on the seal. I will tell you what I know, she said, but some of what I know is not fit for telling. You may not want it once you hear it. I will decide that when I hear it. The old champion nodded. Something moved in her face, not quite relief but close enough. And me? Calvo asked. Keep him alive, Keziah said, gesturing toward Wakesfire. If his wing fails, nothing else matters. Calvo's hands pressed the salve in with steady, practiced pressure. I can do that. Keziah looked around the room. Zuri on the floor beside her brother, Calvo at the wing, Undesirable by the table. Pym already halfway out the door with the execution order folded into his coat. They were not allies. They were not debts she owed. They were hers. The realization hit her in the chest, sharp and unfamiliar, and she did not know what to do with it. One more thing, she said. They stopped, looked at her. If the Conqueror comes for you before the championship, you run. You do not fight. You do not try to protect me. You go dark and you wait until I find you. Zuri opened her mouth. Keziah cut her off. I mean it. If they take any of you, they will use you to make me do what they want. I will do what they want if that happens, and you do not need to die to prove you were loyal. Silence. Then Maddie said, She is right. Zuri's protest died in her throat. Good, Keziah said. Now move. They moved. The next hour passed in fragments of paper, whispered coordinates, and the scrape of charcoal on stone. Pym came back with a copy of the routing seal and a note about a handler who had been seen carrying a transfer ledger through the archive corridor at dusk. Maddie made a Stormgate schedule from memory, marking patrol rotations with the same quiet precision he used on pulley lines. Zuri mapped 3 maintenance routes and 2 ash chutes that led to the handler's level. Keziah took every piece, fitted them together, and laid the shape of a plan across the Tejo's surface. It was not complete. It had holes she could see and holes she could not. But it was a shape. And for the first time since the bond hit her in the market, she believed the shape could hold. The door opened again. Idrisi Bellanca stood in the frame. He was not wearing the charcoal coat she was used to. His sleeves were rolled, his hands empty, his face stripped of the careful composure that had always been his armor. He looked like he had been running through the underlevels for an hour, and like the run had not gone the way he wanted. They are moving the raid to tonight, he said. The room went still. Keziah's hand went to the table edge. Who is? The Concord seizure team. They are not waiting for the championship. Idrisi's eyes found hers across the distance between them. Samuel called an emergency session after the exhibition. The council voted. They are coming for you before dawn. Zuri was already on her feet. Maddie was coiling the rope. And Keziah looked at Idrisi, standing in the doorway with no coat and no weapon, and nowhere else to be, and she made the choice she had been avoiding since the first time he told her the truth. You are inside the circle now, she said, his breath caught. If you are here to warn us and leave, do it now. If you are here to stay, then you stay for what comes after. And what comes after is not pretty. Idrisi did not look away. I am staying. Keziah did not let herself feel the relief. She filed it beside the Ashfall gate seal and the broken dragon caverns and the shape of a plan that was still missing pieces. Then went inside and closed the door. He stepped through, and behind her, through the bond, Wakesfire stirred with something that felt almost like the beginning of trust. Chapter 32. Idrisi closed the door and stood with his back to it, hands empty, chest still heaving from the run. "I know how they will come," he said. Keziah waited. The room felt smaller with him inside it. Zuri had stopped halfway to the rope coil. Maddie's hand rested on the Stormgate map, as if he meant to protect it with his body. "They will seal the Roost exits first," Idrisi said. "2 teams, one from the handler level, one from the arena floor. They will box Wakesfire in before they touch your door." "How do you know that?" Sandazil's voice held no accusation, just the flat weight of someone who had seen enough raids to recognize a script. "Because I sat in the session where they planned it." The words landed like a blade dropped on stone. Keziah felt the bond pulse. Wakefire's attention sharpened behind her, a low current of heat and wariness that did not belong to pain. The dragon was watching through her eyes, through the half-open seam of the link, and what he felt about Idrisi Bellanca was no longer simple distrust. It was something closer to assessment. "You sat in the session," Keziah repeated, "and you walked out to warn us." "They voted before I could speak. The motion carried without my objection being recorded." Idrisi's jaw tightened. "But I heard the root. I know the gap." He crossed to the table where Maddie's map lay spread. His finger traced a line Keziah had not noticed, a dark space between 2 patrol arcs where the Ashprint vents opened into the maintenance spine. "There is a storm lock here. 10 beats of open sky before the next patrol rounds the shard edge. If you get Wakesfire airborne before they seal the Roost, you can clear the arena district before the seizure team reaches your corridor." Zuri stared at him. "You want us to fly out into the storm belt in the dark. I want you to have the option." Keziah studied the line he had drawn. It was not on Maddie's original diagram. Idrisi had added it from memory, from knowledge that did not come from Roost handler gossip or servant tunnels. That knowledge came from the fortress itself. From the maps only heirs were shown. "You are giving us your house roots," she said. Idrisi met her eyes. "I am giving you everything I have." The silence stretched. Pim broke it first. "The stormlock will hold pressure for maybe 4 beats if the wind hits from the north, longer if it stays southerly. But the shard edge after that, there is no cover. If the patrol is early, they will see the silhouette against the cloud line." "Then we make sure they are not early," Maddie said. He was already marking the patrol rotation times beside Idrisi's line, adjusting for the gap. His hands moved with the same steadiness they used on harness buckles and pulley lines, precision born from years of making do with too little. Keziah watched him work and felt something shift in her chest. Not hope. She did not trust hope, but something that could become its foundation. "They will come through the handler level first," Idrisi said. "That gives us maybe 20 beats after the alarm sounds before they reach the Roost. If we move Wakesfire now while the patrol is shifting watches, then they know we are running before we are clear." Sandazil said. "The stormlock opens onto open sky. There is no cover between the Roost and the shard edge. If a patrol sees us, they raise the alarm and every rider in the district is airborne before we cross the thermal line. Then we do not use the stormlock." All eyes turned to Keziah. She was looking at Idrisi's line on the map, but she was not seeing it. She was seeing the maintenance shaft, the rusted grate she had torn open with bond strength, the tunnel that led past the old cistern into the sub-archive levels. "If they box the Roost, they are looking for a dragon," she said. "They are not looking for a cistern grate that leads to the underlevels. If we go down instead of up, we buy time until the championship. Sandazil's scarred face went still. You want to hide Wakesfire in the tunnels? I want to move him before they seal the exits, not to the sky, to the dark. They will search the roosts, the storm cages, the arena floor. They will not search the sealed subarchive because they do not know we have already broken the seal. The handlers will check the cistern level by morning. Then we have until morning. Keziah turned to Calvo, who had not stopped working on Wakesfire's wing throughout the entire exchange. The healer's hands moved with the same rhythm, whether the room discussed escape routes or war. The steady pressure of his palms against the dragon's scale was the only constant in the chaos. Can he fly through the tunnels? Calvo did not look up. He can walk through the tunnels. The wing needs another day of salve before it can take full flight strain. If you force him airborne now, the wound tears open on the first beating and you are flying dead weight before you reach the shard edge. Then we walk. Zuri let out a breath that was half laugh, half disbelief. We are going to drag an ancient gray dragon through maintenance tunnels because the Concord decided to come for us before dawn. Yes, that is insane. That is what we have. Zuri looked at her twin. Maddie was already folding the Stormgate map, tucking it into his coat with the same quiet efficiency he used for everything. He did not argue. He did not question. He simply moved. Zuri swore under her breath and followed. Keziah crossed to Idrisi's sleeve and pulled him toward the dark. Behind them, Wakesfire rose on 3 legs, wings folded tight, and followed his rider into the tunnel where the stormlock would not save them, and the only way out was through a level the Concord had sealed for 40 years. The grate groaned open, and far above, somewhere in the handler corridors, the alarm horns began to sound. Completely. Think. A great groan shut behind them, and the dark swallowed the last echo of the alarm horns. Keziah counted her breaths through the first descent. 10, 20. The tunnel sloped sharply, rock walls slick with condensation that beaded against her fingers and ran cold down her wrist. Wakefire's weight shifted above her, his claws scraping stone in a rhythm she felt through the bond before she heard it with her ears. Someone moved ahead, Pim's voice barely a whisper. The cistern shaft is 40 paces east. If the handlers check the grates. They will not check them tonight, Fandazil said from the dark. Not unless they are told to look underground. Who tells them? Zuri's breath came hard. Because if Idrisi sat in that planning session, so did some else who noticed him leave. Keziah felt the question land before Idrisi answered it. The room was council only, he said. 10 chairs, 2 stewards. Neither steward follows rider's schedule. You checked the stewards? I checked everyone. The tunnel opened into a wider passage. Old cistern pipes lined the walls, crusted with mineral deposits that caught what little light bled through from unseen cracks above. The air smelled of rust and standing water and the faint chemical bite of something Keziah could not name. Wakefire's head brushed the ceiling. He did not stop moving. The bond carried his assessment, the way he read the space as a possible fighting ground, the exit angles, the places where a larger body would get stuck. They will not follow us this deep, he sent. You sound certain. I have been hunted before. They stop when the chase costs more than the prize. Keziah wanted to believe him. Pim stopped at a junction where the passage split 3 ways. He held a stub of candle he must have lit without her noticing, the flame small and steady in his palm. East goes to the old drainage shafts. West circles back toward the arena foundation. North drops another 3 levels into what used to be holding cells before the Concord converted them to storage. Which one did you take to reach the sub-arrives? North. Then we go east. Pim blinked. The eastern route dead ends at a collapsed bridge. I checked the maps. There is no connection to the sub-archives from that direction. I do not need connection. I need distance from anyone who knows where the sub-archive entrance is. Thandazil's scarred face caught the candlelight. She is right. The council sealed that level for a reason. If they find the Great Open, the first place they will search is the archive door. So we move east, Zuri said. Into a dead end. On purpose. For now. Keziah started walking before anyone could argue. The passage narrowed, forcing Wakesfire to angle his shoulders through the squeeze. His injured wing brushed the wall and the bond flared with a spike of pain he did not voice aloud. Calvo was there before Keziah could turn. His large hands found the dragon's shoulder, steadying the wing against the turn. Easy, the healer murmured. Breathe through it. The membrane needs time to knit. Wakefire's chest heaved once, twice. The pain receded. Maddie appeared at Keziah's elbow, his voice low and precise. The cistern drains feed into these tunnels. If we follow the water flow, we hit the maintenance bridges under the East Roost. From there we can cross to the old Draden pens. The pens are empty. Empty means no handlers, no patrols, and the stormlock access runs through the pen ceiling. She caught it then, the shape of his thinking, the way he had already mapped their route before she had decided which direction to walk. Those pens are sealed with iron bars, she said. The bars are rusted. And Wakesfire has done worse than pull rusted bars. Through the bond, Wakefire's attention sharpened, not at Maddie's words, but at something beyond. Footsteps, distant but coming closer. Thandazil heard them too. Her hand went to the knife at her belt. How many? 2, maybe 3. Idrisi's head was tilted, listening. On the handler level above us, they are checking the maintenance shaft. Then we move. They ran. Keziah led, the candle dead, darkness absolute, her palm pressed against the wall to feel the turns before she saw them. Wakefire's claws scraped behind her, his breathing ragging but steady. The tunnel drenched, turned, dropped into a shaft she found by almost falling into it. She caught it then, the shape of his thinking, the way he had already mapped their route before she had decided which direction to walk. Those pens are sealed with iron bars, she said. The bars are rusted, and Wakesfire has done worse than pull rusted bars. Through the bond, Wakefire's attention sharpened, not at Maddie's words, but at something beyond. Footsteps. Distant but coming closer. Thandazil heard them too. Her hand went to the knife at her belt. How many? 2, maybe 3. Idrisi's head was tilted, listening. Because if Idrisi sat in that planning session, so did someone else who noticed him leave. Keziah filled her gaze for a long moment. Then she shook her head. That is what I thought. Maddie was already climbing the pulley system, testing the hatch mechanism. The rusted bolts groaned but held. He braced his shoulder against the metal and pushed. A cripe of open sky. Moonlight spilled through, silver and cold. Zuri went first, pulling herself up with the ease of someone who had spent her life climbing scaffold rigging. Then Pim, then Calvo, working together to help Keziah through the narrow opening. Keziah turned to Idrisi. He was standing at the edge of the cage row, his amber eyes fixed on the hatch. You first, she said. Wakesfire will follow me. You go now so I know you are clear. Something flickered across his face. Hurt, or understanding, or both. He did not argue. He climbed. Keziah waited until his boots disappeared through the hatch. Then she pressed her palm against Wakefire's shoulder. You can make this. He did not answer in words, but his weight shifted, and she felt him gather himself, the muscles tensing beneath the scarred grur hide, the damaged wing folding tighter against his ribs. He jumped. The claws caught the hatch rim. The body followed, massive and sudden, and Keziah climbed after him before the iron could settle. Cold air hit her face. They stood on a narrow maintenance platform bolted to the shard's undersides, the storm belt churning below, the fortress hanging above them like a cliff of light and stone. No patrol in sight. She counted the beats. 1, 2. The gap of open sky Maddie had promised, and somewhere beyond it, the route Idrisi had drawn from the Bellanca house maps. Behind her, the hatch groaned shut. They had made it. But when she turned to look at her people, huddled on the platform with wind tearing at their clothes and frost already forming on Wakefire's scales, she saw something that stopped her breath. They were not waiting for her to tell them what to do. Maddie was checking the wind direction. Zuri was watching the patrol windows. Pym had his hand on the storm lock mechanism, counting pressure beats. Undesirable had taken position at the platform's edge, her knife drawn, her eyes scanning the dark. Calvo was already beside Wakesfire, pressing his palm to the wounded wing. And Idrisi stood at the back of the group, facing the direction they had come, watching for pursuit. They did not need her to lead. They were already a unit. The realization hit Keziah harder than any blow she had taken in the arena. They moved together because they trusted each other. Not because she had commanded it. Not because she had made them believe. "You have been so busy trying not to need them," Wakefire's voice came through the bond, "that you forgot they already chose you." She had no answer. Below them, the storm belt churned. Above them, the fortress waited, full of handlers and council members, and a high warden who wanted her broken for spectacle. And between those two impossible directions, 7 people stood on a maintenance platform in the dark, waiting to see what she would ask of them next. Keziah opened her mouth to speak. A horn sounded from the handler level above. Not the alarm they had fled. A different signal. Lower, longer. The kind of horn that meant something had changed, that the chase had taken a new shape. Undesirable went still. "That is not a search call," she said. Idrisi's face drained of color. "That is the arena lock," he said. "They have sealed the championship gate." Keziah stared at him. "The championship is 3 days away." "They do not intend to wait 3 days." He turned to face her, and in his amber eyes she saw the full weight of the secret he had been holding, the vow he had made to himself, but not to her. "They are going to hold the final tonight." Chapter 34. The wind tore at the platform, pulling strands of Keziah's hair across her face, but she barely felt it. The horn still rang in her skull. Tonight, not 3 days. Not enough time to breathe, to think, to find a way through. Her people were watching her. She turned to Idrisi. "How long have you known?" He did not flinch. "Since the exhibition. Samuel called the vote immediately after you flew out. He said the crowd would not wait 3 days to see you fall." "And you did not tell me." "I told you the raid was coming. I told you the council had voted." His voice dropped. "I did not know the final was tonight until I heard the lock horn. That was a sealed vote. Even the Bellanca observer did not know." She wanted to press, to dig into the space between his words and find the thing he was still holding back. But the wind was cold, and her people were waiting, and Wakefire's wing was still healing. It would have to be enough. "Then we fight tonight," she said. Zuri let out a breath that could have been laughter or fear. Maddie was already counting on his fingers, mapping the arena's wind patterns against the storm schedule. Pym was whispering something to himself, probably the arena's structural weaknesses. Undesirable just nodded, and Idris stood still, watching Keziah with an expression she could not name. She needed to think, to breathe without 7 sets of eyes on her. She turned toward the Roost mouth, where the stone curved outward over the storm belt, and climbed. The wind hit her hard. She pressed her back against the rock and let the cold bite her skin. Let the churning dark below pull her focus outward until the pounding in her chest slowed. Footsteps behind her. She did not turn. "I should have told you sooner." Idris' voice was quiet. He stopped arm's length away, not crowding her, just present. "You should have," she said. "How do you carry it?" She turned now. His amber eyes were fixed on the storm, not on her, and in the dim light from the handler levels above, she saw something crack in his composure. "Carry what?" "The weight of being the only one who knows what comes next." She had no answer, because the truth was she did not carry it alone. Not anymore. Wakesfire carried it with her, and Thandazil and Maddie with his quiet calculations, and Zuri with her reckless faith. But until tonight, she had not realized that was true. "Idrisi." He looked at her. She crossed the distance between them. The kiss was not like their first. That one had been startled and tender, a question neither of them knew how to ask. This one was hungry, a taking and giving at once, her hands fisting in his coat, his breath catching against her mouth. He pulled her closer. His palm slid along her jaw, tilting her face up, and the storm belt churned below them, and the horn had already sounded, and none of it mattered because he was here, warm and real and choosing her. She pushed him back against the rock. The stone scraped his coat. His hands found her waist, her ribs, her hips, and she felt the tension in his body, the restraint he was barely holding. "I want to," she said. "I want, Keziah." His voice broke. If we. "I know." She kissed him again, slower this time, letting the heat build until it was unbearable, until the wind was nothing against her skin, until his hands trembled against her back. He broke the kiss first, his forehead pressed against hers. His breath was ragged. "I love you." She felt the words land in her chest, felt them settle into the space she had kept empty her whole life. "Say it again." "I love you." His voice was raw. "I love you and I do not deserve to." She kissed the words off his mouth. The bond flared. Not Wakefire's presence, but something that felt like his approval. A warmth that wrapped around them both, as Idrisi's fingers traced the line of her jaw, the curve of her throat, the edge of her collar. She wanted to stay here forever. But the horn had sounded. She pulled back slowly. The cold air rushed between them. "I know," she said. "I know there is something you are not telling me." He went still. "I feel it through the bond," she said. "That vow you made to yourself. I feel it like a weight you are carrying, and it scares you more than the champion of the hunt. I have a vow for you too. I made it for us, and I will carry it as long as I can, even if you hate me for it." Idrisi's breath caught. She waited for him to answer. The bond sang between them. His silence stretched one breath longer than a man with nothing to hide would have let it. Then two. Then he stepped past her to the Roost mouth. "The final will start as soon as the arena is prepared," he said. "We should join the others." He did not look back. Keziah stood in the wind and watched him walk away, and in the hollow space where the warmth had been, something cold began to grow. Chapter 35. The sub-archive smelled of old paper and sealed stone. Keziah moved through the dark with Pym's candle casting long shadows across the shelves, her palm pressed against the bond, steadying herself on Wakefire's distant presence above. The platform was not safe. None of them were safe, but she needed to know before she climbed into the arena. "Where did you find the execution order?" Pym's voice was a whisper. Back corner, stacked with transfer manifests from the same year. Then there are more. She pulled a volume from the nearest shelf, the leather cracked under her fingers, the binding loose, the pages yellowed and brittle. Third cycle records, names and dates and outcomes she had already seen. Not what she needed. She needed the file on Idrisi. The thought tasted like ash. She pushed it down and kept searching. Pym stayed close, his wide eyes tracking the shelves, his hands trembling as he lifted each volume with exaggerated care. He did not ask what she was looking for. Perhaps he already knew. She found it in a sealed folder wedged behind a row of newer ledgers, the council mark still visible on the wax, the paper fresh enough to hold its fold without cracking. Assignment order. Bellanca, I. Observer House, 7th tier. Duration, Spring Tournament Cycle. The date was 3 months before she had ever touched Wakefire's scale. She opened the folder. The first page was a summary in a clerk's neat hand. Subject identified. Bloodline confirmation pending. Primary objective. Establish proximity. Document bond behavior and report any outlaw trait for council review. Secondary objective. If bond is certified stable, recommend termination protocol before championship final. She read the line again. Termination protocol. Below the summary, a second document. Signed. Samul Ikaru's seal was pressed into the corner, the wax black and cracked, the signature looped and deliberate. The assignment directive was precise. Idrisi Bellanca was to pose as her trainer, gain her trust, study Wakefire's combat limits, and report directly to the High Warden's office every 7 days. Every 7 days. Every week Idrisi had spent with her, every lesson, every flight, every moment of tenderness, there had been a report. She turned the page, found the first weekly report, dated 4 days after their first training session. Idrisi's handwriting was controlled, professional, the observations clinical. Subject shows resistance to authority. Bond is unstable but responsive. Dragon favors thermal shears and will exploit arena wind patterns if given access. Recommend limiting flight trading to standard formations. She read the next one. Subject's bond deepens under duress. Exhibition of the bloodline echo technique confirmed. Recommend accelerating termination timeline before public awareness solidifies. The third report had been filed the day after they kissed. Subject's emotional defenses are lowering. Personal attachment developing. Recommend reassignment before mission compromise. Keziah's hand closed around the paper, the edges crumpled. Pym made a small sound behind her. Keziah? She did not answer. She flipped to the final page. The last report bore Idrisi's seal, dated 3 days ago, the day he had told her he chose her side. Mission abandoned. Recommending protective detail for subject and dragon against council termination order. Do not attempt contact. Below it, in a different hand, a note in the margin. Bellanca has been compromised. Execute contingency. The word execute was underlined. She folded the folder closed. Her fingers were steady. Her chest was not. Pym. Yes? Who signs a contingency order? He took the folder from her with trembling hands. His face went pale as he read the final page. When he looked up, his eyes were wide. The seal matches the file on your mother. Keziah felt the words land like stones. The same hand? No, he swallowed. The same authority. Council issued. No signature required. She stared at the folder. Idrisi had not been lying when he said he chose her. The last report proved it. He had abandoned the mission. He had recommended protective detail. He had signed his own condemnation. But he had also filed the reports that told Samol what Wakesfire could do. He had mapped her weaknesses for the man who wanted her dead. Every time she kissed him, he had already known how her bond worked. Every time she trusted him in the air, he had already submitted the angles, the limits, the timing of her Thomel shear strikes. She had shown him everything, and he had written it down for the High Warden's desk. The warmth of the previous night turned to something sharp and cold in her throat. "Keziah?" Pim's voice was barely a whisper. "We need to go. The arena will be ready soon." She did not move. "Keziah!" She looked at the folder, at the seal, at the underlined word, "Execute." "Burn it," she said. "What?" "Burn the whole folder, every report, every signature. I do not want the Concord to have any record of what Idrisi gave them." Pim hesitated. "But if we need proof—" "I will carry the proof," she said. "In here." She tapped her chest, the place where the bond lived. Pim nodded. He pulled a flint from his coat and lit the corner of the folder. The flame caught quickly, eating the paper, curling the edges of Idrisi's careful handwriting into ash. They watched it burn. When nothing remained but black flakes on the stone floor, Keziah turned and walked toward the tunnel. Pim followed. The bond thrummed with Wakefire's awareness, his question, his worry. She sent him a pulse of reassurance she did not feel. She climbed the shaft ladder with her mother's ring warm against her chest and the taste of ash in her mouth. When she reached the platform, the sky had begun to lighten. The final would start soon. Idrisi stood apart from the others, his amber eyes finding her the moment she emerged. His expression was guarded, hopeful, uncertain. She walked past him without a word. "Keziah." She did not stop. "Keziah, what did you find?" She turned. Her voice was flat. "I found the record of your assignment." The hope in his face crumbled into something she did not want to name. "I read every report or filed," she said. "Every assessment, every recommendation. You told them how to kill us." "I abandoned the mission. After you gave them everything they needed." He took a step toward her. She did not step back. "I cannot undo what I wrote," he said. "But I chose you. I chose you when it cost me everything." She looked at him. She thought of the kiss on the ledge, the weight of his vow, the way he had said, "I love you," like it was a wound he could not stop bleeding from. She thought of the folder 3 months old, signed before she had ever touched Wakefire's scale. Chapter 36. The silence between them stretched like a wound that would not close. Keziah stood at the platform edge with the storm churning below and Idrisi's presence burning at her back. She felt him there, felt every unspoken word pressing against the space she had carved between them. "The horns will sound soon," she said. "You should go to your position." "I am not leaving this." She turned. His face was raw, stripped of the careful composure he wore like armor. She had seen him in the arena, in the training hall, on the ledge where he had kissed her like the world was ending. She had never seen him look this hollow. "You read the folder," he said. "You know what I was, what I did." "I know what you wrote." "I wrote the piece of whisperly devised in his fittix. They are suddenly the brubbling short prose. I do not leaving this, but you do not leaving, to have this follow. And I need that bring to do something, because I'm changing it morning, given the impoperation I focus. I am self so iron. I know what I am." Voice was barely a whisper. I have no right to choose anything for you. Not anymore. Maybe never. The wind pulled at her hair, at the torn edge of her sleeve. Below, the storm churned with the first pale light of dawn. I will fight tonight, she said. I will fight for Wakesfire, and for the people who chose me when they had nothing to gain. I will fight because my mother did not die so I could let the Concord bury another bloodline. He nodded, slow, accepting. I know, he said again, and I will stand where I can be useful. If you need me in the air, I will be there. If you need me gone, I will go. No more reports. Never again. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. 4. Through the bond, Wakesfire stirred. His awareness brushed against hers, not pushing, just present. A question, a steadying weight. She sent him everything she could not put into words. He answered with warmth, old, patient, holding her like stone held against the storm. She turned from Idrisi and welled to the edge of the platform where the others were gathering. Zori stood with her arms crossed, watching the horizon. Maddie was counting on his fingers, his lips moving silently. Pym clutched a leather satchel to his chest. Calvo had his hand pressed to Wakefire's uninjured shoulder, murmuring something low. Undesirable looked up when Keziah approached. Ready? She asked. No. I do not know if I have ever been ready for anything the Concord has thrown at me, and I am going into the final with a dragon whose wing is not fully healed and a heart that feels like it has been scoured raw. Keziah met Keziah's eyes. Yes. She said it like she meant it. She walked to Wakesfire and pressed her forehead against his jaw. The bond flared, sending warmth through her ribs, through the hollow places Idrisi's confession had carved out. I am here, she told him. I know, he answered. I have always known. The first horn sounded, low, deep, a note that traveled through the stone and into her chest. The arena was waking. She climbed into the saddle and felt Wakesfire shift beneath her, his muscles bunching, his injured wing tucked close. The pain flickered through the bond, dulled by Talvo's salve, but still present. It would have to be enough. She looked at the others, at Zori's sharp grin, Maddie's steady nod, Pym's pale face, Calvo's calm hands, at Undesirable watching her with the weight of 17 years of waiting. She did not look at Idrisi. The second horn sounded. The platform vibrated beneath her. Positions, Undesirable said. They moved. Zori and Maddie slipped toward the maintenance shaft. Pym vanished into the tunnel with his satchel. Calvo pressed something into Keziah's hand, a wrapped bundle of salve and bandages, before following. Undesirable stood at the edge of the platform, her scarred face lifted toward the sky. I will be in the arena, she said. I will be watching. She touched the ring on Keziah's hand, the silver band that had belonged to her mother. Do not let them crown you with anything you did not choose. She was gone before Keziah could answer. The third horn sounded. The sky beyond the platform began to lighten, the clouds breaking apart like curtains drawn back from a stage. Keziah felt Wakesfire gather herself beneath her, felt the bond pulse with ruddiness, with hunger, with a rage older than she was, and a hope she had only begun to understand. She touched her mother's ring. She thought of the 16 executed pairs in the third cycle records, of the scratched-out page and the word keep written in the margin, of Undesirable's warning that some victories are staged as executions. She thought of Idrisi, standing somewhere in the arena dark, carrying a vow she still did not understand, and a love that had cost him everything. She did not forgive him. But she was not going to let grief make her into the weapon the Concord wanted. She was going to fly. The arena gates began to open, iron grinding against stone, the sound of a cage becoming a stage. Wakesfire spread his wings. The pain from his injury lanced through the bond, sharp and hot, and he did not flinch. Neither did she. They rose on the first beat of dawn, into the light, into the roar of the crowd, into the storm she could feel coiling in the distance. The championship final had begun. And in the shadow of the stands, where no one was watching, Idrisi Bellanca pressed his fist to his chest and whispered a name into the wind. He had one move left. He had been saving it since the day he met her. Chapter 37. The arena roared. Keziah felt it through the stone, through the saddle, through the bond that hummed between her ribs and Wakefire's chest. The sound was not applause. It was hunger. 40,000 throats open and wanting. The gates gaped before her, iron teeth drawn back, and beyond them the sky burned bold and crimson, as if the storm belt had been dyed in blood. Wakefire's wings spread wide. The injured membrane pulled tight, and pain flickered through the bond like a struck nerve. He absorbed it without passing it back. "I have carried worse," he said. "I know." She settled her weight in the saddle and touched her mother's ring. The announcer's voice rolled across the arena, amplified by the storm shells mounted in the upper tiers. The words were ceremonial, measured, designed to make murder sound like tradition. She heard her name. She heard her dragon's name. She heard outlaw stock and Concord judgment and championship of the spring season arranged in the same breath as if they belonged together. High Warden Samuel Ikaru stood in the highest tier. His steel-gray eyes found her across the distance. She did not look away. The opponent entered from the opposite gate. Dar Ven rode a deep blue mare, sleek and scarred, with wings that caught the light like oil on water. 9 confirmed dragon kills. The spine, not the rider. A method designed to leave the bonded human alive long enough to watch the dragon die. He did not look at the crowd. He looked at Wakesfire. And smiled. The third horn faded, the Uenga falling into a silence that felt like pressure, like the moment before a storm front breaks. Keziah's hand moved to the reins. Through the bond she felt Calvo's salve holding, felt the membrane knitting under the strain, felt the limit ticking forward with every heartbeat. "How long?" she asked. "Long enough." The announcer's final word dropped like a stone. "Begin." Darven did not circle. He came straight at her, low and fast, the blue mare's wings cutting a tight angle that closed distance in 3 beats. The spine strategy required precision, not stamina. He wanted to end it before Wakesfire could find a thermal, before the injured wing could become a liability he had to chase. Keziah pulled Wakesfire left. The mare adjusted. Keziah pulled harder, dropping into a sheer descent that made her stomach lurch and the wind scream past her ears. The Renana walls blurred. The stone rushed up. Dav followed. She felt him through the bond the way she felt Wakefire's wings strain, not telepathic but tactical, a pressure that told her he was reading her pattern. Idrisi's reports, the weeks of documentation. Dar had studied her thermal shear tactics, her bond-deepening responses, her habit of baiting opponents into overcommitment. He knew her rhythms. So she broke them. She pulled up at the last heartbeat, wrenching Wakesfire into a vertical climb that sent fire through his wing. The pain lanced into her shoulder, sharp and wet, and she did not flinch. She used it. She fed it through the bond as fuel, as focus, as a reminder that she was still alive and still flying. Darg overshot. The mare's belly flashed past, 30 feet above, and Keziah saw the moment of surprise in his posture. "He thought he knew," Wakesfire said. "He read reports. Reports are not blood." She banked hard, riding the thermal shear that curled off the arena's eastern wall, and for a heartbeat she was not in the saddle. She was in the bond. She was Wakesfire's right eye, his missing sight, his wing, his claw, his breath, his rage older than the Concord's laws. The storm clouds above the arena began to churn. Not naturally. Through the bond, Wakefire's attention sharpened. They are feeding the storm. She saw it then. The upper rim of the arena where the storm shells were mounted had been angled inward, not for amplification, for direction. Someone was pulling the storm belt down into the arena, compressing it, weaponizing the very air they flew through. Samuel Ikaru stood motionless in the high tier, watching. He does not need to win cleanly, she realized. He needs an excuse to destroy us. Darvan had already turned. The blue mare was climbing, using the forced updraft, gaining altitude while Keziah fought to stabilize in the shifting current. The storm closed in above them, and the crowd roared for blood. Chapter 38. The blue mare climbed through the forced updraft, sleek and predatory, wings cutting the storm-fed current like a blade through silk. Darog then had the altitude now, the angle, the kill window he had been trained to take. Keziah felt the calculation in his posture. He would dive, not at her, but at Wakefire's right side, where the injured wing would falter first. The spine kill required one clean strike, a claw or blade driven between the vertebrae where the membrane anchored. The dragon would collapse midair. The rider would fall alone. She had 3 beats before he committed. The first beat, she breathed. The second, she opened the bond wider than she had ever dared, not for strength, not for fuel, but for trust. She surrendered the rhythm to Wakesfire, his instincts, his age, his knowledge of wind older than the arena that held them. "Fly me," she said, and he did. The gray dragon dropped without warning, folding his injured wing tight against his body, and falling, not diving, falling, like a stone kicked from a cliff. The storm wind screamed past. The arena walls blurred into gray and gold. The crowd's roar changed pitch, not bloodlust, disbelief. Keziah did not look down. She looked up. The storm shells were beginning to rotate again, the western crank having been reset by a handler who did not know the jam had already served its purpose. The storm belt was closing in, compressing, ready to crush anything that flew too high. She did not need height. She needed trust. Again, she told Wakesfire, "Fall with me." He did not question her. They dropped, not into the arena, but into the storm itself. The gray dragon folded his wings and fell through the gap between the rotating shells, where the wind was unpredictable and the visibility was 0. Keziah felt the cold bite her skin, felt the bond flicker as the storm noise drowned sensation. She held. Wakesfire held. They fell together through the chaos, 2 bodies sharing one breath, one heartbeat, one willingness to break if the other broke first. The storm spat them out below the lower rim, directly beneath the high tier where Samuel Ikaru stood. The gray dragon caught the rising thermal that curled off the stone foundation, spreading his wings at the last possible moment, riding the current upward like a fish switching a waterfall. The crowd saw them emerge unscathed. Darog Ron did not. He was still searching the upper arena, waiting for them to come down from the storm, his blade ready, his mare circling in the dead space where the jammed shell had created a pocket of stillness. Keziah had 3 beats before he turned. She used them. Wakesfire climbed the thermal, silent and fast, and when Darog finally looked down, the gray dragon was already above him. The hunter had become the hunted. The blue mare tried to turn, too slow. The angle was wrong, the distance too short, the stall inevitable. Wakesfire struck. Not with claws, not with fire, with the weight of his body crashing into the mare's flank, sending both dragons spinning through the air. Keziah held the saddle with her knees, trusting the bond to keep her seated, and when the blue mare's wing clipped the eastern wall, she felt the impact through Wakefire's shoulder like a shared blow. The Rarg's rider fell. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and did not rise. The blue mare landed badly, one wing folded at an angle that made the crowd gasp. She stayed down, breathing, alive, but finished. The arena fell silent. Keziah guided Wakesfire down, her hands steady, her breath slow. The gray dragon touched the sand with care, favoring the injured wing, and she dismounted before the announcer could speak. She stood in the center of arena. 40,000 people watched. She looked up at the highest tier, where Samuel Ikaru stood motionless, steel-gray eyes fixed on her, his face unreadable. She did not raise her arms in victory. She did not bow. She turned her back on him and walked to Wakesfire, laid her palm against his scarred jaw, and let the bond speak what she could not. "We are still here." The gray dragon rumbled deep and warm. "We have always been here." The announcer's voice cracked across the arena, naming her the champion of the spring tournament, and the crowd erupted. But Keziah was already moving, already calculating, already reaching through the bond to where Samuel Ikaru stood. The gray dragon caught the rising thermal that curled off the stone foundation, spreading his wings at the last possible moment, widening the current upward like a fish breaching a waterfall. The crowd saw them emerge unscathed. Durog then did not. He was still searching the upper arena, waiting for them to come down from the storm, his blade ready, his mare circling in the dead space where the giant shell had created a pocket of stillness. Keziah had 3 beats before he turned. She used them. Wakesfire climbed the thermals silent and fast, and when Durog finally looked down, the gray dragon was already above him. The hunter had become the hunted. The blue mare tried to turn. Too slow. The angle was wrong, the distance too short, the stall inevitable. Wakesfire struck. Not with claws, not with fire, with the weight of his body crashing into the mare's flank, sending both dragons spinning through the air. Keziah held the saddle with her knees, trusting the bond to keep her seated, and when the blue mare's wing clipped the eastern wall, she felt the impact through Wakefire's shoulder like a shared blow. Durog's rider fell. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and did not rise. The blue mare landed badly, one wing folded at an angle that made the crowd gasp. She stayed down, breathing, alive, but finished. The arena fell silent. Keziah guided Wakesfire down, her hands steady, her breath slow. The gray dragon touched the sand with care, favoring the injured ring, and she dismounted before the announcer could speak. She stood in the center of arena. 40,000 people watched. She looked up at the highest tier, where Samuel Ikaru stood motionless, steel-gray eyes fixed on her, his face unreadable. She did not raise her arms in victory. She did not bow. She turned her back on him and walked to Wakesfire, laid her palm against his scarred jaw, and let the bond speak what she could not. "We are still here." The gray dragon rumbled deep and warm. "We have always been here." The announcer's voice cracked across the arena, naming her the champion of the spring tournament, and the crowd erupted. But Keziah was already moving, already calculating, already reaching through the bond to where Samuel Ikaru stood. The gray dragon copped the braid, left into the gately warp, directly beneath the high tier where Samuel Ikaru stood. The gray dragon kept this braid, aiding through the spine, his body extended in the kill arc. 3. Keziah pulled the reins hard, not to dodge, to climb. Wakefire's injured wing caught the dead air where the western storm should have been, found no resistance, and the visibility was zero. Keziah felt the cold bite her skin, felt the bond flicker as the storm noise drowned sensation. She held. Wakesfire held. They fell together through the chaos, two bodies sharing one breath, one heartbeat, one willingness to break if the other broke first. The storm spat them out below the lower rim, directly beneath the high tier where Samuel Ikaru stood. The grey dragon cupped this braid, laid into the Daedalus backup, the bold of his based area. Longer than Ashking to tells the croup, sweeling into the flesh chain trying to the value the general. The dreams over the binds ruled it. I almost lose the damage remates stripe, okay. I always called over, but then I billage that fee by the dream. To be undermounted, the grey dragon prized. He use his eye functionally as is the bad mind. I am gonna be the Menic yesterround, anyway all Menic. It is just a stripe. I expise it sometimes. Chapter 39. The Signal. Keziah had seen it once before, on the night of the Iron Collar, when Samuel raised his hand and the handler crossed the sand toward her. This time the handler did not move. Instead, the arena gates groaned open, and armed Concord riders in deep blue cloaks poured onto the sand in a formation that cut Keziah off from Wakesfire before she could take 3 steps. 6 of them. Iron-tipped spears. Faceplates down. She stopped walking. The crowd noise wavered, unsure whether this was ceremony or capture. Samuel Icaro descended from the high tier alone, his boots hitting each stone step with deliberate weight. The burn seam across his jaw pulled white against his skin. His steel-gray eyes never left her face. Keziah's hand went to the leather satchel strapped across her chest, the one Thandaziel had pressed into her grasp before the final, saying, "When you are done looking up, look down." She had not opened it. She did now. The first page was her mother's execution order. Yellowed parchment, Samuel's signature at the bottom, the Ashfall gate seal stamped in dried black wax. She held it up, not for the high tier, not for the council boxes, but for the nearest spectator wall where 40,000 people pressed against the railings. "This is what they planned for me," Keziah said, her voice carrying across the sudden hush. "It is what they ordered for my mother 17 years ago." The crowd rustled. Someone shouted a question she did not catch. She pulled out the second page. Pym's handwriting, copied from the 3rd cycle volume in the sub-archive. A list of names. 27 bloodline-confirmed bonded pairs. 16 executed by Concord order, the dates spanning 40 years. This is what they erased. She turned, showing the page to the observer boxes to the council tier where 3 hooded figures sat motionless. 27 pairs like mine. 16 dead by Concord fire. The rest disappeared into a facility called Ashfall Gate, where no one comes back. The hooded figures did not move, but on the lower benches, a fortress elder rose from his seat. Others followed, not in solidarity, in shock. The names she had listed included houses that still held seats in this arena. Samuel reached the sand. He walked through the ring of armed riders as if they were mist, stopping 10 paces from her. His hands were empty. His face was calm. "Keziah Onwuamaeze," he said, loud enough for the arena to hear. "You have won the Sprung tournament. You have proven yourself in the eyes of the realm. The Pyre Concord recognizes your victory and offers you a place among the bonded riders of Halkrun, with full rank, privilege, and protection." He paused. "All you must do is renounce the outlaw bloodline and submit to a binding exam that will certify your bond as legitimate under Concord law." The crowd held its breath. Keziah looked at the papers in her hand, at her mother's name, at Samuel's signature, at the blank confirmation field that meant the order was never completed, that somewhere in the dark Ashfall gate held a woman who had been declared dead for 17 years. No. The word dropped like a stone. Samuel's expression did not change. Then you are nothing but what I have always known you to be. He raised his voice, turning to face the tears. By the authority of the Pyre Concord and the Ember Covenant, I name Keziah Onwuamaeze bond outlaw before the realm. Her dragon is forfeit, her bloodline is condemned. Every person who has aided her, sheltered her, or spoken for her is subject to immediate seizure and trial under Article 7 of the Concord Code. He turned back to her. Seize them all. The arena erupted. Half the crowd roared approval, half shouted in protest. The armed riders moved as one, spears lowering, closing the circle around Keziah. She did not run. She reached through the bond, not for Wakesfire, but for Fandazil waiting in the shadows beneath the western tunnel. Now she sent. Do it now. A crash echoed from beneath the arena floor. Then another. The western storm shell crag shattered, sending a plume of steam and dust through the maintenance grate. The crowd staggered. The riders hesitated. And in the chaos, Keziah saw Idrisi step onto the sand. He was not wearing his house colors. He wore plain gray, unmarked, unremarkable, and he walked straight toward her through the broken formation as if the armed riders did not exist. His pale amber eyes met hers. The name, he said, low enough that only she could hear. The one I whispered into the wind. It is the Keeper's true name. The one who has been watching your bloodline since before you were born. He pressed something into her hand, a scrap of cloth, a symbol stitched in silver thread, the same splayed claw mark that burned in her palm. She is waiting at Ashfall Gate. She has been waiting for 17 years. The riders recovered, the circle tightened. Keziah looked at the cloth, then at Idrisi, then at Samuel Ikaru, who had gone very still. Idrisi smiled, thin and broken. I told you I had one move left. Chapter 40. The riders closed and Keziah moved. She did not think. She let the bond take her weight, Wakefire's fury flooding through her limbs as she grabbed Idrisi's collar and pulled him sideways. A spear tip scored the air where his chest had been. Move, she snarled, and he moved. The arena was breaking apart around them. Steam still billowed from the shattered western crank, and somewhere beneath the chaos, Fandazil was killing the storm shell mechanisms one by one. The crowd had split into factions, some fleeing the tears, some surging toward the sand, some frozen between horror and hunger for more blood. Keziah ran. Wakesfire met her at the edge of the formation, his good eye blazing, his injured wing extended despite the pain that lanced through the bond. She swung onto his neck without slowing, felt Idrisi grab the harness behind her. The riders shouted, spears turned. Then Zuri erupted from the maintenance grate, a length of iron chain in her scarred hands, and lashed it across the nearest rider's visor. Matty followed, hauling Pym by the collar, Pym still clutching his leather satchel against his chest. Go, 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 go! Zuri's voice cracked through the steam. Wakesfire launched. The thrust was wrong. His injured wing caught the air at a bad angle, and they yawed hard, the arena wall rushing toward them. Keziah pulled him left through the bond, felt him correct with a shudder that cost them height, but kept them flying. Below, the arena shrank to a bowl of chaos. Riders in deep blue cloaks swarmed the sand. Samuel Ikaru stood at the center of it, looking up. Even at this distance, his steel-gray eyes found her. I will find you, he said. She did not hear it. She felt it, in the way a storm feels the mountain before it breaks. They cleared the upper rim. The storm belt hit them like a wall. Cold, violent, alive with static and the smell of burning air. Wakesfire bellowed and climbed, his good wing driving, his injured wing half-folded, the wind tearing at the wound. Keziah wrapped her arms around his neck and let him fly blind, because he knew this sky better than she ever would. Behind her, Idrisi held. She felt him through the leather of the harness, through the storm, through the distance still between them. He did not speak. He did not try to. The Stormdark swallowed them, and then it swallowed the arena behind them. They flew until Wakesfire could not fly anymore. The landing was not a landing. It was a collapse onto a stone outcrop that jutted from the cloud like a broken tooth, no shard beneath it, just rock and wind and the screaming dark. Wakesfire legs buckled. Keziah slid off and hit the stone before her legs remembered how to hold her. The others arrived in pieces. Undesirable first, soot-blackened and flying a scavenger's gray that had been waiting beneath the western tunnel, her face unreadable. Then Calvo on a roan work dragon, his robes stiff with someone else's blood. Then the twins on a single battered beast, Zuri holding a gash on her forearm, Mathy counting breaths. Pim came last, clutching the satchel with the copied records, his wide eyes fixed on the storm behind them, as if expecting the whole Concord to burst through it. They were alive. Keziah pressed her palm to the stone and felt the wind trying to pry her fingers loose. "He cannot fly again tonight," Calvo said, kneeling beside Wakefire's wing. The wound had reopened. Blood soaked the gray scales, black in the stormlight. "Maybe not tomorrow either." "Then we hide," Undesirable said. "There are places. Old Roosts the Concord forgot." "Did they forget them? Or did they leave them as traps?" Zuri's voice was flat, not accusatory, just tired. "Both," Undesirable admitted. "But we do not have a third option." Keziah looked at Idrisi. He stood apart from the group, his plain gray coat torn, his hands empty. He had not spoken since the arena. His pale amber eyes met hers, and she saw nothing in them but what he had already given her. The cloth was still in her hand, the splayed claw symbol stitched in silver thread. "The keeper," she said, her voice scraped. "She is at Ashfall Gate." "Yes." "And Ashfall Gate is a prison." "It is." She waited for him to say more. He did not. "You could have told me," she said. "Before." "I could have." His voice was steady. "But I did not know if I would survive to deliver her message. I did not know if you would let me close enough to deliver it. And I did not know if the keeper wanted you to find her before you were ready." "Am I ready?" He looked at her for a long time. "You are alive," he said. "You have your dragon and your people. You have the proof of what the Concord did. You have her symbol." He nodded at the cloth. "I think ready does not matter anymore. You are what you are, and the gate is where you need to go." She wanted to hate him for the way he said it. Calm, certain, as if he had always known where this would lead, and had simply walked with her until she caught up. She hated that she still understood him. Keziah turned away. "Undesirable, the Roosts, how fall?" "Half a day through the storm wilds if Wakesfire can hold, a full day on foot. Then we move at dawn." She felt them settle around her, not waiting for orders, just waiting, the way she had learned to wait on the lower shards when the storm pressed too close and the only thing to do was breathe through it. Idrisi stayed where he was. She did not call him closer. She did not send him away. The wind changed. Keziah sat against Wakefire's shoulder, her back to the stone, her mother's ring warm against her chest. The bond was quiet, not silent. Wakesfire was healing, slowly, his ancient body pulling strength from some deep source she could not reach but could feel. His mind brushed against hers, not words, images. A gray sky, a field of stone pillars, dragons circling a shard that burned from within, their scales struck through with light. and beneath them, moving through the smoke, figures that walked like people but carried fire in their hands. Erased. He showed her the word without language. They were erased, but they are not gone. Keziah opened her eyes. The storm had thinned for a moment, and through the break she saw the dark shapes of distant shards scattered across the sky like fragments of a world that had once been whole. Somewhere out there, Ashfall Gate waited. Somewhere out there the Keeper waited. And somewhere beneath the stone she could not see, other bonds slept in blood that had not yet woken. The storm closed again, and the dark swallowed the shards. But she had seen them, and she knew with a certainty that had nothing to do with hope and everything to do with the brand in her palm, that she would find them all. Chapter 41. The storm wilds had no horizon. Keziah learned that in the first hour of the dawn march, when the clouds pressed so low they swallowed distance and made every shard edge feel like the end of the world, the stone beneath her boots was raw, unmarked by any path, scored by wind and frost into ridges that caught her ankles and held. Wakesfire walked beside her. He did not fly. Could not fly. His wing was bound against his flank with strips of Calvo's torn robes, the wound packed with salve that smelled of sulfur and crushed bark. Each step jawed through the bond as a dull pulse of pain. But he did not slow. He led. Not her. Not Tandisiel. The dragon moved ahead of them all, his one good eye fixed on something she could not see, his head low, his strides deliberate. Every few hundred beats he paused, lifted his scarred muzzle to the wind, and shifted direction without explanation. "He knows where he is going," Tandisiel said when Keziah asked. She walked beside the gray, her own beast trailing behind with Zuri and Maddie. "That is all I can tell you." "How?" "The same way you know which way is up when the storm closes in. He does not remember it. He feels it." It was not an answer, but it was the only one Keziah was going to get. The group moved in a staggered line, the way Keziah had seen market caravans cross the lower shard bridges during fog season. Tandisiel at the front with Wakesfire, Calvo behind them, his roan work dragon carrying the packs and the racked Arcas satchel. Then the twinnies on their single battered beast, Zuri still bleeding through the binding on her forearm, Maddie counting breaths in a rhythm she had stopped noticing. Pim came next, clutching the satchel of copied records like a child holding a stolen loaf. Idrisi walked last. Keziah did not look at him. She felt him anyway, the weight of his presence at the edge of her peripheral vision, the way he scanned the clouds with a hunter's patience. He had not spoken since the arena, neither had she. The storm wilds swallowed sound. Wind scraped across the stone in long, flat moans that seemed to come from every direction at once. The cold was not the wet cold of the lower markets. It was dry and biting, the kind that leaked through wool and leather and settled in the bones. Zuri broke first. "How much longer?" Her voice was raw, not from fear, but from the effort of speaking into the wind. Tandisiel did not turn. "Until we find a place that does not kill us." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Zuri muttered something that might have been a curse. Maddie did not respond. His eyes were on the clouds, his lips moving in a count only he understood. The sky changed at midday. Keziah felt it before she saw it, a shift in pressure against her eardrums, a stillness in the wind that had been relentless. The clouds did not thin, they tore suddenly, as if a hand had ripped a seam across the gray. Light poured through. It was not the warm light of the upper shards, it was pale and cold, filtered through layers of ice vapor, but it was light, and it revealed what the storm had hidden. A shard hung in the gap. It was smaller than the fortress heights, jiggled broken on one side, as if something had bitten a piece out of it. Stone towers rose from its surface, not built but carved, their edges worn smooth by centuries of wind. No lights, no movement, no smoke. It should not have existed. Keziah had grown up in the shadow of Halkarun's mapped territories. She knew the names of every shard within a day's flight, the fortress seats, the market perches, the empty rocks where nothing lived. This was not among them. Pandaziel. Her voice came out flat. What is that? The older woman did not answer immediately. She was staring at the shard with an expression Keziah had never seen on her face before. Not fear, not surprise, recognition. That, Tandaziel said slowly, is a place that was erased before I was born. Erased from what? From every chart the Concord keeps. Wakesfire stopped. The bond went cold. Keziah felt it before she understood it, a lurch in her chest, the dragon's ancient mind recoiling as if he had stepped on live ember. He stood motionless, his gray scales catching the pale light, his one good eye fixed on the shard. Not with recognition of a place, recognition of a grave. Wakesfire. She moved to his side, pressed her palm to his shoulder. The scales were cold, colder than the storm air. What is it? He did not answer in words, he did not have to. The bond opened, and she felt what he felt. Ash, heat, the smell of burning flesh, a sky full of dragons screaming, stone towers falling, their carved faces cracking apart as fire poured from within. And beneath it all, a voice she did not recognize, a voice that had once been human, crowing out in a language so old the bond could not translate it. They burned it. They burned it and said it never was. Keziah pulled her hand back. The image did not fade. The shard hung before them, silent, empty, waiting. We cannot go there, Idrisi said. She turned. He had stepped forward, his pale alder eyes fixed on the carved towers. His face was pale. Why? She asked. Because I know what it is. His voice was steady, but she could hear the thing beneath it, the thing he was trying not to let through. Bellanca records keep the names of places the Concord destroyed. They do not keep the locations, they do not keep the reasons, but they keep the names. He looked at her. That is Shard Tashara, the first bonded roost, the place where riders and dragons stopped being separate. The wind rose, the clouds began to close again, the pale light shrinking, the carved towers disappearing behind a curtain of gray. Wakesfire did not move. He stood facing the shard as if it were a pyre he had never been allowed to mourn, and through the bond, Keziah felt something she had never felt from him before. Not rage, grief so old it had forgotten how to burn. The clouds sealed. The shard vanished. And they were alone again in the Stormwilds, with a dragon who had just found the grave of everything he had ever loved. Chapter 42. The clouds sealed behind them like a wound closing. Keziah did not look back. She could not. Every step away from Shard Tashar pulled something in her chest, Wakefire's grief, still bleeding through the bond in slow, cold waves. He walked beside her with his head low, his downed wing dragging, and she matched his pace because there was nothing else to do. The group moved in silence. Tandaziel led, her hand resting on the knife at her belt, scanning the stone ahead. Calvo followed with the packs, his breath labored but steady. The twins shared their battered beast. Zuri slouched forward with her chin on Mati's shoulder, her eyes half closed. Pim clutched his satchel like a drowning man clutching driftwood. Idrisi walked asked. Keziah felt him there, a presence at the edge of her awareness, close enough to catch if she fell, far enough to prove he understood the distance she needed. She did not turn around. The storm wilds swallowed them. The ruin appeared without warning. One moment the ground was bare stone, cracked and wind-scoured. The next, a wall rose from the gray, curved and broken, the remains of a dome half-collapsed into itself. Keziah stopped. Wakesfire stopped beside her. Pandazil raised a hand. The group held. The ruin was old, older than the fortress, older than the Concord. Carved stone pillars leaned at angles, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of storm. A doorway gaped in the dome's curve, darkness inside, no movement, no sound. Roost Temple, Vandazil said. Her voice was low. From before the shatter. Is it safe? Pim's voice cracked. It has a roof. That is more than we have. Keziah moved before anyone else could, stepping past Vandazil, her hand on the knife she had taken from the arena. The doorway swallowed her. Darkness. Still air. The smell of old dust and something else. Something metallic, like dried blood that had aged into mineral. Her eyes adjusted. The temple was a single chamber, circular, its domed ceiling broken open in one place where pale light slanted through. Stone benches lined the walls, carved with patterns she could not read. At the center, a raised platform cracked down the middle, where something had once been displayed. An altar. She ran her fingers across the stone. Scorch marks. Old. Deep. What was this place? She asked. Vandazil appeared in the doorway behind her. They used to consecrate bonds here. Before the Concord made it a crime to do it without permission. Consecrate? Bless them. Mark them as sacred. Vandazil stepped inside, her shadow stretching across the cracked floor. Before the Concord, riders did not come from houses. They came from anywhere. The bond chose. The temple witnessed. Keziah looked at the scorch marks. What happened to them? The Concord happened. She did not ask more. Calvo set to work immediately. He spread his worn tack on the altar platform, pulling out bandages, salve pots, a needle threaded with gut. Zuri gathered dry lichen from the temple walls and built a small fire in the broken dome's light, where the smoke could escape through the crack above. Maddie moved along the walls, testing each pillar, checking the ceiling for collapse risk. Pim sat against a stone bench with his satchel open, counting pages by touch, as if making sure nothing had been lost. Idrisi stood at the doorway. Keziah watched him from the corner of her eye. He had not spoken since the shard appeared. He had not looked at her. His hands hung at his sides, still gloved, still ready, but his shoulders carried a weight that had not been there before. She turned away. Calvo called her over. Hold this. He pressed a folded cloth against Wakefire's wing joint. Pressure. Do not let go until I tell you. She obeyed. The dragon did not flinch. He stood beside her with his head lowered, his one good eye half closed, letting Calvo work. Through the bond, she felt his exhaustion, deep and bone-old, and something else. Something watching. Not danger. Awareness. He was listening. The fire crackled. Maddie finished his inspection and crouched beside Zuri, pulling wire from his pack. The twins worked without speaking, him rigging a thin tripline across the temple entrance, her feeding lichen to the flames. They had done this before. In the lower shards. In places where a locked door meant nothing, and a tripline meant everything. Keziah watched them. Zuri caught her looking and grinned. What? Nothing. You keep staring like we are going to disappear. Keziah did not answer. Zuri's grin softened. She turned back to the fire. We are not going anywhere. The words landed in Keziah's chest like stones. Calvo finished binding Wakefire's wing. He washed his hands in a cup of water from his pack, then sat back on his heels, breathing hard. That will hold until morning. Do not push it further. I will not. You will if you have to. He looked at her. I know how you are built. She did not argue. The temple settled into quiet. The wind outside rose and fell, pushing through the broken domes, stirring the firelight into shadows that moved across the carved walls. Zuri stood. She brushed dust off her knees and looked around the chamber with the air of someone taking stock of a new market stall. All right, watch shifts. Keziah blinked. What? Watch shifts. Zuri counted on her fingers. Maddie first, because he will be useless after midnight, then me, then you. Tandazil at the back end. Calvo stays with the dragon. Pim stays awake because he cannot sleep anyway. Pim opened his mouth. Do not argue, Zuri said. I saw you counting pages by touch. You are not sleeping tonight. He closed his mouth. Zuri looked at Keziah. That works? Keziah stared at her. The girl was assigning watch shifts as if they were a crew, as if this crumbling ruin was already home, as if Keziah had not spent her whole life believing that people who stayed became people who died. Yes, she heard herself say. Zuri nodded once and sat back down. The fire burned lower. Maddie took the first watch at the entrance, a shadow against the gray. The others settled against the stone benches, pulling coats and packs around themselves for warmth. Keziah did not sleep. She sat with her back to altar, Wakefire's warmth against her side, watching the flames. Idrisi sat across the chamber, his face half lit by the glow, his eyes fixed on something she could not see. They had not spoken since the arena. She did not know what to say. She did not know if there were words for the space between them, the wreckage of what he had done and what she had chosen anyway. The bond pulsed, quiet, steady. Wakesfire was still listening. A sound cut through the wind. Keziah's head snapped up. Across the chamber, Idrisi had gone still. The sound came again. Distant, low. A call, not a howl, not the wind. The dragon call. It echoed through the storm wilds, thin with distance but unmistakable, a voice riding the dark. Keziah was on her feet before she knew she had moved. Maddie stood at the entrance, his hand on the tripwire. Where did it come from? She asked. East. His voice was flat, and it was Lotta Wild. Thandazil rose from her corner, knife in hand. Concord patrol? Too far for patrol. Idrisi's voice came from across the chamber. That was a hunting call, looking for something. The call came again. Closer. Keziah looked at Wakesfire. The dragon's eye was open, fixed on the dark beyond the door. Through the bond, she felt what he felt. Recognition. Not a wild, not a patrol. Something that had been waiting. Chapter 43. The hunting call did not come again. Keziah stood at the temple entrance long enough for her fingers to go numb. The wind pushed through the broken dome, carrying nothing but gray and the smell of wet stone. No wings, no voices, just the memory of that sound, thin and searching, still hanging in her ribs like a held breath. Behind her, the fire muttered. She turned. Zuri had taken position at the altar, arms crossed, watching her. Maddie had not moved from the tripline. Thandazil sat against the far wall with her knife across her knees, her eyes on the dark beyond the door. Idris had not moved either. He sat where he had been, his pale amber eyes fixed on the same patch of nothing, his hands resting open on his thighs. The posture of a man who had stopped waiting for permission to breathe. Keziah walked past him. She lowered herself beside Wakesfire, her back against his shoulder, her palm pressed to the stone floor. The bond flickered, quiet and watchful. He was still listening. Pim's voice broke the silence. There are carvings. Everyone turned. He was standing at the rear wall of the temple, where the shadows pooled thickest, his hand pressed to the stone like a blind man reading a face. His satchel hung open at his hip, papers half spilling out. "What?" Keziah said. "Carvings." He did not turn. "They were covered. By the dust. By the soot. But they are here." Sandazil rose, knife still in hand. She crossed to him and ran her palm over the stone where he pointed. Her hand stopped. She rubbed the surface with the heel of her palm, once, hard. Ash flaked away. Beneath it, a line emerged, clean and deliberate, cut into the rock by something finer than a tool. She kept rubbing. More lines appeared, curves, shapes, a figure on one knee, arms raised. Another figure above it, wings spread, neck arched down. Wakefire's head lifted. Through the bond, Keziah felt something shift. Not pain, not memory, recognition. The same quiet attention he had given the hunting call. She stood. The others gathered behind her, drawn by the same gravity. Maddie left his post at the entrance, Zuri at his shoulder. Calvo rose from Wakefire's side, wiping salve from his hands. Even Idris crossed the chamber, hanging at the edge of the light. Sandazil worked methodically, clearing the sentry of grit from the wall. The carving grew beneath her hands, a rider on a dragon's back, but not with saddle or reins. The rider's hands were pressed flat to the dragon's neck. The dragon's wing curved around the rider's shoulders like a second body. They were not separate. They were the same shape. "This is older than the Concord," Sandazil said. "Older than the Shattering." Pym stepped closer, his breath quick. "This is how they did it. Before the archives, before the codices. They carved the bond into stone so it could never be erased." Keziah moved past him. She traced the wall with her eyes, following the panels from right to left. More figures, more dragons. Some kneeling, some standing, some embracing the beasts with their whole bodies, their faces pressed to the scaled hide. In one panel, a rider held a burning brand to a dragon's chest. Not in violence, in offering. Her brand throbbed. She kept moving. The panels grew more damaged toward the left. A dark seam split the stone where the wall had cracked, older than the temple's collapse, deliberate. Someone had tried to break the images apart. Behind her, Pym whispered, "They tried to destroy it, the same way they burned the archives, but they could not reach all of it." Keziah stopped. The cracked panel before her showed a rider mid-air, falling. Not falling. Falling through flame. Her arms were outstretched, her mouth open. Below her, the dragon was also falling, also burning, their bodies separated by a gap that the artist had carved as empty sky. But the rider's hand was still extended, and the dragon's neck was still reaching toward her. Even in death, they had tried to close the distance. Keziah's brought. Beneath the rider's outstretched hand, almost invisible in the damaged stone, was a mark. The splayed claw. Burned into the rock the way it was burned into her palm. Chiseled deep, then blackened with something that had turned the stone dark around it. She touched it. The brand in her palm pulsed once. Hot. Wakesfire moved behind her, his head coming over her shoulder, his breath warm against her hair. She felt his recognition through the bond, not of the temple itself, but of the symbol. He had seen it before, many times, in a place he could not reach. "This mark," she said. "What is it?" Sandazil was silent. Pym stepped forward, his eyes wide, his voice barely a whisper. "I have seen it, in the subarchive, on the page that said keep. The same symbol, scratched into the margin by someone who did not want it forgotten." Keziah looked at him. "Who made the mark?" "I do not know." His hands trembled. But it was not Concord. The records that survived, they had this symbol. Every one. The ones they did not burn. It was a way of marking what should not be lost. The brand burned again. She pressed her palm flat to the stone, over the carved claw. The heat spread up her arm, through her shoulder, into her chest. Wakefire's awareness sharpened, and for a beat she saw a temple as he remembered it. Whole, torchlit, filled with voices and smoke, and the scrape of stone on stone. Riders kneeling, dragons pressing their brows to human foreheads. The bond was not a wound, it was a vow. The vision faded. She pulled her hand back. The stone was warm where she had touched it. They carved the knowledge into the walls, she said, so no one could burn it. And they marked the walls with this, Bim said, pointing at the claw, so those who could read would know where to look. The scraping sound came from above. Keziah's head snapped up. The others went still, everybody in the chamber locking into the same animal readiness. The sound came again, slow, deliberate, footsteps on stone. Above the dome, someone was walking across the roof of the temple. Chapter 44. The steward found him in the outer chambers of Bellanca territory, still wearing the dust of the escape. Idrisi had not made it far. He had crossed 3 corridors before the household guard closed around him, not with violence, but with the practiced silence of men who had been waiting for instructions. They did not touch him. They simply stood, blocking the doors, while a runner disappeared toward the upper levels. His father arrived within the hour. Lord Lucan Bellanca moved like a man walking to an execution he had already accepted. His coat was the same charcoal smoke Idrisi wore, but the silver thread at his cuffs marked him as head of the house. He stopped 3 paces from his son and looked at him the way a master looks at a blade that has failed in the forge. "You understand what you have done." Idrisi said nothing. "You stood on the sand before 40,000 witnesses." His father continued, "and handed an outlaw the means to escape. You gave her the name of the keeper. You opened Bellanca roots to a fugitive." "I gave her what was hers." His father's jaw tightened. "You gave her what will be used to destroy every house that still stands. And you made certain the Concord knows which house provided it." The steward returned before Idrisi could answer. Behind him walked 3 riders in the deep blue of the council's personal detail. They carried no weapons drawn, but each wore the black brand at the throat that marked them as oath-bound to Samuel Ikaru directly. The lead rider held up a scroll, the seal already broken. "Idrisi Bellanca," he said. "You are hereby relieved of all rank, title, and privilege pending Article 7 review. Your house retains its standing by vote of the council, contingent on your full cooperation with recovery operations." Recovery operations? Idrisi tasted the words like something spoiled. They never called it a hunt when they could call it an obligation. "What recovery operations?" The rider did not answer. He stepped aside. Samuel Ikaru walked through the door. He was not in his arena robes. He wore plain gray, the same unmarked cloth Idrisi had worn when he stepped onto the sand. No sigil, no ornament, nothing but the burn seam across his jaw and the empty patience in his steel gray eyes. "You have a choice, Bellanca." The room went still. Even Idrisi's father stopped breathing. "The council has authorized a pursuit party to retrieve the outlaw Keziah Onwuamaeze and her dragon," Samuel said. "You know her methods, you know her weaknesses, you know where the keeper's roots will take her. You will lead the pursuit." "And if I refuse?" Samuel's expression did not shift. "Then the council will revise its assessment of your house's cooperation. The seizure order will be extended to your bloodline. Your sister will be remembered to conditioning rotation until a full investigation is complete. Idrisi's hands went cold. Sammy. She was 12. She had never held a harness in her life. She has nothing to do with this. She has the Bellanca name, Samuel said, which you have made indistinguishable from treason. The silence stretched until Idrisi felt it in his teeth. What are the terms of the pursuit? Samuel's lips pressed together, not quite a smile. Reasonable ones. You will ride with a council detail. You will track the fugitives to their refuge. You will secure the dragon for retrieval and the rider for transport. Transport where? Ashfall Gate. The name landed like a blow. Every Bellanca in the room knew what that meant. Transport meant the cage. Ashfall Gate meant the silence that came after. Idrisi looked at his father. Lucan Bellanca's face had gone the color of old stone. You want me to deliver her to the same place you sent her mother? Samuel did not deny it. I want you to prove that your loyalty can be repaired, he said. What happens at Ashfall Gate is not your concern. Your concern is whether your sister sleeps in her own bed tonight or in the conditioning pens. The room tilted. Idrisi saw the trap now. It was not subtle. It was not meant to be. Samuel had layered every exit so that the only way to save Sammy was to become the instrument of Keziah's destruction. And if he refused, Samuel would destroy her anyway, and Idrisi would watch from a cell while his sister paid for his loyalty. You have until dawn, Samuel said. The pursuit leaves from the eastern gate. He turned and walked out. The door closed. The council riders followed. And Idrisi stood in the center of his father's house, stripped of everything but the choice that was not a choice at all. His father did not look at him. He walked to the window and stood with his back to the room. You brought this on her. I tried to save someone. You tried to save someone, his father repeated, the words flat and dead. And now the council will decide whether Sammy is worth the risk of letting you live. Idrisi's throat closed. What would you have me do? His father turned. His face was stone, but his eyes were wet. What you should have done from the beginning. Choose your house. He left. The door clicked shut. He heard the lock engage. Idrisi Bellanca stood in the darkness of his father's house, holding the instruments of his own damnation, and for the first time in his life, he could not find the thread that would lead him out. The chains were cold in his hands. The dawn was coming. And the only way to save anyone was to become what they already believed him to be. Chapter 45. The footsteps stopped. Keziah stood with her palms still pressed to the stone, the warmth of the vision fading from her skin. Above the dome, silence. Whoever had walked across the roof was no longer moving, or had never been there at all, or was waiting for them to believe that. She looked at Wakesfire. He had lifted his head, his one good eye fixed on the cracked ceiling, but he did not growl, did not tense. Whatever he sensed, it was not an immediate threat. That made it worse. Maddie, she said, check the floor. He moved without asking why. That was what Maddie did. He trusted her enough to act first and question later, and she was still learning not to flinch from the weight of that trust. He crouched near the altar, running his scarred fingers over the stone. The twins had grown up reading surfaces, knowing where a loose board had a cache, where a wall had been hollowed to hide goods from patrols. Maddie found it in less than a minute. A seam. So fine it was almost invisible beneath centuries of ash and boot wear. He pressed his palm flat and pushed. The stone shifted. A compartment opened beneath the altar floor, shallow and dust-choked, lined with lead that had kept whatever was inside safe from storm rot and moisture. Maddie reached in without hesitation and pulled out a disc of black glass the size of both his hands, set in a frame of tarnished bronze that had once been silver. "What is that?" Zuri stepped closer, her hand on the knife at her belt. Pym was already moving, his satchel swinging as he dropped to his knees beside Maddie. His wide eyes locked onto the disc with the hunger of an archivist who had just found proof that the world was larger than the Concord had ever admitted. "It's a wayfinder," he breathed. "Storm-calibrated. I've only seen drawings. They were destroyed after the shattering because they could navigate the unmapped routes between shards without patrol clearance." He reached for it, then stopped, looked at Keziah. "May I?" She nodded. Pym lifted the wayfinder with both hands, reverent, turning it in the low torchlight. The bronze frame was etched with symbols she did not recognize, angular and old, worn soft by time and touch. The black glass surface was not solid. It moved. A deep, liquid swirl, slow as cooled honey, catching the light without reflecting it. "It's keyed to blood," Piv said. "Bloodline specific. Only the bond line it was made for can activate it." Thandazil stepped forward from the shadows. Her lined face was unreadable, but her voice carried the weight of recognition. "That was your mother's." Keziah's chest tightened. The compartment had been sealed beneath the altar, lead-lined, hidden where no casual searcher would find it. And it had waited 17 years. She crossed the chamber and took the wayfinder from Pym's hands. It was heavier than it looked. Cold. The black glass swirled against her palms, and she felt it. A pull. Not through the bond, not through her brand, but through something older. The same warmth that lived in her mother's ring. "How do I activate it?" Pym swallowed. "Your blood." She did not hesitate. She pulled the fishbone needle from her collar and pricked her index finger. A bead of blood welled, dark in the torchlight. She pressed it to the glass. The black surface drank the blood instantly. No smear, no residue, just absorption, as if the wayfinder had been thirsty. Then the liquid swirl began to move faster, spinning outward from the point of contact, and lines began to appear beneath the glass. Not drawn, burning from within. Thin gold filaments that traced roots between points Keziah did not recognize, shards that had no names on any Concord chart, connected by threads that curved through storm belts and thermal graveyards. The wayfinder was not just a compass, it was a map of the unmapped. The needle at its center, a sliver of what looked like crystallized bone, began to swing. It spun once, twice, then it locked. Not toward the storm wilds, not toward Ashfall Gate, toward something else, something moving. Keziah stared at the direction the needle held, steady, unwavering, pointing not to a fixed location, but to a target that was itself in motion, somewhere deeper in the storm, beyond the reach of the temple's walls. "What is it pointing at?" Zuri's voice was tight. Pym shook his head. "I don't know. Wayfinders mark routes, not targets. This one, it's tracking something. Someone." "Can it be turned off?" Maddie asked. Keziah tried to lift her finger from the glass. The contact held. The needle did not waver. "It's keyed to the bond line," Pym said again, his voice thinner now. "It won't stop until you tell it to, or until it finds what it's looking for." Thandazil moved closer. She looked at the needle, at the gold thread roots beneath the glass, at the direction the compass insisted on. "Your mother never told me she had this." "She had it hidden," Keziah said. "Under the altar of a temple the Concord burned. She wanted someone to find it." She looked at the needle again. It was pointing deeper into the unmapped wilds, toward a target that moved. Someone who was out there, between the hidden shards, crossing routes the Concord did not know existed. The Keeper? Or something else? Above them, The dome creaked. The footsteps had not returned, but the temple was not empty. Keziah could feel it now, the same way she felt Wakesfire through the bond, a presence that was not hostile but watchful, waiting to see what they would do with what they had found. "We follow it," she said. No one argued. She looked at Wakesfire. His wing was bound, still useless for flight, but his good eye was fixed on the Wayfinder, and through the bond she felt his recognition. He had seen this before. Not the device itself, but the purpose behind it. Other bonds, other bloodlines, sleeping beneath stone, and someone out there who knew where they were. The Wayfinder pulled in her hands, the needle steady, and Keziah understood that it had been waiting for her. Not for her mother, not for the keeper, for her. And it would not stop until she reached whatever the needle hunted. Chapter 46. They left the temple before dawn. The presence above the dome did not follow, or if it did, Keziah could not feel it through the weight of the Wayfinder in her hands. The needle held steady, pulling southeast through the Stormdark, and the group moved in single file across stone that had not known footsteps in decades. Wakesfire walked beside her, his bound ring dragging, his good eye fixed on the horizon ahead. Through the bond she felt his alertness, not the grief of Shard Tashora, but something sharper, recognition. He knew this direction. The path began to change an hour out. The flat stone gave way to shards of translucent crystal, jagged and fused to the rock, catching the pale light in a way that made the ground look like broken water. Keziah stepped carefully, but the shards crackled underfoot, and the sound carried in ways she did not like. "What is this place?" Zuri asked from behind. Vandazil did not answer. Her face was unreadable, but her hand had moved to her knife. The Wayfinder pulled them deeper into the crystal field, and then the mist parted, and Keziah saw dragon skeletons. A field of them stretching into the haze, rib cages as tall as market stalls, fused into standing formations of transparent glass. Skulls with jaws wide enough to swallow a person whole, their teeth preserved in crystal, their eye sockets filled with the same strange light that made everything here look underwater. Some were whole, others were shattered, fragments scattered across the stone like exploded ships. Wakesfire stopped. Through the bond, the first wave hit Keziah like a fist to the chest. Heat, blinding, choking, the smell of burning hide and screaming that was not human. She dropped to her knees, the Wayfinder clattering against the stone, and she was not in the glass field anymore. She was in a pit. Bodies falling around her. Gray bodies, brown bodies, a deep rust-red mare whose wing had been torn from the joint. Men with hooks and chains moving between the carcasses, cutting, hauling, while riders stood on the rim with torches, watching. A voice, calm and familiar, reading from a scroll. "By authority of the Pyre Concord, these outlaw bonds are hereby severed, and the beasts rendered unfit for reclamation." Wakefire's memory. His oldest wound. Keziah tried to breathe. The bond was flooding her with everything he had sealed away. The chained wings, the iron collars, the gray female who had fought until her heart gave out, and a sound from Wakefire's own throat. Not a roar, but a child's cry, watching a hatchling being dragged away alive. A small gray shape, smaller than the rest, still squirming. One. They took one. Then the memory shattered, and Keziah was on her knees in the glass field with the dragon skeletons all around her, and Wakefire's grief was a weight in her chest that made it hard to breathe. Hands on her shoulders. "Maddie." "Keziah? Keziah, look at me." She forced her eyes open. Her vision swam. The group had formed a tight circle around her. Vandazil was crouched 3 paces ahead, scanning the mist. Zuri had her blade out. Pim was kneeling next to Maddie, his face pale, his lips moving in what might have been a prayer. "The skeletons," Keziah said. Her voice was raw. He knows them. He was here. Undesirable turned. Her lined face was hard, but her eyes held something older though hardness. "The glass pits," she said. "The Concord's first execution ground, before they learned to hide the bodies. I thought the storm had buried it." Keziah forced herself upright. Her legs shook. The wayfinder was still on the ground, its needle steady, still pointing southeast. Past the glass field, past the dead. "They didn't bury all of them," she said. She picked up the wayfinder and looked at Wakesfire. He was standing rigid, his head low, his gowned wing trembling. Through the bond, she felt him trying to close the memory again, trying to seal it behind the wall he had built over centuries. But she had already seen it. The pit, the chains, the hatchling. One. They took one, and he had not found it since. "We keep moving," she said. No one argued. But as they crossed the glass field, Keziah could not stop seeing the hatchling's face. Small, gray, eyes that had not learned to hate yet. The same eyes that looked at her from the bond when Wakesfire let her see what he had lost. They reached the far edge of the field when Zuri stopped. "Movement," she said. "East?" Keziah raised the wayfinder. The needle had not shifted, but the mist had. A shape moved through it, low and fast, then another. And behind them, something larger, something that caught the pale light and threw it back in sharp angles. A banner. Gray and black, the Pyre Concord crest woven into fabric that snapped against a wind Keziah could not feel. And beneath it, riders. At least 6. Moving in formation, spreading wide, cutting off the path ahead. Keziah's hand tightened on the wayfinder. The needle was still pointing past them. Chapter 47. The mist did not lift. Keziah crouched behind a rib cage fused into the stone, the wayfinder pressed flat against her chest. 6 riders in formation, gray and black banner. Pyre Concord crest snapping in a wind that moved only above them, not through the glass field. Her people had scattered into the bones without a word. Maddie would have found the killing ground before the riders cleared the mist. Zuri would be circling wide, looking for the soft flank. Undesirable had vanished the moment the banner appeared, and Pym had gone with her, because Pym was no use in a stand-up fight and they both knew it. Calvo had Wakesfire. Keziah felt the dragon through the bond, a low-banked fury waiting behind her ribs. His wing was bound. He could not fly. But she felt his jaws open, his throat working, the promise of fire held like a held breath. "Don't," she sent through the bond. "Not yet." The lead rider halted 20 paces from her position, a woman with a scarred jaw and a dragon the color of old rust. She raised a hand and the formation stopped, fanning out across the glass field. Their mounts were not the sleek arena beasts Keziah had spent weeks studying. These were patrol dragons, stockier, meaner, eyes that moved through the mist like they had learned to see without light. "Spread out," the lead rider said. "She cannot have gone far on foot. The warden wants the gray alive, but the girl's order reads no restriction." Keziah's blood went cold. No restriction. That meant kill on sight. The riders dismounted in pairs, their dragons dropping to a low guard stance. One of them pulled a glass sphere from his saddle, and when he cracked it against the stone, pale light bloomed upward, cutting through the mist like a knife through scar tissue. They were searching the bones. The first cry came from Keziah's left. A rider stumbled backward, his leg caught in a line Keziah had not seen Matty set. The tripwire yanked him off his feet, and the glass shards beneath him did the rest. He hit the ground screaming, his dragon lashing out blindly at the mist. Then Zuri came through the gap. She moved like she had been born in ambush. Her blade caught the second rider across the wrist before he could draw, and she was already gone, swallowed by the mist, leaving blood on the glass and a dragon turning in confused circles. The lead rider was shouting now, trying to reform the line, but the mist had become a weapon. Every shadow was a threat. Every skeleton held a possible enemy. Keziah felt Undesireble's presence before she saw her. The old champion rose from behind a broken skull with the silence of something that had been doing this long before the Concord knew her name. Her knife took the lead rider's dragon in the throat, and the beast went down with a sound like stones falling. The rider turned, drawing steel, and Undesireble caught her wrist, twisted, and the blade dropped. "Do you know who I was?" Undesireble asked, her voice low and terrible, before she drove her knife up under the rider's ribs. The woman fell. 3 riders left, 2 dragons. The banner had toppled into the glass, and the fabric was already staining dark with the blood running from somewhere Keziah could not see. She rose. The wayfinder was warm against her palm. The needle had not shifted, still pointing southeast, past the glass field, past the mist, past whatever Samael had set between her and the thing her mother had hidden. Then we do not stay long enough for it to matter. She turned to find Wakesfire standing at the edge of the bone field, Calvo beside him, the dragon's bound wing trembling but his eye fixed on her. Through the bond, she felt his agreement. Not forgiveness, not peace. The direction was the next blow. She walked toward him and the group closed in behind her, leaving the dead riders to the glass and the mist and the banner that had fallen face down in the blood. 1 rider had escaped. That meant the clock had started. Chapter 48. They moved southeast through the bone field, leaving the dead riders to the mist. The wayfinder's needle never wavered. Keziah kept it cupped to her palm, the glass warm against her brand, the gold filament roots pulsing with each beat of her heart. The terrain changed as the mist thinned. Bare stone gave way to cracked earth, riddled with fissures that breathed heat into the cold air. Steam rose in thin columns, curling around their ankles like fingers reaching from below. The skeletons grew sparse, then vanished entirely, replaced by a landscape of black rock and mineral stains that shimmered orange in the low light. Zuri stopped at the edge of a fissure and peered down. "There is fire under this." Undesirable knelt, pressed her palm to the stone, and held it there for 3 breaths. "She is right. Geothermal vents. Deep." Pim hugged his satchel, eyes wide. "Should we go around?" Keziah looked at the wayfinder. The needle had not deviated. It pointed straight into the heart of the steam field, where the fissures grew closer together and the heat thickened until the air shimmered. No. She walked forward. The heat hit her like a wall, dry, mineral bitter, rising from cracks that glowed dull red at the edges. Wakesfire followed, his bound wing held tight against his body, his one eye scanning the ground with the caution of something that had learned to read danger in the smallest signs. Maddie found the entrance, a sheer drop where the stone had split open, revealing a tunnel that slanted down into the glow. The walls were smooth, worn by water or time or something else, and the air that rose from the dark was warm enough to fog Keziah's breath. "Here," Maddie said. "The needle points here." Keziah stepped to the edge and looked down. The tunnel descended into a light so deep and red, it looked like blood. She went first. The descent took them into the earth, into the heat, into a silence that pressed against the ears like water. The walls changed from black stone to something darker, smoother, veined with mineral deposits that caught the glow and threw it back in fractured patterns. And then the tunnel opened. Keziah stopped. The cavern was vast. The ceiling arched high overhead, lost in shadow, but the floor was visible, lit from below by veins of molten light that traced through the stone like rivers on a map. The air was thick and heavy, and it carried a scent she had never smelled before, but recognized instantly at the level of the bone. Warmth. Old warmth. The warmth of bodies that had slept here for a very long time. The floor was covered in eggs. Hundreds of them. Keziah's breath caught. They lay in concentric circles, arranged with a precision that spoke of purpose, not accident. Each one was the size of her torso, shaped like a teardrop, and every single one had turned to stone. Ember stone. Black and translucent, threaded with veins of orange that still glowed faintly, as if the fire inside had never fully died. The shells were cracked, most of them shattered, the interiors filled with the solidified remains of what had never hatched. How did they do this? The Concord rode through here with iron collars and fire oil, Thandazil said. They did not just kill the dragons, they sterilized the roosts. Every egg that could have hatched, every nest that could have produced another generation. They wanted to end the bloodlines completely. Zuri walked through the circles, her face hard. Then why are they still here? Why not destroy them? They were preserved as a warning. Thandazil's voice was flat. Every rider who found this place was meant to see what awaits resistors. The Concord left the eggs because the eggs are a message. Keziah moved through the circles, counting without meaning to. 23, 47, 82. The numbers grew as she moved inward, the circles tightening, the eggs smaller at the center. And then she saw it. At the heart of the nursery, where the smallest eggs lay, one shell was different. It was the same size as the others, the same teardrop shape, the same black emberstone surface. But it was not cracked. The shell was whole, unbroken, and when Keziah pressed her palm to it, she felt warmth that was not geothermal, warmth that pulsed. Pim? He looked up. Come here. He crossed the circles with quick, nervous steps, and when he saw the egg, his face went white. That is not stone. I know. No, Keziah, that is not stone. That is shell, living shell. She looked at the egg again. The surface was smooth, unblemished, and when she pressed her ear to it, she heard it. A heartbeat, deep, slow, but there. Wakesfire came to her side, his massive head lowering until his blind eye was instantly from the egg. The walls were smooth, worn by water or time or something else, and the air that rose from the dark was warm enough to fog Keziah's breath. Here, Maddie said. The needle points here. Keziah stepped to the edge and looked down. The tunnel descended into a light so deep and red, it looked like blood. She went first. The descent took them into the earth, into the heat, into a silence that pressed against the ears like water. The walls changed from black stone to something darker, smoother, veined with mineral deposits that caught the glow and threw it back in fractured patterns. And then the tunnel opened. Keziah stopped. The cavern was vast. The ceiling arched high overhead, lost in shadow, but the floor was visible, lit from below by veins of molten light that traced through the sunon like rivers on a map. The air was thick and heavy, and it carried a scent she had never smelled before but recognized instantly at the level of the bone. Warmth. Old warmth. The warmth of bodies that had slept here for a very long time. The floor was covered in eggs. Hundreds of them. Keziah's breath caught. They lay in concentric circles, arranged with a precision that spoke of purpose, not accident. Each one was the size of her torso, shaped like a teardrop, and every single one had turned to stone. Ember stone, black and translucent, threaded with veins of orange that still glowed faintly, as if the fire inside had never fully died. The shells were cracked, most of them. He looked at the eavesdrop, expecting to the pence slippes. Chapter 49. The warmth did not fade when the shell fell away. It grew. Keziah's hands stayed where they had been, suspended in the space where the egg had been, and the heat that met her was not fire, it was a pulse, alive, beating against her palms like a second heart. The creature unfolded. It was no larger than her forearm, its body slender and luminous, covered not in scales, but in something softer, membranes of deep amber threaded with veins of gold that caught the cavern's steamlight and threw it back in ripples. Its wings were not dragon wings. They were wide and fragile, translucent as stormglass fired thin, and along the trailing edge of each wing ran a line of tiny glowing points, like embers caught in silk. It lifted its head. Its eyes found Keziah's, not dragon eyes, slit and ancient. These were round, dark, wet, and in their depths she saw something moving. Light, images that swam beneath the surface like fish in deep water. The creature opened its mouth and let out a sound like glass humming. Keziah did not move. Fire moth, Undesirable brooded behind her. They were bred to carry memory, sparks of it, between bonded lines, across distance. I have read about these, Pym said, his voice cracking. They were used before the shattering, to pass messages that could not be intercepted. The moth carried a seed of the sender's mind, a living letter. The moth's wings trembled, the glowing points along the edges brightened, and Keziah felt a pull in her palm, the splayed claw mark heating as if the brand was waking. The moth stepped forward. It crossed the shards of its own shell, unsteady on legs that had never borne weight, and it did not stop until its head touched Keziah's hand. The brand flared, the moth's whole body lit from within, and the images rose out of its eyes like smoke. Keziah saw a room she did not recognize. Stone walls hung with woven maps, a low table scattered with papers, and a woman standing with her back to the door. Tall, coiled dark hair streaked with gray before its time. Hands that moved with the quick, precise gestures of someone who had learned to make every motion count. Her mother. Keziah knew her the way she knew her own heartbeat. The shape of the shoulders, the angle of the head, the way she stood as if expecting a blow from behind. Her mother turned. The face was older than the faded image Keziah had carried in her mind. Older, harder, with lines carved by grief and a fire behind the eyes that had not got out. She spoke, but the moth carried only the image, not the sound. Her mouth moved, and the woman across the table nodded. Undesirable, younger, less gray, but the same scarred hands, the same set to the jaw. Undesirable as she must have been 17 years ago, before the flight, before the fall. Her mother spread a map across the table. Keziah recognized the lines, the gold filament routes that now glowed beneath the black glass of the wayfinder. The same paths, the same unmapped shards. Her mother pointed to a place on the map. Her finger traced a route through Stormvilt's past family graveyards to a cluster of marks that Keziah could not read. Then she looked up, directly at the moth, directly through the years, directly at Keziah. Her mother's lips formed a word. Keziah did not hear it, but she felt it land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. The moth's light dimmed. The images faded. The warm body in Keziah's palm began to cool. Wait, she said. Wait, I need more. But the moth's wings were already folding. Its glow contracted to a single point at the center of its chest, pulsing like a dying coal, and then it lifted from her hand. It did not fall. It rose. On wings that had been translucent and soft, now hardening into amber glass, the fire moth climbed into the steam-filled air above the nursery. The points along its wing edges flared once, bright enough to cast shadows across the cavern walls, and then it turned. Keziah felt the turn in her brand. A tug, a direction. The moth was not dying, it was leaving. Where is it going? Zuri asked. Undesireble's face was unreadable. to deliver its message. The moth found its destination. Now it carries the next piece somewhere else. But it just hatched, Pym said. It cannot. It is not a hatchling, Thandazil said. It is a messenger. It emerged because it was called. It delivered what it carried. Now it had another task. The moth was already rising toward the cavern roof, its amber body growing smaller against the dark stone, the ember points along its wings tracing a path through the steam. Keziah felt the brand pulling, not painfully, like a thread tied to her ribs drawing her attention east, the same direction the wayfinder now pointed, the same direction the myth was going. She looked down at her palm. The splendid claw mark was still warm, still glowing faintly, and she understood that the moth had not just shown her the memory, it had marked her. Keziah. She turned. Wakesfire stood at the edge of the egg circle, his massive head raised, his single eye fixed on her. Through the bond she felt his new understanding, not in words, but in a shape that formed in her chest. He knew what the moth was. He knew where it was going. And he knew that something had just begun that could not be undone. The wayfinder pulsed in her grip. The gold filament routes had shifted again. The path from the egg now led not just to the edge of the map, but to a point beyond it, a place marked by no name, no chart, no record. The same place the moth flew, the same place her mother had touched on the map 17 years ago. Thandazil, Keziah said, and her voice came out harder than she intended. What was at the end of that map? Thandazil said, and her voice came out harder than she intended. What was at the end of that route? Thandazil did not answer. She did not need to. The look on her face told Keziah everything. The old champion knew. She had always known. And she had been waiting for Keziah to find the question before she gave the answer. The steam swallowed the moth. The last ember light winked out, and Keziah was left standing in the silent nursery with a warm brand, a living map, and the terrible weight of a message that had taken 17 years to arrive. Chapter 50. Thandazil did not look away. Her scarred hands hung at her sides, the fingers loose, ready for anything. Ready to fight. Ready to be struck. Tell me, Keziah said. The words came out flat. Not a demand. A door that would not close until something walked through it. The cavern breathed around them, steam curling from fissures, the drip of mineral water somewhere in the dark. The group had gone still. Zuri half turned with a question dying on her lips, Maddie's hand resting on the tool at his belt, Pym hugging the satchel like a child with a stolen loaf. Thandazil's jaw worked. The scar across her right cheek pulled white at the edge. I knew your mother before she was a champion, she said. Before she was anything the Concord wanted to kill. The words fell into the silence like stones. We grew up in the same shard shadow, lower fourth, before the collapse took the eastern tier. She was older, faster, braver in ways that should have killed her. When the bond chose her, I was the one who held her harness while she learned to trust the gray. Wakefire's head came up, his single eye fixed on Thandazil with something that was not accusation, but recognition. She told me what she was going to do, Thandazil said. Before the final flight, before the Ashfall Gate order. She sat me down in a room that smelled of brine and candle wax and made me swear. Swear what? Keziah said. That if the line ever resurfaced, if the bond woke again in her blood or their daughters, I would choose you over my own safety. Thandazil's voice cracked on the last word. Recovered. Held. She knew they would come for her. She knew the Concord would not stop at one death, and she made me promise that I would not follow her into the fire, that I would stay. Keziah felt the words land in her chest beside the moth's silent message. You stayed. I stayed. And she died. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. Fandaziel's hands curled into fists. Her breath came slow, deliberate, the rhythm of a woman who had learned to keep her grief caged so it would not eat her alive. "I was supposed to be there," she said, "the night they took her. I was supposed to be in the escort formation. I had a fever. They replaced me with a cadet who did not know the route. By the time I reached the storm gate, the transport was gone and the log already listed her as transferred. Transferred, not executed." The word hung between them, and Keziah felt the shape of it shift in the dark. "You believed she was alive," Keziah said. "Before the final flight, before the Ashfall Gate order, she sat me down in a room that smelled of brine and candle wax and made me swear." "Swear what?" Keziah said. "That if the line ever resurfaced, if the bond woke again in her blood or her daughter's, I would choose you over my own safety." Fandaziel's voice cracked on the last word. Recovered. Held. She knew they would come for her. She knew the Concord would not stop at one death. And she made me promise that I would not follow her into the fire, that I would stay. Keziah felt the words land in her chest, beside the moth's silent message. "You stayed? I stayed." And she died. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. Fandaziel's hands curled into fists. Her breath came slow, deliberate, the rhythm of a woman who had learned to keep her grief caged so it would not eat her alive. "I was supposed to be there," she said, "the night they took her. I was supposed to be in the escort formation. I had a fever. They replaced me with a cadet who did not know the route. By the time I reached the storm gate, the transport was gone and the log already listed her as transferred." Transferred, not executed. The word hung between them, and Keziah felt the shit of it shift in the dark. "You believed she was alive," Keziah said, "before the final flight, before the Ashfall Gate order. She sat me down in a room that smelled of brine and candle wax and made me swear." "Swear what?" Keziah said. "But if the line ever resurfaced, if the bond woke again in her blood or her daughter's, I would choose you over my own safety." Fandaziel's voice cracked on the last word. Recovered. Held. She knew they would come for her. She knew the Concord would not stop at one death, and she made me promise that I would not follow her into the fire, that I would stay. Keziah felt the words land in her chest beside the moth's silent message. You stayed. I stayed. And she died. The silence of it was worse than any sound. Fandaziel's hands curled into fists. Her breath came slow, deliberate, the rhythm of a woman who had learned to keep her grief caged so it would not eat her alive. I was supposed to be there, she said, the night they took her. I was supposed to be in the escort formation. I had a fever. They replaced me with a cadet who did not know the route. By the time I reached the storm gate, the transport was gone, and the log already listed her as transferred. Transferred. Not executed. The word hung between them, and Keziah felt the shape of it shift in the dark. You believed she was alive, Keziah said, before the final flight. Before the Ashfall Gate order. She sat me down in a room that smelled of brine and candle wax, and made me swear. Swear what? Keziah said, that if the line ever resurfaced, if the bond woke again in her blood or her daughter's, I would choose you over my own safety. Fandaziel's voice cracked on the last word. Recovered. Held. She knew they would come for her. She knew the Concord would not stop at one death, and she made me promise that I would not follow her into the fire, that I would stay. Keziah felt the words land in her chest, beside the moth's silent message. You stayed. I stayed. And she died. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. Sandaziel's hands curled into fists. Her breath came slow, deliberate, the rhythm of a woman who had learned to keep her grief caged so it would not eat her alive. I was supposed to be there, she said, the night they took her. I was supposed to be in the escort formation. I had a fever. They replaced me with a cadet who did not know the route. By the time I reached the storm gate, the transport was gone, and the log already listed her as transferred. Transferred. Not executed. The word hung between them, and Keziah felt the shape of it shift in the dark. You believed she was alive, Keziah said, before the final flight, before the Ashfall gate order. She sat me down in a room that smelled of brine and candle wax, and made me swear. Swear what? Keziah said, that if the line ever resurfaced, if the bond woke again in her blood or her daughter's, I would choose you over my own safety. Sandaziel's voice cracked on the last word, recovered, held. The first roost that was never burned. The words landed like thunder before the storm. It is not on any record, not even the Bellanca vaults. Your mother found it during her champion years and kept it silent because if the Concord ever knew it survived, they would destroy it like they destroyed everything else. Survived, Keziah repeated. The first roost is still standing. It is not just standing, Keziah said. Hopefully the memory paper -kushid like even sina healing leakers, patho content. If you owe her a debt, you pay it forward. You stay, you help. You do not leave me to face what comes without knowing what I am walking into. She looked at the wayfinder, then at the steam-dark ceiling where the moth had vanished. What is at the end of the route? Sandaziel's breath caught. Held. The first roost that was never burned. The words landed like thunder before the storm. It is not on any record, not even the Bellanca vaults. Your mother found it during her champion years and kept it silent because if the Concord ever knew it survived, they would destroy it like they destroyed everything else. Survived, Keziah repeated. The first roost is still standing. It is not just standing, Keziah said, because I do not have time to carry your guilt. If you owe her a debt, you pay it forward. You stay, you help. You do not leave me to face what comes without knowing what I am walking into. She looked at the wayfinder, then at the steam-dark ceiling where the moth had vanished. What is at the end of the route? Sandaziel's breath caught. Held. The first roost that was never burned. The words landed like thunder before the storm. The first roost that was never burned. Another would been looking up into the jargonal extinct, a screen picker at a marth than the best that work for it. What everyone is in the funnel. I don't take this. I get that into Convenix time. I don't never think that the marication like I could. Chapter 51. The Bellanca estate rose from the mist like a wound that had healed wrong. Idrisi had crossed the eastern gate before dawn, had taken the servant's path through the laundry tunnels, had moved with the silence his aunt taught him in a different lifetime. But the moment he stepped into the inner courtyard, he felt the shift. The guards at the postern door did not meet his eyes. The house steward, old enough to have held him as an infant, looked through him as if he were already ash. Idrisi kept working. The great hall was empty, the council chamber locked. His father's study door stood a finger's width ajar, and through the gap Idrisi heard voices arranged in the careful geometry of negotiation. Two voices. His father's, and another he knew too well. Samoil Ikaru. Idrisi stopped breathing, pressed himself against the stone where the torchlight did not reach, and listened. The girl is already beyond the glass pits, his father said. The words came flat, rehearsed, the tone of a man reciting terms he had already accepted. My son gave her the keeper's name and the eastern roots. Whatever happens now, The house cannot be seen to shield him." "I am not asking you to shield him." Samuel's voice was mild, almost kind. "I am asking you to confirm that when the pursuit finds him, you will not interfere." A pause. "Lord Lucan, I need the answer on record." "My son is a Bellanca." His father's voice cracked on the last syllable. "He will answer for his choices." "That is not what I asked." The silence stretched until Idrisi heard his own heartbeat in his throat. Then his father said, "You will have no intervening from House Bellanca." Idrisi closed his eyes. He had known. Some part of him had known since Marin pressed the satchel into his hands. But knowing and hearing were different wounds. His father had just signed him over to whatever Samuel decided to make of him. He turned from the door. The corridor stretched empty. He took it at a walk, then a run, heading for the East Archive where the old supply ledgers were kept. If he could find the routes his father used to move goods between shards, routes not registered with the Concord, he could reach Keziah before the pursuit. The archive door was locked. He reached for the pick in his sleeve. "The code changed 3 days ago." The voice came from behind him, small, careful, a child's voice trying to sound older than it was. Idrisi turned. Sammy stood at the end of the corridor, barefoot, still in her sleeping clothes, clutching a leather-bound ledger against her chest. She was 12. She had her mother's jaw and her mother's eyes, and the same way of standing perfectly still when the world was falling apart. "Sammy," his voice came out wrong. "You should not be here." "The guards are at the front gate. The house steward is listening at the study door." She stepped forward, held out the ledger. "I took this from Father's safe before he went to meet the High Warden." Idrisi took it. The leather was warm from her hands. "The code was my birth year," she said. "He never changes it." He opened the cover. The pages inside were filled with columns, dates, shard names, cargo weights, and seals. Bellanca shipping records. But the cargo descriptions did not match any legal manifest he had ever seen. Ashfall Gate, Cycle 47, 3rd Quarter, Unit Count 14. Status, transferred. Ashfall Gate, Cycle 48, 1st Quarter, Unit Count 9. Status, completed. Ashfall Gate, Cycle 49, 2nd Quarter, Unit Count 22. Status, pending. He turned the page, then another. The numbers went back 17 years. Every transfer corresponded to a confiscation order from the Concord. Every cargo listed a unit count of people, outlawed bloodlines, bonded riders, inconvenient survivors shipped to Ashfall Gate under Bellanca's seal. His family had been paid for every one. "Sammy." His throat was sand. "Do you know what this is?" "Yes." She did not look away. "I found it last year when I was looking for Mother's old letters. I did not understand the numbers at first. Then I looked at the dates." She had known. His 12-year-old sister had known their family was built on prisoner transport, and she had kept the proof. "Why did you not tell anyone?" "Who would I tell?" Her voice stayed flat, too controlled for her age. "Father? The High Warden? You?" She paused. "You were gone. You were always gone. And when you came back, you were different." The accusation sat between them, true and sharp. "Sammy, I..." Footsteps. She grabbed his wrist, pulled him toward the servants' passage behind the archive. "You have maybe 20 breaths before they reach this corridor." "Sammy, I cannot leave you here." "You are not leaving me." She pushed the ledger into his hands. "You are taking the proof so they cannot burn it. And when you come back..." Her voice broke for the first time. "When you come back, you will tell me it was worth it." The footsteps grew closer, multiple sets, boots with metal heels. Sammy pushed him into the passage and pulled the false panel closed. The dark swallowed him. He stood with the ledger pressed against his chest and his sister's voice still in his ears, listening to the footsteps pass on the other side of the wall. When they faded, he moved. The servants' passage led to the old wine cellar. The wine cellar had a drainage grate that opened onto the lower canal. If he could reach the canal before the estate sealed, he could follow the current to the eastern shard line and cross into the storm wilds before... He stopped. The drain grate was already open. A figure crouched at its edge, silhouetted against the canal's dim light. Slim. Familiar. His aunt straightened. Chapter 52. The temple bell's resonance faded from Keziah's bones, and the silence that followed was wrong. Not quiet. Listening. She felt it through the bond before Wakesfire moved. A shift in the air pressure, something large displacing the night above them. The storm had not returned, but something else had taken its place, circling the broken dome with lazy, patient hunger. "It knows we are here," Tandazil said. Her hand was already on her knife. Keziah's brand pulled east, toward the occupied roost she could not yet see, but the predator was not coming from that direction. It dropped from the clouds without warning, a shape the storm could not hold. Wingspan longer than the temple's shattered nave, hide the color of old blood and wet ash. No dragon. Son of order. Its head swiveled on a neck too long for any creature that flew, and its eyes caught the last glow of the fire moth's amber wing light, like embers held in the dark. Zuri had the fire going before Keziah could give the order. Maddie was already pulling the packs behind the altar stone. Pim vanished with the satchel pressed to his chest, and Keziah heard his breath catch as the creature banked above the dome and let out a sound that was not a roar. A call. The same call Wakesfire had recognized at the burned temple, the one that had been waiting for them. "He knew," Keziah said. The words came out cold. "Samul knew we would come here." The creature dove. Wakesfire met it before Keziah could mount, his bound wing dragging, but his body ensers moving with the old fury of something that had killed before. He hit the predator mid-air, claws raking, and the impact sent both of them rolling across the temple's cracked stone floor. Keziah ran. She did not think. She threw herself onto Wakefire's back, felt his pain through the bond like a spike driven through her own ribs, and grabbed the harness with hands that remembered every fall she had ever taken. "Fly me," she said. He did. The bond opened, and the world narrowed to the space between his shoulder blades and the creature's throat. The temple was too small for a real fight. Pillars broke as Wakesfire drove the predator into the wall, and Keziah felt each shard of stone through his hide. The creature's tail wrapped around his foreleg and pulled, and she heard Wakefire's wing joints scream. She did not have a blade long enough to reach the thing's neck. She did not have time to find one. So she leaned forward, pressed her branded palm to Wakefire's shoulder, and let the shared wound transfer take them both into the kind of flight that should have killed her. The creature's blood was hot and smelled of old iron. Wakefire's claws found its throat, and Keziah held the bond open while his strength bled into hers and hers into his, and the predator thrashed against the altar, against the walls, against the pillars that held the dome above them. Tandazil's knife took one of its eyes. Zuri's fire caught its wing. Maddie's wire wrapped around its throat and pulled tight. And Keziah, with Wakefire's fury roaring through her chest, drove her mother's ring into the soft place beneath its jaw and twisted. The creature went still. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, waiting for the next blow. Keziah slid off Wakefire's back and landed on knees that did not want to hold her. The bond was quiet now, but she could feel the damage. his wing, his ribs, the old wound opened, and the new one bleeding. The predator lay dead at the center of the temple floor, its body blocking the path to the eastern exit. Calvo was already at Wakefire's side, pressing bandages to the wing with hands that did not shake. Pym emerged from behind the altar, pale and shaking, and began counting the creature's ribs. "It is not a dragon," he said. "It is not anything I have read about." "It is a wild thing," Tandazil said. "The Concord cannot control them. They drive them." "Drive them where?" Zuri asked. "Toward anything that bleeds." Pandazil knelt beside the creature's head and ran her fingers along its jaw. "They use scent lines and thermal lures. If something is bleeding in a place they want destroyed, the wild things come." Keziah's chest went cold. "We are bleeding," she said. "Wakesfire has been bleeding since the glass pits." Tandazil looked at her. The silence said everything. Keziah turned and walked to the creature's flank. The hide was thick, but she found what she was looking for. A small, black, gray barb, no longer than her finger, lodged deep in the muscle near the spine. She pulled it out. The barb was not natural. It had ridges, sharpened edges, a small seal at the base that caught the dying firelight. Concord forged. Samol had not sent riders to track them through the storm wilds. He had sent something that could not be reasoned with, could not be bribed, could not be turned. He had turned the wilds themselves into weapons. Keziah held the barb up so the others could see. "He knows where we are," she said. "He has known since we left the temple, and he is driving everything that hunts in these storms toward us." The fire crackled, the thing bled into the temple floor, and somewhere in the dark beyond the broken dome, another call rose. Fainter, further, but closer than it had been. Chapter 53. The creature's blood pooled in the cracks between the temple stones, steaming where it touched the cold. Pym crouched beside the body, his hands moving over the hide with the careful dread of someone who knew he should not be touching it at all. The firelight caught his face, pale, jaw tight, eyes moving too fast. Keziah watched him count the ribs again. He had already done it twice. "It is not a dragon," he said. "I told you that." "You told us. But I did not tell you what it is." He sat back on his heels. "I do not know what it is. I know what they called it." "Who called it what?" Tandazil asked. "The Concord Archive." Pym's voice dropped. "The sealed section. The one I found before the alarm went off." Keziah's hand went to her collar. The fishbone needle was there, still threaded through the fabric. She pulled it free and used it to pick at the blood drying under her nails. "What did you find in that section?" Pym did not answer at first. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a folded sheet, creased and smudged. The edges burned in a way that looked deliberate. He held it like it might bite him. "Records," he said. "Listings, names, and numbers. The Concord has been tracking something for decades. They have a word for it." He unfolded the paper. Keziah stepped closer. The writing was cramped, angular, the ink faded in places where water had touched it. Columns of dates and locations, symbols she did not recognize. "What word?" Pym looked up. His eyes could not hold hers. "Ember Air." The fire popped. The creature's blood hissed. Dandazil's face went hard. "Where did you see that term?" "Listed under the bloodline classifications." Pym's voice shook. "Third cycle records, the ones that were supposed to be destroyed. They were not destroyed. They were moved." "Moved where?" Keziah asked. The sub-archive. The one under the cistern. Pym swallowed. The one I was in when the alarm went off. The page I stole was one of them. I thought it was about the bond lines. It was, but it was also about something else. He held the paper out. Keziah took it. She did not read it immediately. She held it in her branded hand and felt the bond stir Wakefire's attention through the thread, sharper than it had been since the fight. Ember Heir, she said. That is what they called my mother. Yes, that is what they call me. Pym nodded. And the others? His voice cracked. There are others. The silence that followed was not like the creature's death. It was thinner, higher, a note held too long. Zori stepped forward. What do you mean, others? Pym's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs, trying to steady them. The Concord classified inherited bond carriers as Ember Heirs. They listed them by bloodline and birth year. They marked dormant, awakened, or terminated. He took a breath. They did not kill all of them. Some were monitored. Samuel ordered observation instead of execution for children with dormant marks. Why? Mahdi's voice was low. I do not know. The record does not say. Pym looked at Keziah. But the dates go back 40 years. There are names on that list. Children who were watched but not taken. Children who would be adults now. Keziah's hand tightened on the paper. Children who do not know what they are. Pym nodded. Wakefire's pain flickered through the bond, and Keziah steadied herself against it. The creature's barb was still in her other hand. The Concord forged seal caught the firelight. Samuel had known. He had known about the bloodline for years. He had known about the children. He had chosen which to kill and which to leave walking, waiting, breathing. You are saying, Keziah said slowly, that I am not the only one. No. That there are others like me, walking around Halcherun, in the lower shards, in the training roosts. Pym's voice was barely audible. Yes. Undesirable had not moved. Her eyes were fixed on the paper in Keziah's hand, and the firelight carved shadows into the lines of her face. I did not know, she said. I swear to you, Keziah, I did not know. Keziah believed her. It made it worse. If Undesirable did not know, if the records had been buried deep enough that even the woman who carried her mother's oath had not found them, then Samuel had been playing this game longer than anyone had realized. And Keziah was not the target. She was one of many. She turned the paper over. There was more writing on the back, fainter, cramped into the margins, dates, locations, a single word underlined twice. Keeper. Footsteps. Outside the temple. Keziah's head snapped up. The group went still. The fire hissed. The creature's blood still pooled, and from beyond the broken dome, through the cracks where the storm wilds pressed against the stone, footsteps did not stop. They grew closer. Keziah folded the paper and pressed it into her belt. Her hand found her mother's ring, still slick with the creature's blood. How many? She asked. Pym's face was white. How many what? Children. On the list. How many were monitored? Pym's mouth opened, closed, opened again. 12, he said. 12 names. Keziah. The footsteps stopped at the temple threshold. Keziah turned to face the entrance, her branded palm raised, Wakefire's awareness sharp and ready in her chest. The stormlight flickered. And the figure in the doorway was not a rider. Chapter 54. The figure in the doorway did not move. Rain slid off the hood, dripping onto the creature's blood. The shape was wrong for a rider. Shorter, narrower in the shoulders. The silhouette carried no dragon steel, No harness ring, no armored stance. Keziah's hand stayed raised. The bond hummed ready. Fanzizel stepped forward. She did not draw a weapon. She stopped 3 paces from the threshold and stood in the firelight where the stranger could see her face. The figure pushed back the hood. The woman underneath was weathered in a way that had nothing to do with age. Her skin mapped years of storm exposure, deep lines cut around the mouth, a scar that pulled her left eyebrow into a permanent arch. Her eyes swept the room, reading each person, the dead creature, the blood, the fire, before settling on Fandizel. "You travel loud," she said. Fandizel let out a breath that could have been relief or warning. "So do you, Vesper." The woman's mouth twitched. "You still owe me a bottle of smoke wine from the Tearfall run? I thought you had died." "Not yet." "Close." Vesper nodded at the creature. "That thing has been tracking you since you crossed the thermal graveyard. We watched it circle for 2 days before it found your scent line." Keziah's hand dropped. She did not lower it completely. "You are keepers." Vesper's attention shifted. The woman looked at her the way a roost master looks at an unfamiliar horse, measuring, patient, not hostile. "Fandizel's student, the arena girl." She studied Keziah's face, then her marked palm. "You are smaller than the stories. The stories also say I am dead. Some of them say that, the ones Samol's riders spread. The others say you spoke your mother's name in front of 40,000 people and let the Concord watch you not burn for it." Keziah said nothing. Vesper stepped inside. The rest of the threshold stayed empty, but Keziah sensed others out there, shapes in the rain, not moving, waiting for a signal. "You killed the predator," Vesper said. "Yes." "With a ring." Keziah's hand went to her mother's ring. The creature's blade had dried dark in the grooves of the metal. "It was what I had." Vesper's mouth did something that was not quite a smile. "You are your mother's daughter." People kept saying that. Keziah did not know if it was praise or warning. "Why are you here?" she asked. Vesper looked at Fandizel. "The hidden roosts have been talking since the arena. Rumor spreads faster than dragons in the storm wilds. We knew you were alive before Samol's warrant reached the second shard. We knew you had the Wayfinder before you crossed the glass pits." "How?" "Because we have been waiting for someone to activate it for 17 years. The fire popped. The silence stretched. Fandizel spoke. "Vesper and I'll go back to the Rekyr. She runs the northern ring. She is not Concord. She is not enemy." "That is for her to prove," Keziah said. Vesper did not flinch. "Fair." She reached into her coat. The group tensed. Maddie's hand went to his belt. Zuri shifted weight. Vesper pulled out a folded square of oiled leather and held it out. Keziah did not take it. "What is it?" "News from the eastern margins." Vesper's face was unreadable. "A keeper runner reached us this morning. 3 days ago, a Concord extraction team hit a lower shard roost in the Chalkwater belt. They took 1 person alive. A girl. Young. Unbonded." The words landed like stones. Keziah's brand pulsed. She did not know if it was her own blood or something in the air. Why would the Concord extract an unbonded girl from a hidden roost? Vesper's eyes held hers. Because she matched the description on a 40-year-old monitoring list. Because when she saw the extraction team, her palm burned the same way yours does. Pim made a sound, small, stifled. Zuri stepped forward. "Which shard?" "Chalkwater. The 3rd drift off the Bellanca shipping belt." "Bellanca." Keziah's hand tightened on her mother's ring. "Who else is on that list?" Lisper asked. "How many of you are there?" Keziah looked at Pym. He shook his head. "We do not know. We have one page. There are more in the subarchive, but we lost access when the alarm went off." Vesper's expression did not change, but something shifted in her posture. "Then you have a problem," she said, "because the Concord has been pulling children from that list for 40 years. They do not kill them, they move them. We have been trying to find where for 3 decades. You know about the Denver Air program?" "I know the name. I know what it means." Vesper looked at the dead creature. "I know the Concord does not monitor threats. It monitors resources. They are not killing those children. They are collecting them." The fire hissed. Keziah's mind moved faster than the flames. "Where did they take the girl?" "East," Vesper said. "Toward the shard graveyards. Toward the old vaults the Concord sealed before the shattering centennial." Thandaziel's face went hard. "Do not say the name here." Vesper did not need to. Keziah saw it in Thandaziel's eyes, in the way Wakefire's attention sharpened through the bond, in the stillness that settled over the group. Ashfall Gate. The girl had been taken to Ashfall Gate. And for 3 days, Keziah had been sitting in a temple, reading old records, while another one of her bloodline was being dragged into the dark. Chapter 55. The dead creature lay under canvas near the temple wall, and Keziah could still feel the shape of its life through the bond. Not a dragon. Not anything Pym had ever seen in any archive. The Concord had driven it here the way a hunter drives game toward a waiting net, and she had killed it with her mother's ring buried in the stopped place under its jaw. She sat apart from the group, back against a fallen pillar, watching Vesper's people move through the rain. There were more of them now. 7 shapes in the mist, hooded and quiet, unpacking supplies from a tethered work dragon that stood with its wings half open against the wind. They did not look at Keziah directly, but she felt the weight of their attention like a second storm pressure. Thandaziel stood with Vesper near the ruined altar, speaking too low for Keziah to hear. The conversation had been going on for a long time. Zuri appeared at Keziah's side, squatting down with her elbows on her knees. "You look like someone trying to disappear into a rock." "Thinking. Thinking looks different on you. This looks like grieving." Keziah did not answer. Zuri followed her gaze toward the keepers. "They keep looking at you, not staring, the way you check a rope before you trust your weight on it." "I noticed." "Are you going to talk to them, or are you going to sit here until the rain soaks through your bones?" Keziah pushed herself up. Her legs were stiff from sitting too long in the cold. The brand in her palm had settled to a low ache, the directional pull east constant now, as familiar as her own heartbeat. She walked toward the altar. Vesper saw her coming. The keeper's scarred eyebrow lifted. "We were about to call you over." "I gathered." Thandaziel stepped back, giving Keziah room. Vesper studied her with the same measuring look she had used at the threshold, but softer now, or at least less armored. "The Northern Ring has been waiting for you since the arena," Vesper said. "Not by name, by mark. We knew someone had activated the Wayfinder. We knew someone had spoken the dead champion's name before the Concord and survived the hour. What we did not know was whether that someone would come east or run." "I am still deciding." "No, you are not." Vesper's voice was flat, not unkind. "You killed a predator with a ring. You crossed the glass pits with a dragon who cannot fly. You are sitting in a temple the Concord burned 40 years ago, and when I told you another Ember heir had been taken, you did not ask for proof. You asked where." Keziah said nothing. "The keepers need to know what you are," Vesper said. "Not to use it, to decide what to do with their own." What I am is a fishmonger who got branded by a dragon and dragged up the Ember Stair. You are the Ash Crown. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Keziah's hand went to her mother's ring. I did not ask for that title. Does not matter. The arena gave it to you the moment you spoke your mother's name. The keepers took it from the arena and carried it through every hidden roost between here and the eastern margins. You are the Ash Crown whether you wear the name or not. Keziah looked past Vesper at the shapes in the rain. None of them had moved, but she felt the shift in their stillness. They were listening. I am not a symbol, she said. You are what the Concord fears. That is the same thing in this territory. Fandazil spoke. She is right, Keziah. The keepers have been waiting 17 years for someone to carry the Wayfinder east. They need to know you will not fold when the Concord comes. And if I fold? Then they scatter. Go back to hiding. Watch the Concord pull every heir out of the dark one by one. Keziah licked at a marked palm. The splayed claw stared back. I have 11 others I have never met, she said. A girl from Chalkwater being dragged to Ashfall Gate. A dragon who cannot fly. A group of people who trusted me enough to follow me into the storm wilds. I do not have time to be a symbol. Vesper smiled. It was not a warm expression, but it was not cruel either. Then be the thing the symbol points at. She reached into her coat and pulled out a square of folded oilskin. The Northern Ring has been tracking Concord prisoner movements for 3 years. This is the first time we have a confirmed destination on an Ember air extraction. Keziah took the oilskin. It was warm from Vesper's body. The extraction team that took the girl from Chalkwater was small. 3 riders, 1 transport skiff. They are moving her through the shod graveyards instead of the direct routes. Why the graveyards? Because the direct routes are watched. The Concord knows the keepers have eyes on the main shard passages. The graveyards are dead stone, no settlement, no trade, no reason for anyone to be there. They think it makes them invisible. Keziah unfolded the oilskin. Inside was a hand-drawn map, charcoal on rough parchment, showing the drift lines of the eastern Shadjavverds. A mark had been made near the central cluster, a small crosshatch. How old is this intelligence? 3 days. The extraction happened before dawn. My runner reached me at dusk. 3 days. The same 3 days Keziah had spent reading records in the temple while the girl was being moved. She folded the map and tucked it into her belt. The keepers want acknowledgement, she said. Fine. I acknowledge what happened in the arena. I acknowledge the Wayfinder. I acknowledge that the Concord is collecting Ember heirs instead of killing them. But I am not staying here to be crowned. Vesper's expression did not change. Where are you going to waiting? East, to the graveyards, to the girl. The graveyards are 3 days' flight even on a healthy dragon. Wakesfire cannot fly. Then I walk. The rain hid Isaac to a thin mist. The fire in the temple had burned down to orange coals, and the shadows of the keepers stretched long across the cracked floor. Vesper looked at Fandazil. Something passed between them, old knowledge, old understanding. The keepers can give you supplies, Vesper said. Route guidance, a contact in the graveyard margins who watches the Concord's movements, but we cannot give you time, and we cannot give you wings. I know. Then you should leave before dawn. Keziah turned to go back to the group, but Vesper's voice stopped her. One more thing. She looked back. The title, Vesper said. Ash Crown. It is not something the keepers invented. It was your mother's name before the Concord erased it. Keziah's breath caught. What? Your mother was the Ash Crown long before you. She carried the same name through the lower shards, through the tournament, through the champion years. Vesper's voice was quiet. The keepers did not give it to you. You earned it the moment you carved her memory back into the arena stone. Keziah stood motionless. Her mother had been the Ash Crown. Her mother had carried this name, this weight, this target on her back, and no one had told her. Not Thandazil, not Calvo, not the archives Pym had risked his life to pillage. She looked at Thandazil. The older woman's face was unreadable. You knew. Thandazil did not deny it. I knew. When were you going to tell me? When you were ready to hear it. When the name meant something you could carry instead of something that would crush you. Keziah's hand tightened on her mother's ring. I am carrying it now. She walked back to the group without waiting for a response. Wakesfire met her at the temple's broken door. His bulk filled the opening, one eye milky and blind, the other fixed on her with an intensity that made her stop. You heard. It was not a question, every word. She carried the same weight. His voice through the bond was old stone. She carried it until the Concord could not stand the sight of it. Then they tried to bury it with her. They did not bury it, no. Wakesfire lowered his head until his brow brushed her shoulder. They buried her. The name survived. Keziah pressed her palm to his jaw. The bond hummed between them, warm and alive and full of shared grief. I am not her, she said. Somewhere in the shard graveyards, a girl with a burning palm was being dragged toward Ashfall Gate. The fire moth was out there too, carrying another piece of her mother's message toward an unknown recipient. 11 other Ember heirs existed somewhere in the realm, and Keziah did not know if they were free or already in chains. She did not know how to fly with Wakefire's wings still broken. She did not know how to reach the graveyards before the extraction team vanished into the dark. But she knew one thing. Her mother had been the Ash Crown. And the Ash Crown did not stay still while the Concord took her bloodline one child at a time. Before dawn, she said. We leave before dawn. No one argued. The mist was already thinning when Maddie found her at the temple edge, a leather pack in his hands and a question in his eyes. Wakesfire cannot fly, he said. How do we move fast enough? Keziah looked at the work dragon the keepers had tethered outside. We borrow one. Maddie followed her gaze. That dragon does not know you. It will learn. She walked toward the tethered beast, and behind her the keepers began to move. Chapter 56. The work dragon did not know her. It stood at the tether post with its head low, scales the color of old copper, one wing folded against the fresh brand on the shoulder. Keziah approached with her palm open, the bond humming at the edge of her awareness. Wakesfire watched from the temple door, his presence a steady pressure at the base of her skull. The dragon's eye tracked her. It did not flatten its ears. It did not relax. Easy, she said. I do not want to fight you. The copper dragon snorted. Mist curled from its nostrils. Behind her, Maddie shifted the pack on his shoulder. It has been ridden before. The keeper said it carries supplies between roosts. Then it knows how to carry me. She reached for the tether knot. The dragon's head came up and she stopped. It is not going to bolt, Zuri said from the temple steps. It has nowhere to bolt to. The keeper said the graveyards are all dead stone and open sky once you clear the thermal shelf. Keziah did not answer. She was watching the dragon's eye, reading the tension in its jaw, the way its tail curled against the stone. It is afraid, Wakesfire said through the bond. Not of you, of what it has seen beyond the thermal shelf. Keziah untied the tether. The copper dragon let her. They left before the mist burned off, the keeper's supplies lashed to the work dragon's saddle, and the wayfinder warm against Keziah's chest. The needle pulled east, steady and certain, as if it had always known where she was meant to go. The flight to the shard graveyards was 3 hours of open sky and broken cloud. Keziah rode the copper dragon at the front, scanning the horizon for any shape that did not belong. Wakesfire flew behind her on the borrowed beast's flank, his bound wing held tight against his body, the bond carrying the strain of every beat he could not take. Undesirable and Zuri shared a second work dragon. Maddie and Pim rode behind Calvo on a broad-backed grey. They spoke little. The wind took whatever words they might have risked. The graveyards appeared as a dark line on the horizon, then resolved into a maze of shattered stone. Shards that had once held cities, farms, forests, now hung in the storm belt like the wreckage of a world that had fallen apart and never been put back together. Keziah had seen the lower shards of Halkiran all her life. She had never seen anything like this. The copper dragon banked between two massive slabs of rock, their edges jagged where they had broken apart centuries ago. Old wreckage drifted in the still air between them. Broken timber, twisted metal frames. A bell tower snapped at the base, floating sideways with its clappers still hanging. Pim made a sound behind her. There are whole districts here. They did not fall. They just drifted apart and never stopped. The Wayfinder Neater did not waver. Keziah followed it deeper into the maze. The prison skiff was not where she expected it. She had been watching the gaps between the shards, the open stretches where a transport might be visible from half a mile away. Instead, she found it tucked against the lee side of a broken spire, its hull painted the same gray as the stone, its sail furled and its running lights dark. The copper dragon back-winged at her signal, landing on a ledge that overlooked the spire. Keziah slid from the saddle before the beast had fully settled, her hand going to the knife at her belt. Below, the skiff was still. No guards on deck, no movement at the hatch. The transport skiff sat against the stone like a ship that had been abandoned mid-voyage. "Where are the riders?" Zuri whispered from behind her. Undesirable crouched at the ledge edge, her scarred cheek catching the thin light. "They are not on the skiff." "Then where?" The call came from above, not a hunting call, not a challenge, a signal, clean and precise and meant for someone waiting. Keziah's head snapped up. The black gold dragon dropped out of the cloud bank like a blade falling. It was not flying toward them. It was already there, already positioned, its wings spread to block the gap between two standing shards. Sunlight caught the gold scales along its throat, and Keziah knew that dragon. She had seen it 100 times in the arena. She had watched it fly formation beside her. She had touched its rider's hand in the dark. The black gold dragon branked, and Idrisi Bellanca looked down at her from the saddle. His pale amber eyes found hers through the gap. His coat was torn. His shoulder was bound in fresh bandages, dark at the edges. He looked like he had flown through fire to reach her. He looked like he had been waiting for this moment. The bond flared. Wakefire's attention snapped to the black gold dragon with a violence that made Keziah's chest seize. She did not move. Idrisi did not move. The prison skiff sat silent below them, and the shard graveyard held its breath. "The extraction team is already gone." Undesirable's voice cut through the silence, low and brutal. "The skiff is a decoy." Keziah did not look away from Idrisi. "Then what is he doing here?" Chapter 57. The silence stretched into something that felt deliberate, like a held breath waiting for the signal. Idrisi moved first. His hand came up, palm flat, 3 fingers folded. A signal Keziah did not recognize. Then his black gold dragon folded its wings and dropped. Not toward her, toward the prison skiff. He hit the deck with the force of a falling stone, the impact cracking the hull where the transport was moored against the spire. Wood splintered. The skiff listed, its mooring lines snapping one after another. Shapes erupted from the shadows inside the wreckage. Riders, 3 of them, armored, armed, positioned in the hold where they had been waiting for the signal to spring. Keziah understood in the same instant the black gold dragon's claws tore through the aft hatch. They had not been meant to find an empty decoy. The trap had been set for them to board. Idrisi crashed through the first rider before the man could clear his blade, his shoulders slamming into the armored chest, driving them both into the far wall of the cabin. The second rider came up with a crossbow, the bolt already seated. Idrisi pivoted. The bolt took him through the left shoulder. Keziah heard the impact before she saw it, the wet punch of metal through meat. Idrisi staggered but did not go down. His hand caught the bolt shaft, snapped it, and he kept moving toward the third rider who was dragging a boy-sized shape toward the far hatch. The copper dragon shrieked beneath her. Keziah was already moving, her boots hitting the skiff's deck, the bond howling with Wakefire's fury as he tried to follow and could not, his bound wing refusing the dive. She did not look back. The cabin was narrow and dark, lit by a single storm lamp swinging from a hall beam. The third rider had the boy pinned against the far wall, one hand clamped over the child's mouth, the other holding a knife to his throat. The boy's eyes found hers. Dark, wide, terrified. A brand on his palm, raw and red, the same splayed claw shape, the same mark she carried. Keziah threw her mother's ring, not at the rider, at the storm lamp. Glass shattered, oil caught. Flame raced down the swinging chain and the cabin went dark and roaring at once. The rider shouted, released the boy to shield his face. Keziah crossed the distance in 3 steps, drove her knife into the hinge of his jaw, and felt him fold. She caught the boy before he hit the deck. His body shook against hers, small and mulged with terror. She could feel his heartbeat through the brand, the same pulse she had felt in her own palm when Wakesfire first marked her. "Come on," she said, her voice raw. "Come on, I have you." The boy did not speak. His hand found her collar and held. Behind her, Idrisi was on his knees, one hand clamped over the broken bolt in his shoulder, the other still gripping the blade he had taken from the second rider. His face was gray with blood loss, his pale amber eyes finding hers through the smoke and flame. "Bellanca channels," he said, the words wet and forced. "The manifest, it's in the aft locker. They used Bellanca roots to move him." Keziah looked past him at the open locker, the leather-bound ledger spilling its pages across the burning deck. House Bellanca. The same name stamped on the Ashfall gate transports, the same name carved into the prisoner records, the same name Sammy had stolen the ledger to expose. "Can you fly?" she asked him. Idrisi shook his head. Keziah dragged him up anyway, the boy pressed against her side, the topper dragon screaming from the ledge above. The bond flared. Wakesfire was already descending, his bound wings screaming in protest, his claws finding the skiff's rail as the flames climbed higher. He could not carry all of them. She looked at Idrisi. He looked back, and she saw the understanding pass across his face. "Take the boy," he said. Keziah wanted to argue. She had no time. She hoisted the child onto Wakefire's neck, the boy clinging to the gray scales with shaking hands, his brand pulsing in time with hers. "Lead him," she told Wakesfire through the bond. "Get him to Calvo." The dragon's eye found hers, and she felt his refusal like a blow. "I will not leave you. You will not lose me either. Go!" The skiff groaned beneath her. The flames had reached the fuel store. Wakesfire launched, the boy pressed flat against his neck, the bound wing catching the thermal at the last possible instant. Keziah watched them clear the gap, then turned back. Idrisi was still on his knees, the blood pooling beneath him. She caught his arm, hauled him toward the rail. The copper work dragon was skittish, dancing on the ledge as the flames spread. Keziah shoved Idrisi into the saddle, climbed behind him, and the copper dragon launched without her command, driven by pure animal fear of the fire. She looked back once. The skiff was a torch against the stone. And she had the manifest, still burning in her hand, the Bellanca seal already smeared with Idrisi's blood. The night wind tore past her face, carrying the stench of smoke and the boy's silent terror. And Keziah realized she had just made herself the last thing standing between every named channel on that list and the Concord's next move. Chapter 5-8. The copper work dragon flew until its lungs burned and its flanks heaved foam. Keziah did not try to guide it. She held Idrisi upright with one arm and pressed the boy's weight against her back, trusting the beast's animal panic to carry them farther from the skiff than any heading she could choose. The shard graveyard slid past beneath them. Broken bell towers, half-collapsed market squares, a water cistern the size of a temple split open to the sky. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The silence of 1,000 dead streets pressed up from the stone. Idrisi's blood soaked through her sleeve. She could feel his pulse against her ribs, thin and skipping, a bird's heart caught in a fist. "I need you to stay awake," she said. His head moved against her shoulder. Not quite a nod. The boy had not spoken. She had not asked his name. She did not know if he had one anymore, if the Concord had stripped it from him the way they stripped everything else, leaving only the raw brand on his palm and the terror in his eyes. The copper dragon banked toward a broken spire rising from the graveyard floor like a splintered bone. A natural shelf jutted from its face, wide enough to land on, hidden from above by the tilt of the stone. Keziah pulled the beast down. They hit the shelf hard. The work dragon stumbled, caught itself, and stood trembling, its flanks heaving, its wild eyes rolling until they found Keziah's and held. She slid off first, her boots finding the stone, then reached for Idrisi. He was barely conscious. His face had gone the color of ash. The bullet wound was still bleeding, a slow, dark seeping that had not found the vessel to kill him fast, but had not stopped either. She got him down, laid him flat, pressed her hand over the wound, and did not flinch when his blood ran between her fingers. The boy climbed off the copper dragon on his own. He stood apart, small and rigid, his raw palm pressed against his chest like a caged thing trying to burrow back inside him. Keziah looked at him. "I am not going to hurt you," she said. The boy said nothing. "I need to know your name." Still nothing. His eyes were dark, too dark for a child his age, carrying the flat blightness of someone who had already learned that names were something the Concord took from you first. "All right," she said. "You do not have to tell me yet. But I am going to need you to sit beside him and keep pressure on this while I look at the manifest." The boy's gaze moved to Idrisi, to the blood, to the way Idrisi's breath came shallow and broken. Then he crossed the shelf, knelt, and placed his small hand over Keziah's. She let him take the pressure. The manifest was still tucked inside her coat, the leather cover smeared with Idrisi's blood and her own. She pulled it free and opened it. The first page listed a route: Bellanca East Channel, Sector 4, Departure Point, Shard Kettering, Lower West Spur. Destination, unmarked. Cargo, unit count of 3. 3 people. 3 children. 3 Ember heirs moved through House Bellanca's authorized trade routes like inventory. She turned the page, another route, another sector, another unit count. She kept turning, her eyes scanning names and dates and seals, and by the time she reached the last entry, she knew how deep the channel ran. 17 years. 17 years of transport records, each one stamped with the Bellanca house seal and signed off by a deputy quartermaster whose name she did not recognize, but whose hand she would know anywhere. It was the same looped script from the Ashfall Gate ledger, the same hand Sammy had stolen from her father's safe. Keziah closed the manifest. The boy was still pressing on Idrisi's wound. His small hand had not moved. His eyes had not left her face. "You found something," he said. His voice was raw, scraped hollow, but it was a voice. "Yeah," she said. "I found something." He looked down at Idrisi. "Is he going to die?" "I do not know." He saved me. Keziah did not answer. She ever knew what to say about Idrisi that would not sound like a betrayal or a promise she could not keep. The boy's eyes found hers again, and this time there was something in them that had not done there before. Not trust, not hope. Something older, a flicker of recognition that had nothing to do with sight. His brand was glowing. The raw blade claw mark on his palm, the one that had been burned into him by the extraction team, that had gone dark when Keziah pulled him from the skiff, that had sat dead against his skin like a scar that had never been alive, was pulsing with amber light. Warm, rhythmic, in time with hers. Keziah felt it through the bond before she understood it, a double pulse, like two hearts beating in the same chest, hers and his, and Wakefire's, all three striking the same note. The boy's eyes went wide. "You feel it," he whispered. "Yeah." "What is it?" She did not have time to answer. The bond flared, Wakesfire was already airborne, the boy still on his neck, Calvo's hands on the child's shoulders, the two of them vanishing into the mist. He had not argued. He had not refused. He had taken the boy and flown, because she had commanded it, and because the bond would not let him do otherwise. But through that bond she felt him now. Not the pain of his bound wing, not the exhaustion of the flight. Something else. A reaching. Like a hand stretched into dark water, searching for something he could feel but could not see. Keziah. His voice in her skull, ancient and heavy and trembling at the edges. "There are more." She did not ask what he meant. She already knew. Two more. Buried deeper than the graveyard, deeper than the stone they stood on, somewhere below the silt of years and silence, sleeping in blood that had not yet woken. The boy's hand found hers again, and this time there was something in them that had not been there before. Not trust, not hope. Something older, a flicker of recognition that had nothing to do with sight. His brand was glowing. The raw, splayed claw mark on his palm, the one that had been burned into him by the extraction team, that had gone dark when Keziah pulled him from the skiff, that had sat dead against his skin like a scar that had never been alive, was pulsing with amber light. Warm, rhythmic, in time with hers. Keziah felt it through the bond before she understood it, a double pulse like two hearts beating in the same chest, hers and his, and Wakefire's, all three striking the same note. The boy's eyes went wide. "You feel it," he whispered. "Yeah. What is it?" She did not have time to answer. The bond flared. Wakesfire was already airborne, the boy's still on his neck, Calvo's hands on the child's shoulders, the two of them vanishing into the mist. He had not argued. He had not refused. He had taken the boy and flown, because she had commanded it, and because the bond would not let him do otherwise. But through that bond, she felt him now. Not the pain of his bound wing, not the exhaustion of the flight, something else. A reaching. Like a hand stretched into dark water, searching for something he could feel but could not see. Keziah. His voice in her skull, ancient and heavy and trembling at the edges. "There are more." She did not ask what he meant. She already knew just more. Two more. Buried deeper than the graveyard, deeper than the stone they stood on, somewhere below the silt of years and silence, sleeping in blood that had not yet woken. The boy's hand found hers again, and this time there was something in them that had not been there before. Not trust, not hope. Something older, a flicker of recognition that had nothing to do with sight. His brand was glowing. Chapter 59. Calvo had not spoken since he knelt beside Idrisi. His hands moved with the economy of a man who had learned to measure blood in heartbeats, cutting away the torn coat, packing the wound with cloth and pressure, not wasting breath on comfort. The boy sat pressed against the stone wall, watching, his brand still pulsing a faint amber that ebbed and flowed like a tide Keziah could feel through her own palm. Wakesfire stood at the ledge edge, his gray bulk blocking the wind, his single eye fixed on the mist below. The bound wing trembled. The bond carried nothing but waiting. Keziah held the manifest. The pages were dry now. Idrisi's blood had turned brown at the edges, the names still legible, the Bellanca seal still stamped at the base of each entry. 17 years of transports. 17 years of children moved through authorized trade routes, like cargo signed off by a man whose looped script she could now trace without looking. She had memorized the deputy quartermaster's name, Undesirable. The same hand that signed the Ashfall gate ledger Sammy stole. The same hand that moved Ember heirs through Bellanca channels, while Lord Lucan pretended his vaults held nothing but grain and steel. Galvo sat back on his heels. The gold missed the lung. He said, "I cannot promise it missed everything. He will live if nothing moves inside that wound for a day, maybe 2. Keziah did not look at Idrisi. Wake him. He needs... Wake him. Calvo's jaw tightened. He pressed something in the wound, and Idrisi's body bucked once, a sound torn from his throat that was not quite a scream. His eyes snapped open, wild and unfocused, then found her. The amber eyes were glassy with pain, but they held. They always held. Keziah dropped the manifest onto his chest. "You stole this." Idrisi's hand went to it, fingers tracing the seal without looking. "I copied it," he said. His voice was sand and rust. "The original is still in my father's safe. I took the copy the night before I flew east. By the time I reached the graveyard, the house had already reclaimed the root." "You knew where they were taking them." "I knew where they had been taking them." He coughed. Blood flecked his lip. "I did not know about the children. Not until Sammy gave me the ledger. Not until I read the names." Keziah's hand closed around the edge of the manifest. "Why did you come?" He looked at her. The question hung between them, older than the shard they stood on, heavier than the wound in his shoulder. "Because I could not stay," he said. "Because I tried to trace the route from the Bellanca end. I mapped every transfer point between the Ashfall gate ledger and the East Channel manifest. I found where they stopped recording names." "Where?" "Under the graveyard." The words landed like stone in still water. Calvo went still. Wakefire's head turned. "There is an old vault beneath these spires," Idrisi said. "Samul has been using it longer than the Bellanca loots existed. The manifests connect to it, but they do not name it. I found it in the marginalia, the quartermaster's private marks." He shifted, pain tightening his throat. "He is moving on it. Not the vault itself. Something he stored there. Something he is afraid to leave." Keziah's brand pulsed once, hot against her palm. "You came here to warn me." "I came here because the alternative was letting him bury whatever is down there before you could find it." He met her eyes. "I do not expect forgiveness. I do not expect trust. I expect you to use the manifest the way I meant it." She stood, walked to the ledge. The mist below was thick and white and absolute, hiding whatever slept beneath the stone. The copper dragon shifted behind her, its fear a living thing, its eyes rolling toward the drop. Through the bond, Wakefire's reaching is still there. Deeper now. Steadier. A second echo. A third. Faint, but alive. "We fly at dawn," she said. She did not turn. Behind her she heard Idrisi's breath catch, whether from pain or something else she did not ask. The boy stays with Calvo. Wakesfire stays with the boy. She paused. The copper will carry you if you can sit a saddle. I can sit a saddle. You cannot hold a rein. I can sit a saddle. She turned. He had not moved. His hand was still pressed to the manifest, his blood still seeping through Calvo's bandages, his eyes still the same pale amber that had watched her from across the training hall, from across the arena, from across every choice that had ever burned between them. You will slow us down, she said. I know. You will bleed out before we reach the bottom. I know. Then why are you asking to come? He did not answer, but the bond carried something that was not words, a shape, a weight, a decision already made, waiting for her to catch up to it. Keziah turned back to the mist. Below, something shifted, a vibration through the stone, thin and deep, like a door opening a long way down. Wakefire's head came up. The bond flooded with heat. Not the second echo, not the third, something else, something that had been silent until now and was waking. Chapter 60. The copper dragon screamed. The sound ripped through the mist, high and thin, and Keziah felt the animal terror surge through its body before her own fear could catch up. The dragon's legs locked, claws scraping stone, refusing the edge. Easy, she said, her hand finding the base of its neck. Easy. The dragon's heart hammered against her palm. Its eyes rolled, showing white fixed on the drop below. She looked down. The mist had thickened, a solid white floor swallowing the graveyard's lower levels. No wind moved through it, no sound rose from it, just stillness, and the faint vibration that had not stopped since Idrisi spoke of the vault. Behind her, Idrisi had somehow gotten to his feet. Calvo said something sharp and low, but Idrisi waved him off. His face was gray, the bandage over his shoulder already dark again, but he stood. You cannot ride, Calvo said. I can fall, Idrisi said. That is enough. Keziah turned back to the copper. You have seen what is down there, she thought, not knowing if the dragon could hear her, not knowing if the bond extended through borrowed mounts. I need you to go anyway. The dragon's ears flattened, but it stopped pulling back. The descent took too long. The copper dragon dropped through the mist with its wings half furled, Keziah's legs locked around its ribs, and Idrisi behind her. One arm looped through the harness, his weight heavy against her back. She felt each breath he took, shallow and careful, and the warmth of his blood soaking through her coat where Calvo's bandage had not held. The walls opened around them. The graveyard's lower spires widened into a throat of stone, black and slick with moisture. Roots hum from cracks above, thick as rope, and the air changed from cold to warm to stifling as they dropped, the mist thinning until Keziah could see shapes below. Not stone, not debris. The floor of the vault was covered in bone fragments, spread in layers so deep the copper dragon's landing sent them shifting like ash. Keziah slid off. The bones crunched under her boots. Not whole skeletons, splinters, fragments, pieces burned and broken and scattered as if someone had sifted through them, looking for something. The copper dragon's head swung low, nostrils flaring, and it made a sound Keziah had never heard a dragon make. A whimper. Nizan had described a door. Keziah found it 30 paces into the vault, set into the far wall, massive and black, inscribed with Samuel's sigil burned into the iron. The circle, the descending line, the horizontal slash at the base. Idrisi made it to her side before his knees buckled. He caught himself on the wall, hand sliding over the sigil. He had been here longer than the Bellanca rats, he said, his voice thin. Look at the wear. She looked. The iron was pitted, The stone around the doorframe had been worn smooth by repeated opening, decades of hinges grinding the same arc until the rock itself surrendered. "There is another way in," she said. It was not a question. "The manifest recorded a secondary entry," he said. "A service tunnel. Intake side." She turned. The vault stretched behind them, a cathedral of collected violence. Shelves lined the walls, not stone but worked metal, bolted into the rock, each one stacked with ledgers. Below them, cages. Dozens of them, their doors rusted open, their floors covered in the same bone dust as the main chamber. But the cages were not for animals. The bars were too close together, the doors were too low. And on the back wall of the nearest cage, Keziah saw a mark. Small, faint, a splayed claw, a child's handprint. She did not let herself look at it long. She moved. The service tunnel was exactly where Idrisi said it would be, a narrow passage hidden behind a collapsed shelf that she would not have noticed if the copper dragon had not shot from it, refusing to go near the gap. She went alone. Idrisi could not follow. She told him to stay with the dragon and not die while she was gone, and he laughed, a wet sound that cost him. The tunnel sloped down. The air grew hotter. The walls changed from worked stone to raw rock, and then to something else. Glass, fused crystal, layered and dark, embedded with shapes that caught her light and held it. Bones, dragon bones, melted into the walls. She had seen this before. The glass pits. But this was not a killing ground. This was a building. Someone had collected the bodies and fused them into the architecture on purpose. At the tunnel's end, another door. No sigil, no lock. Open. The chamber beyond was smaller than the vault, round, its walls lined with liches, each one containing a wooden box. Keziah stepped inside. The boxes were labeled. Names and dates and bondline markers, written in the same hand as the manifest, the same hand that had signed the Ashfall Gate ledger. She read the nearest one. Hezina Vel, Chalkwater, age 12, Derminate mark, 3rd cycle detected. Extracted day 8, month 6, year 17. She opened the box. Inside, a strip of cloth, verned at both ends, a twist of hair, dark and fine, a single tooth set in a small leather pouch. Keziah closed the box. She moved to the next niche. Maro Dath, Little Harbor, age 11, dormant mark, 1st cycle detected. Status, bonded incomplete. The box was empty. She did not know if that was better or worse. At the far end of the chamber, a larger niche. A box twice the size of the others, its wood darker, its label written in a different hand. No child's name, just 4 words. Ash Crown, study ongoing. Keziah's hand touched the lid. Beneath her palm, the wood was warm. She lifted it. Inside, a dragon's eye, gray, clouded, fixed in a twist of leather and wire, still connected to a length of nerve that trailed into a jar of fluid. Beside it, a book. Bound in hide, the pages curling at the edges, the cover stamped with the same symbol that burned on the door above. She opened the book. Her mother's handwriting. The first page read, "I have found where they keep the ones who wake. I have found where they keep the children. I am going back for them." A sound behind her. Not a footstep. A breath. Long. Slow. Drawn from lungs that had not had air in a very long time. Keziah turned. The inner wall of the chamber was not a wall. It was a door. And it was opening from the inside. Chapter 61. The door swung inward, slow and heavy, its hinges grinding stone against stone for the first time in what felt like years. Keziah did not move. The air from the opening was cold, colder than the vault. It carried a smell she recognized from the glass pits. Old blood, old bone. But beneath that, something else. Chemical. Sharp. Alive. She held her mother's journal in one hand. The other went to the blade at her belt. The gap widened. Beyond the door, no light. Just darkness, dense and breathing. She heard a sound from the dark, a rhythm, slow and wet, like a heart pumping through liquid instead of air. Not footsteps, not speech. A machine. She stepped through. The chamber beyond was smaller than the reliquary, its walls curved and smooth, lined with pipes that pulsed with amber fluid. The floor sloped down toward a central basin, and in that basin, something lay suspended. A dragon. White-scaled, enormous, its body held in a cradle of black iron and leather straps that wrapped around its limbs, its throat, its folded wings. The harness was not for riding, it was for keeping the creature in place. Tubes ran from the pipes into its flanks, feeding amber fluid into veins that glowed beneath the scales. Its eyes were closed, both of them. The sockets were sunken, scarred, the lids sewn shut with coarse thread that had grown into the flesh. An old wound, deliberate. Keziah's brand burned, not in warning, in recognition. She walked forward, her steps loud in the silence of the machine's rhythm. The dragon did not stir. Its chest rose and fell in time with the pump, a breath so shallow it barely moved the harness straps. She reached the edge of the basin. Up close, she saw the details the shadows had hidden. The white scales were not natural. They had been bleached, stripped of pigment by whatever fluid ran through the tubes. The harness was not only restraint, it was life support. The machine was the only thing keeping this creature alive. Beneath the chemical smell, she caught something else. Old smoke. Ash. She had smelled this before. On the first page of her mother's journal, on the cloth in Hesina Vel's box. She reached out. Her fingers touched the dragon's snout. The bond did not open. There was nothing to open to. The creature had no rider, no bond. It was a vessel, hollow, kept alive by machinery and nothing else. But it felt her. The blind head turned. The sewn-shut eyes faced her, and through the brand, through the empty space where a bond should have been, a voice spoke. Not the dragon's voice. Keziah's mother's voice. "Little Ash, you found me." Keziah's hand stayed on the snout, her breath stopped. The voice came again, faint, frayed at the edges, dragged through something that was not speech but memory, stored in the dragon's flesh like a message in bone. "I did not mean to leave you so long. I did not mean to leave you at all." The brand pulsed, warm, then hot. "They took what I carried, they put it in her. They thought she would sleep forever. They thought I would not find a way to speak." The dragon's chest rose, the pump shuddered. "She is the last of her line, the last white. They kept her alive to hold what I could not. The names, the routes, the children I could not save." Keziah's throat closed. "Where are you?" The dragon's jaw opened. A sound came out, not words, a low vibration that rattled through the stone. The brand answered. The mother's voice said one more thing. "She is dying. They kept her too long. You have to take what she carries before she stops, before the alarms." The pump stuttered, the amber fluid in the tubes flickered, and somewhere above, deep in the vault's stone, a bell began to ring. Chapter 62. The alarm bell kept ringing. Keziah's hand stayed on the white dragon's snout. The voice had stopped. The empty bond space where her mother had spoken was silent now. Just the pump's wet rhythm and the drone of the bell somewhere above. "She is dying." The words sat in her chest like stone. The white dragon's chest rose, fell. The amber fluid in the tubes flickered again, slower than before. Keziah looked at the harness, the straps, the tubes buried in scales. She could not carry this creature up the service tunnel, could not hide her, could not fight whatever the bell had summoned while guarding a dying vessel. But she could take what the dragon carried. Her mother's voice had said it, the names, the roots, the children I could not save. She pressed both palms to the white dragon's jaw. Through the brand, she reached. Not for a bond. There was nothing to reach for. But the bond hollow was not empty. It was full of stored memory, layered like sediment, packed into flesh that had been kept alive past its purpose. I have to take it, she thought. All of it. She did not know if it would work. She did not know if she would survive it. She reached deeper. The first contact hit like drowning. Cold. Not the cold of water, the cold of something that had been underground too long, fed chemicals instead of air, kept in the dark until even the bones forgot what heat felt like. It poured through her arm, up her shoulder, into her chest. She gasped. The white dragon did not move, could not move. But something inside it opened, a door Keziah had not known she was pushing against, and the memories came. A stone corridor, torches, boots. They are moving them through the lower vaults. I cannot reach them alone. I need... A child's face. Dark hair, splayed claw brand raw on the palm. His name is Moro. Tell his mother he was brave. Tell her. A map. Unfamiliar routes through shards that did not exist on any Concord chart. If I die, someone must carry this. Someone must find the images blurred too fast, too much. Keziah's knees buckled. The white dragon's stored memories were not her mother's alone. They were everything her mother had carried, layered with everything the dragon had absorbed in the years of isolation, decades of half-dreamel while the machine pumped amber through its veins. Keziah's own mind began to fragment. She saw faces she did not recognize. Routes she could not follow, names that meant nothing. A room full of iron cages, a dragon with its eyes sewn shut, a woman's voice singing a lullaby Keziah had never heard but somehow knew. You have to take what she carries. She could not hold it. It was too much, too wide. She was a fishmonger's orphan from the lower fifth. She had never asked for this, never trained for this. She was going to drown in someone else's memory and never surface. Then Wakesfire hit her. Not through the bond, through the brand. A jolt like lightning down a wet rope, sharp enough to stop her heart for half a beat. His voice came with it. Do not take it all. Take what you can carry. Let the rest go. She did not know how to do that. Listen to my voice, he said. Only my voice. The flood did not stop, but she had an anchor, a gray-scaled wall between her and the drowning. She gripped it. She stopped trying to take everything. She let the faces pass, let the roots blur, let the fragments of lullabies and execution orders and terrified children scatter into the dark. And she reached for one thing. The last coherent thought her mother had pressed into the dragon before the tubes went in. Where? She asked. Where was she going? The white dragon's jaw moved. A sound came out, not a word. A vibration that ran through the stone and into Keziah's chest. But through the brand, through the dulling pulse of stored memory, her mother's voice returned. The heart roost. Samuel is searching for it. He does not know where. But he is getting closer. He has already found the first wound. You have to reach it before he does. It is hidden inside the storm eye itself. The third key is already bound under coercion. She is already his. Keziah's hand slipped from the snout. She hit the floor on her knees, gasping, the cold still packed in her lungs, her mother's final warning burning through her like fever. The pump shuddered, faltered, then taut again. The amber fluid guttered low but did not go dark. The white dragon's chest still rose, shallow and stubborn, life held together by machinery and spite. Not dead, not yet. And the rest was still in there. The names, the roots, the children her mother could not save. Everything but the one warding Keziah had torn free, all of it waiting on a dying breath she could not let stop. She could not take it all, not here, not like this. And from above, through the vault's stone, came the sound of boots. Many boots, moving fast. The breach had begun. Keziah pushed to her feet, one hand still on the cold snout. She was not leaving her behind. Chapter 63. The pump shuddered. The amber fluid in the tubes flickered once, twice, then steadied with a wet, reluctant pulse. Keziah pressed her palm flat against the white dragon's snout. The scales were cold, softer than Wakefire's, and beneath them she felt the faintest tremor of life held together by machinery and spite. I have to take her with me. The thought hit before the plan. The dragon was too large to move through the service tunnel. The pump system alone weighed more than a cargo skiff. But the voice, her mother's voice, was still in there, stored like ember in ash, waiting to speak the names Keziah had come to find. The bell kept ringing. Above, through the stone, she heard the echo of boots, many boots, moving in formation. Keziah turned and ran. The service tunnel swallowed her back into the bone wall passage, her breath ragged, her brand burning with the white dragon's resonance still singing through her blood. She burst into the main chamber, where Idrisi leaned against the cage wall, pale-faced, one hand pressed to his bandaged shoulder. "Alarm," he said, not a question. "They know." Keziah grabbed his arm. "We need to get everyone down here. We need—" A crash from above cut her off. Stone grinding against stone, the ceiling shook. Idrisi's eyes went hard. "They are not coming to capture us." "What? That many boots, that fast?" He pushed off the wall, swayed, caught himself. "They are coming to bury us." The understanding hit like cold water. Samuel would rather lose the vault entirely than let Keziah take what her mother had hidden. He was collapsing the graveyard on top of them. They found the others at the mouth of the descending tunnel. Thandazil stood with her knife drawn, listening to the stone. Maddie crouched with his hand flat on the ground, feeling the rhythm of the strikes above. "How long?" Keziah asked him. Maddie looked up. "They are not using charges. They are dropping sections from the mid-level. We have maybe 8 minutes before the main span goes." "Then we go faster." Thandazil caught Keziah's arm. "The chained dragons." Keziah remembered the boy's words. Samuel burned that mark on a door where dragons sleep under chains. They are not dead. He keeps them down there and waits. "They are in the lower tier," Thandazil said. "Past the intake tunnel. I saw the seal when we came through." "If we free them, we get chaos." Thandazil's jaw tightened. "The kind that covers an escape." Keziah made the call in a breath. "Do it. Maddie, rig the main supports. Give us a collapse we control, not one they choose." "Idrisi, I fly rear guard. You cannot hold formation with that shoulder." "I do not need to hold formation." He met her gaze. "I just need to be between them and you." She wanted to argue. There was no time. 3 minutes, she said. "Then we all go." Thandazil vanished into the lower tunnel. Maddie began working along the wall supports, his scarred hands moving with the precision of someone who had mapped exits his whole life. Keziah ran back toward the white dragon's chamber, pulling the Kappa work dragon behind her, speaking low and fast. "Stay with me. We are taking her out or we are all dying here. You understand?" The copper dragon's eye rayed white with fear, but it followed. In the lower chamber, the pump had begun to stutter in earnest. The white dragon's breath came in shallow, irregular pulses. Keziah circled the cradle, looking for release points, finding the iron clamps bolted into the stone floor. She worked left-handed, wrenching the first clamp free. The second fought her. The third would not budge. The copper dragon pressed its snout against the release lever and pushed. The clamp groaned, then snapped open. Below, stone cracked. A deeper, heavier sound than the boots above. Keziah felt it through the floor. Thandazil had found the chained dragons. The copper dragon answered the call. A howl rose from beneath them, raw and old, the sound of something that had been waiting in the dark for longer than memory. Keziah pulled the last clamp. The white dragon's cradle tilted, and the copper dragon wedged itself under the falling weight, taking the strain across its shoulders. "Good beast," Keziah breathed. "Good brave beast. Now move." They moved. The white dragon slid off the cradle in a tangle of tubes and leather straps, the pump line plying free with a spray of amber fluid. The copper dragon dragged her through the chamber door as the walls around them began to shed dust in steady streams. Maddie's voice from the tunnel mouth. 9 seconds. Keziah ran. The copper dragon hauled. Behind her, the pump gave one last shuddering beat and went silent. She hit the main chamber at a sprint. Undesirable emerged from the lower tunnel with blood on her hands and something fierce in her eyes. "They are loose," she said. "They will not follow us. They will follow anything that carries the Concord scent." "That is going to be a lot of things." "That is the point." Maddie's count hit 0. The first detonation rocked the floor beneath them. Not a blast, a directed crack along a fault line he had identified in the stone. The ceiling above the intake tunnel bowed, then split, and a cascade of broken shard fell into the space behind them, sealing the lower tier. Idrisi was already at the outer door, his block gold dragon crouched in the mist beyond, wings half spread, ready. "They are on the upper ledge," he said. 10 riders, maybe more behind. "Then we go." Keziah swung onto the copper dragon, one hand gripping the white dragon's trailing harness. "Idrisi, go. I am right behind you." She believed him. The copper dragon launched into the mist, dragging the white dragon's unconscious weight behind it. The work dragon's wings beat in a panicked rhythm, but it climbed, pulling both of them up through the shod graveyard's broken spires. Below, the vault began to fall. Stone screened against stone. The bridge that connected the upper ledges to the main approach buckled, then folded inward, sending a plume of debris into the mist. Through the chaos, Keziah saw them, Concord pursuers in curbed black plate, crossing a secondary span cutting off the eastern exit. And behind them, emerging from the collapsing ledge's far end, a tall figure in gray. Chapter 64. The copper dragon landed on a broken shelf of stone half hidden in the mist, its sides heaving, the white dragon's unconscious body scraping against the rock behind it. Keziah slid off before the work dragon had fully stopped, her boots hitting stone that still trembled from the collapse. She turned. The white dragon lay motionless, amber fluid still weeping from the torn pump line. Its chest moved, shallow, irregular, but alive. "Help me get her clear of the edge!" Idris was already there, one hand pressed to his wounded shoulder, the other reaching for the trailing harness. They dragged the white dragon onto solid stone together, and Keziah dropped to her knees beside its head. The sewn eyelids did not move. The breath came in slow, rattling pulses. Keziah pressed her palm to the dragon's snout and felt nothing. No bond hollow answering, no mother's voice. Just the fading warmth of a body that had been kept alive too long by machines and cruelty. "Pale Wake," she said. "That is what I am calling you. Because you have been sleeping in the dark long enough." The dragon did not respond. Undesirable landed on the shelf behind them, her borrowed work dragon shuddering with the effort. Blood dripped from her hands onto the stone. Behind her, Maddie slid off with the ledger satchel still strapped across his chest. The Concord riders pulled back. Undesirable said, "They are regrouping on the eastern span. We have maybe an hour." "They are not regrouping," Idrisi said quietly. "They are waiting for orders." Keziah looked up. "Samuel." His smile. Idrisi's voice was flat. He wanted this. The collapse, the chase, He gestured at the white dragon. Whatever you found. He let us take it. Then we make him regret it. Keziah stood. Maddie, the ledgers. Maddie dropped the satchel and pulled out the leather-bound books they had recovered from the vault. Not the reliquary boxes, those were lost in the collapse, but the operational ledgers from the outer chamber. Records, names, routes. He laid them out on the stone. Keziah opened the first one. The handwriting was precise, clerical, the same hand that had sound the Ashfall Gate ledger. Undesirable. Each page listed a transport, date, origin, destination, unit count. Children listed as cargo. Ember heirs marked with a symbol she recognized, the splayed claw, stamped beside each name. She turned pages, years of them. 17 years of children moved through Bellanca channels to this vault, then further east, Ashfall Gate. The name appeared again and again, a destination that swallowed children and never released them. The routes stop here, she said, tapping the final entry. The vault. But they do not say what happens after. Fandazil crouched beside her. Because the vault was not the end. It was a waypoint. They were moving them deeper. To where? No one answered. Keziah opened the second ledger. This one was older, the leather cracked, the pages yellowed. The handwriting was different, broader, less disciplined. She turned to the faced page and felt her breath catch. The name at the top was not Undesirable, it was Keziah Onwuamaeze. Her mother's hand. Keziah read in silence, the words blurring and sharpening in turns. Her mother had kept this ledger during her champion years, recording bond tests, bloodline observations, and something she called the Heart Roost, a location she described as the origin point of the first bonds, hidden in the Stormeye itself. The Concord knew about it, Samuel had known, and her mother had been its guardian. Keziah turned to a marked page, the corner folded, the ink darker. Her mother's handwriting changed here, became smaller, more urgent. I have found where they keep the ones who wake. I have found where they keep the children. I am going back for them. Below it, a single line in different ink, added later. Samuel asked me to open the Roost. He said it was the only way to save Halkirun. I refused. He smiled and said he understood. 3 days later they came for me. Keziah's hand pressed flat against the page. He tried to recruit her, she said. Before he murdered her. She was the key bearer. She knew where the Heart Roost was, and she would not tell him. Fandazil's voice was low. That is why he kept her alive long enough to extract her memories. He needed what she knew. And when she would not give it, Idrisi said, he put it in the white dragon instead, where he could keep it prisoner until he found a way to force it open. Keziah turned another page. This one was different. The paper was thinner, almost translucent, and the writing was not her mother's. It was a Concord notation, stamped in black ink with a single sentence. Subject, Keziah Onwuamaeze. Classification, key bearer, first seal, Heart Roost line. Binding. 3 key heirs required for full access. Subject identified as primary, secondary and tertiary heirs unconfirmed. Status, extraction incomplete. Memory storage initiated. Awaiting secondary activation. 3 key heirs, Keziah said, not one. She looked up at the group. Their faces were pale in the mist light. The white dragon was not the only vessel. There are 2 more. 2 more carriers of whatever my mother knew, and Samuel has been waiting for them to activate. Pim's voice came from behind her, thin and shaking. He had been silent since the escape, his archive satchel pressed to his chest. The list, he said, the Tans Gragan and Stand. That is not 12 separate bloodlines, that is 12 candidates. He has been breeding them, monitoring them, waiting for the other two heirs to surface. Keziah's brand throbbed. She looked down at her palm, at the splayed claw mark that had burned there since the market. The rescued boy's brand had resonated with hers. The white dragon had recognized her blood. She was the primary key. But she was not alone. "Where are the others?" she demanded. "The Chalkwater girl, the other children, where did he take them?" Pym opened his satchel and pulled out the folded page he had stolen from the Sabargyuf, the Ember Stair list with 12 names. He spread it on the stone beside her mother's ledger. The handwriting matched, Honoran Vel. But at the bottom of the list, in fresh ink, someone had added a note. Tertiary candidate identified, awaiting activation protocol. Age, 12. Origin, Bellanca. Visicaning, Sammy. Keziah's blood went cold. She turned to Idrisi. He was already reaching for his dragon, his face stripped of all color. "My sister," he said. "He has my sister." Chapter 65. The mist had not lifted. It clung to the broken shelf where they had landed, coiling around the copper dragon's legs and threading through pale Wake's slack jaw. The white dragon breathed in shallow, irregular pulses, amber fluid still weeping from the torn pump line, staining the stone beneath her. Keziah knelt beside her, one hand pressed to the dragon's neck, feeling the faint heartbeat that flickered like a candle in wind. Around her, the argument had already begun. "We cannot carry her," Fandazil said, her voice flat and final. "She is dying. She will slow us until we are all dead." "She carries my mother." Keziah did not look up. "She stays." "Keziah? I said she stays." Fandazil's jaw tightened. She turned to the others, arms crossed, scarred face hard in the gray light. "The Concord knows where we are. Samaleo let us take her. You read the ledger. He is breeding heirs, tracking them, waiting. Every hour we sit here is an hour he uses to tighten the net." Pym hugged his satchel, eyes darting between them. "The keepers have safe houses. We could scatter. Take different routes, meet at a rendezvous." "Scatter where?" Maddie's voice was quiet, his scarred hands resting on the tools at his belt. "He has been watching this bloodline for 40 years. You think he does not know where the keepers hide?" Zuri crouched at the shelf edge, peering into the mist. "Better to run than sit here waiting for him to find us." "Running is what he expects." Idrisi had not moved from where he stood, his hand on his black wood dragon's neck. His face was still pale, the color not yet returned since he read his sister's name on the list. "He wants us scattered, picked off one by one. He has been doing this for decades, erasing bloodlines, burying evidence, collecting children. We cannot outrun a system built to hunt us." "Then what do you propose?" Fandazil's voice snapped. "March on the heart roost with a dying dragon and a 12-year-old boy?" Nizan had been silent. He sat apart from the group, his knees drawn to his chest, his branded hand pressed against his chest as if it still hurt. The boy had not spoken since the vault, since the chained dragons, since the collapse. His eyes followed the argument, but his mouth stayed closed, until now. "Who decides?" he asked. The group went still. Nizan lifted his head. His voice was thinned, steady. "If we run forever, if we stop, who decides?" The question hung in the mist. Keziah felt it lead in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She looked at the boy, at his branded hand, at the fear he was trying to hide behind a flat face and steady voice. He was asking her something she had been avoiding since the market, since the bond, since her mother's voice spoke through the white dragon's empty bond hollow. She had been dodging the weight, letting others argue, letting others lead, telling herself she was still the fishmonger's orphan who owed nothing, chose no one, ran before attachment could cut. But she had already chosen. She had chosen when she freed Pale Wake, when she carried Nizan from the burning skiff, when she read her mother's ledger and felt the brand in her palm answer like a bell. She was the primary key, the first seal, the ash crown, and she had been running from that title since the moment she learned it. Keziah rose. Her knees were wet with amber fluid. Her hands were stained with it. She turned to face the group, and something in her posture made Thanaziel stop mid-sentence. "We go to the heart roost." The words fell like hammer blows. Thanaziel's mouth opened, closed. She shook her head. "Keziah, I am not asking." The silence stretched. Zori shifted. Maddie's hands went still on his tools. Pim hugged the satcha tighter. Idrisi watched her with an expression she could not read, something raw and waiting. Keziah met each of their gazes in turn. "My mother found it. She kept it secret. She died rather than open it for Samalael." Her voice did not shake. "That means it matters. That means it is worth protecting. And if he wants it badly enough to spend 40 years breeding candidates for the lock, then it is the one place he cannot afford for us to reach." "And if we reach it?" Thandaziel's voice was low. "What then?" "Then we find out what she was guarding." No one spoke. The wind pulled at the mist, thinning it for a moment, revealing the broken spires that stretched into the cloud dark above them. Somewhere beyond that cloud, the storm eye waited. The heart roost. The origin of the first bonds. Keziah turned to Pale Wake. The white dragon's eye had opened. The sewn lid had split along one edge, the coarse thread frayed and wet. A single slit of pale gold peered out, unfocused but aware. Keziah dropped to her knees beside her. "Pale Wake." The dragon's breath hitched. Her throat worked, a sound rising from somewhere deep, somewhere that had been silent for too long. Then the voice came. Not through the air, through the bond hollow, the empty space where a rider should have been. A whisper, thin as spider silk, brushing against Keziah's awareness. "Find her first. Find her before he does." Keziah's brand burned cold. "Who?" she demanded. "Who is compromised?" The dragon's eye rolled, trying to focus. The whisper frayed at the edges, breaking apart like wind through ash. "The Bellanca heir is not the only one he has marked. The third key. Something is already awake inside her." Keziah's blood turned to ice. She looked up at Idrisi. He was already moving, already reaching for his dragon, his face stripped of color. "Sami," he said. "He already has her. He is already inside her." Pale Wake's eye closed. The whisper stopped, but the warding remained, burning in Keziah's palm, cold as the Stormdark above them, heavy as the weight she had just claimed. Chapter 66. The wind did not let up. It tore across the broken spires in sheets, carrying grit that stung the eyes and scraped the exposed skin of Keziah's hands as she adjusted the sling harness they had rigged for Pale Wake. The white dragon hung between two work dragons, her wings folded, her breath a shallow rasp that Keziah felt through the bond hollow like a pulse she could not steady. Idrisi flew on her left. His black gold dragon matched the pace without being asked, holding position close enough that Keziah could see the blood seeping through the bandage on his shoulders. He had not complained once. Not about the wound, not about the cold, not about the fact that his sister was already awake with something inside her, and he was flying toward a storm eye instead of toward her. Keziah said nothing, but she adjusted her course to shield him from the worst of the crosswind. The hours blurred. The mist thinned and thickened without pattern, revealing fragments of shattered stone that looked like the bones of cities. Keziah kept her attention split between the horizon and the white dragon's labored breathing. Every time the rhythm stuttered, she reached through the bond hollow with a pulse of warmth, the way she had learned to calm Wakesfire during the arena nights when the old grief woke him. Pale Wake answered each time. Faint, thread-thin, but there. Behind them, the rest of the group flew in loose formation. Thandaziel on the copper work dragon with Nizan tucked against her chest. Zuri and Mati sharing a broad-backed gray. Pim behind Calvo, his satchel pressed between them like a shield. They were a caravan of broken things. Keziah felt the weight of every single one. Nizan had not spoken again since his question. His branded hand stayed pressed to his chest, and his eyes stayed fixed on the mist ahead. He was small enough that Thandaziel could wrap one arm around him and still hold the reins. He was young enough that the fear still showed in the set of his shoulders. Keziah pulled her dragon closer. Nizan. The boy's head turned. His eyes were too old for his face. "We are going to a place my mother died to protect," Keziah said. "I do not know what we will find there, but I know she believed it was worth dying for. That means it is worth living for, too." Nizan blinked. Then he nodded. Once. Small, but real. Thandaziel's mouth tightened, but she said nothing. The wind shifted. Keziah felt it through Wakefire's awareness, a change in the thermal layer below them, a current that did not belong to the storm. She scanned the mist, saw nothing, but the bond tightened, and Wakefire's attention sharpened. She trusted that. They flew on. The sun climbed and fell without Keziah counting the hours. The mist lit gold, then gray, then black. And she kept her hand on the sling rope, adjusting the tension every time Pale Wake's weight shifted. The white dragon's breathing had steadied but not strengthened. She was holding, barely. Idrisi's voice cut through the wind. "We need to rest the work dragons." Keziah looked at him. His face was pale beneath the windburn, and his hand on the reins trembled with the effort of keeping formation. "Not yet. They will founder. Then we push them to the edge and stop before they break." She met his eyes. "That is what I do." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he dipped his chin and adjusted his grip, and she saw something in his posture shift. Not surrender, trust. He was trusting her to know the limit. The weight of that sat heavier than the sling rope. They found a shelf 2 hours later. It was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 dragons abreast, but it had a thermal pocket that broke the worst of the wind. Keziah landed first, checking the stone for cracks before signaling the others down. Pale Wake's claws scraped as she settled. The white dragon's eye had not opened again, but her side rose and fell in a rhythm that Keziah counted like a lifeline. Zuri dismounted and stretched with a groan. Mati was already checking the work dragon's legs. Pim slid out Calvo's dragon and immediately began digging through his satchel for the root notes. Nizan stayed on the copper dragon. Thandaziel tried to lift him down, and he gripped the harness straps and would not let go. "I can stay." The boy's voice was quiet but final. Thandaziel looked at Keziah. Keziah nodded. The old champion stepped back, and Nizan stayed where he was, his branded hand pressed against the copper dragon's neck, his eyes fixed on the mist. Idrisi walked to the edge of the shelf. He stood with his back to the group, his shoulders tight, his hand pressed against the bandage as if checking the wound was still there. Keziah watched him for 3 breaths. Then she walked over and stood beside him. The drop was sheer. Mist churned low, hiding the distance to the next shelf, the next shard, the next world. "Sami used to follow me to the stables," Idrisi said. His voice was flat, careful. "She was too young to ride. The trainer said she would age into it. But she never wanted to fight. She wanted to fly." Keziah said nothing. "She would sit in the tack room and watch me harness my dragon. She asked questions about every buckle, every strap. She wanted to know how the leather felt against the scales, how the wind tasted at altitude. His jaw tightened. She was curious about everything, and I told myself that meant she was safe, that the Concord would never notice a curious girl in a powerful house. The Concord notices everything. I know that now. He turned to face her. His eyes were raw. I know that I flew east to find you while she was already mucked. I know that every hour I spent trying to earn your trust was an hour Samal spent turning her into a weapon. Keziah held his gaze. You did not know. That does not change what happened. No. She let the words sit. But it changes what you do next. He stared at her. The wind pulled at his coat, at the blood on his shoulder, at the grief he was trying to hold behind a flat face. I will follow your orders, he said, whatever they are, even if they end with my death. The words landed like a blade. Keziah felt them in her chest, in the space where she had been holding her own heart at arm's length since the moment she read his reports. She wanted to tell him that his death was not what she needed, that she needed him alive, that she needed him beside her when they reached the heart roost, when they faced whatever Samoled had done to his sister. She opened her mouth, and Wakefire's attention snapped through the bond like a whip. Keziah's head turned. The mist had thickened while they stood there. The thermal pocket that had been steady was now shifting, folding in on itself, carrying something that did not belong. Wakefire's growl rumbled through her bones. We are not alone. Keziah's hand went to her belt. Form up, she said. Something is in the mist with us. The group moved. Zuri and Mati flanked the work dragons. Thandazil pulled Nizan from the copper dragon and pressed him behind her. Calvo stepped in front of Pim. Idrisi was already mounting his brat gold, his wound forgotten, his hand on the blade. Keziah scanned the mist. Nothing. Then Wakefire's voice came again, colder, sharper. Not approaching. Already among us. Chapter 67. The mist thickened as Keziah turned, her hand finding the knife at her belt. Wakefire's warning echoed through the bond, cold and certain. Among us. Zuri and Mati had already flanked the work dragons, their backs to the stone. Thandazil pressed Nizan behind her, one hand on his shoulder, the other on her blade. Calvo stepped in front of Pim, who was fumbling with his satchel, his eyes wide and moving too fast. Idrisi swung onto his black gold's back, the wound in his shoulder forgotten. His dragon's head came up, nostrils flaring, amber eyes scanning the mist. Nothing moved. The thermal pocket that had made this shelf survivable was gone, eaten by colder air rolling in from below. Keziah felt it on her skin, damp and wrong. Where? She said aloud. Wakefire's head turned slowly, tracking something she could not see. His single eye fixed on a point beyond the shelf's edge, where the mist curled around a broken spire that had been hidden until now. There. Waiting. The spire was not stone. Keziah saw it as the mist parted. Worked walls, arched windows filled with darkness. A structure built into the shard's face that had been designed to look like natural rock. A monastery, old and abandoned, its bell tower cracked and tilted. A refuge. Her instincts screamed. You see it? Idrisi's voice was low. See what? Zuri craned her neck. There's nothing. She stopped. Burned sky. That's a building. Monastery, Pim breathed. Fuel station. The old roots used them as waypoints between shards. They were abandoned after the shattering centennial. Abandoned? Keziah repeated. Then why is it still standing? No one answered. The tracker had brought them here. The thing in the mist had been waiting here. And the structure had been hidden until the moment they were meant to see it. She should turn back. She looked at Pale Wake, hanging in the sling between the work dragons, her side rising and falling in shallow gasps. The white dragon needed shelter, warmth, Tom. The thermal pocket was gone. The mist was cold enough to kill. We check it, Keziah said. Fast. Pim and Calvo stay with the dragons. Everyone else clears one floor, then we decide. Idrisi opened his mouth, closed it, nodded. They landed on a courtyard paved with cracked stone, the monastery's main doors gaping open like a rib cage. The work dragons settled with uneasy grumbles, their heads up, their eyes scanning. Pale Wake's sling scraped against the stone as Keziah guided her into the shelter of the entrance arch. Inside, the air was still. Dust coated every surface. Benches lay overturned. Prayer streamers hung from the ceiling beams, their ink faded to ghost patterns. A fuel cistern sat dry in the center of the hall, its iron cap rusted open. Zuri moved to the left wall, running her hand along the stone. No fresh tracks, no ash, nobody has been here in years. Too clean, Madi's voice echoed. Look at the dust. It is even across the floor, but the windowsills are bare. Someone swept those. Keziah felt it then, the wrongness that had been buzzing beneath her skin since the mist changed. This place had been maintained. Not recently, not enough to leave tracks, but the windows had been cleaned so someone could see out. The fuel cistern had been opened so someone could check its level. The prayer streamers had been rearranged, their patterns not random but deliberate, forming symbols that... Pim made a small sound. Keziah turned. The archivist was standing beneath the Baltoyer's shadow, his face white, his hands pressed against the wall where the stone had been carved with old script. Not prayers, not invocations. Pim, what is it? These are Concord marks. His voice shook. Archive classification codes, hidden in the prayer text. I know this hand, I have read it in the sub-archives. The word hit like a blade. Sub-archives. The sealed records, the erased fragments, the documents Pim had risked life to steal. Someone used this monastery as a listening post, Pim said, for decades. The script records rider movements, extraction schedules, activation dates. This was never a refuge, it was a surveillance station. The trap snapped shut. Keziah heard it before she saw it, the grinding of stone on stone, the clatter of iron gears engaging somewhere above. The main doors began to close, their hinges screaming, their weight driving them together. Out! She screamed. Everyone out! Zuri and Madi were already moving, shoving the work dragons toward the gap. Thandazil grabbed Nizan and ran, the boy's branded hands still pressed to the Copto dragon's neck. Calvo hauled Pim away from the wall, the archivist's legs barely keeping up. Keziah turned for Pale Wake. The white dragon was still in the sling, her eye closed, her breathing shallow. The doors were closing faster than Keziah could drag the sling through. She pulled anyway. The ropes cut into her hands. The sling scraped across the stone. Pale Wake's weight was dead, unresponsive, her body limp and heavy as a corpse. The gap narrowed. Leave her. Wakesfire's voice was cold, not cruel. A calculation. She carries your mother. I carry you. Choose. Keziah's hands tightened on the rope. She pulled harder. The doors met her shoulders, grinding against the stone frame, trapping her half in and half out. The pressure built, the weight of the monastery's entire structure bearing down on her spine. A hand grabbed her collar. Idrisi. He planted his feet and hauled backward, his wounded shoulders screaming, his face twisted with pain. Keziah's eyes met his. He gave one final heave, and she came through. Pale Wake did not. The sling snagged on the closing doors, and the white dragon's body was pulled back into the darkness as the stone slammed shut with a thunderous crack. Keziah lunged for the doors. They did not move. She hit them with her fists, her palms, her shoulders, screaming, feeling the bond hollow go empty go pale Wake's faint presence had been. The white dragon was still alive in there, alone, trapped, dying. And Keziah had left her behind. Keziah, Idrisi. His hand over Sother's tents had pushed up a statter in the fabric of Karivan. Listening, Idrisi is wearing that party discubs. His riffic his score upter often helling to the datters on the commute in it, hireling a parties little catches nimulated. His riffic his corch aftersides was beginned through that his health is terra. I know that. We are a nichard. It doesn't think it. Keziah was waving the rooting anywhere, then the sleeters rapping their text, but someone simply aspired snapping everyone to still stop physically. Homa! Leafly I will cup the grappin. I am deciding to listen today. Chapter 68. The sound of pale Wake's pump followed Keziah across the courtyard. It came through stone, muffled and rhythmic, a heartbeat she could not reach. The monastery doors did not shift. The iron gears had locked, sealing the white dragon inside the trap she had walked them into. Keziah's palms were raw. Her voice had gone hoarse from screaming against stone that would not move. Idris held her arm. Not pulling, just present, his weight a counterbalance to the urge to throw herself at the doors again. We cannot stay here. His voice was low, tight. Riders are already forming in the mist. We have minutes, maybe less. She heard him. She understood the words. But Pale Wake was in there. Pale Wake carried her mother. And the pump was still running, which meant the Concord wanted her to live, which meant they would take what she held and leave her hollow. Keziah, Sandazil's voice, not soft, hard as the stone beneath them. The boy is saying something. She turned. Nizan stood apart from the group, pressed against the copper dragon's flank, his branded hand still hooked into its harness straps. His face was pale, his jaw working like he was trying to swallow something that would not go down. Thandazil crouched beside him. Tell her what you told me. The boy looked at Keziah. His eyes were dark and too old, the same look he had worn in the vault when he had pointed at the chained dragon door and said Samuel built his sigil there. There was a woman, Nizan said, his voice cracked. In the place before the vault. She was not supposed to speak to me, but she did. Keziah moved closer, the mist curled around her ankles. What did she say? She sang to me. Nizan's hand tightened on the harness. When they put the needle in my arm, when the world went dark, she sang to keep me from being afraid. He stopped, his mouth opened, closed. Then he sang. The notes were halting, thin, a child's memory of a melody he had heard in drugged half-sleep. 3 ascending tones, a pause, then a longer descent that curled at the end like smoke. Sleep, little fire, he whispered. The storm will not find you. The stone will hold you close. Pym made a sound behind her. That was not a keeper song. That was... Wakesfire's attention slammed through the bond. Cold, sharp, focused in a way that felt like the sky about to break. Say the last line again. Nizan flinched. The copper dragon shifted beneath his hand. Say it, Keziah said. The last line. Again. The boy swallowed. The stone will hold you close. No. Wakesfire's voice was ice. The old rite says, the flame will hold you close, not the stone. They changed the word. Keziah felt it hit her chest, a distortion, a corruption of something sacred bent into a tool of control. The Concord changed it, she said. The lullaby. It was a bond rite. They altered it to calm drugged dragons. Pym stepped forward, his satchel pressed against his chest. If the original phrase was, the flame will hold you close, and they replaced it with stone, that is not just a control mechanism, That is the key. The old rite was used to open something, a seal that responds to the spoken word. Nizan's face scrunched. She said more. I did not understand it. She said the white lady left a message in the song, for the one who would come for her. Keziah's blood went cold. The white lady. The one with the closed eyes. Nizan pointed toward the monastery. Before they took her to the pump room, she sang the song back to me. But she sang it different. Show me. Wakefire's command rolled through her before she could think. She opened the bond fully, letting the boy's memory bleed through her own senses. The image came in fragments. A dark room. Stone walls wet with condensation. The white dragon suspended in a cradle of iron, her sewn eyelids twitching as the woman sang. But the words were not the same. Where Nizan's version had fallen at the end, the white dragon's version rose. Sleep, little fire. The storm will not find you. The flame will hold you close until the ash crown wakes. Keziah's breath stopped. Until the ash crown wakes. Pale Wake had been waiting, not dying, waiting. She knew I would come, Keziah said. She planted the message in the song so Nizan would carry it out. Pim was already pulling the wayfinder from his satchel, his hands shaking, his eyes bright with fevered calculation. If the lullaby is a corrupted key phrase, the original version is the seal breaker. The altered version is for calm. But the white dragon sang you the original. That means she told you what she was guarding. Not what? Keziah's hand went to her brand. Where? She looked at the monastery doors. The pump still ran. Pale Wake was in there, alive, suspended, waiting for extraction. But the message had already left. And Keziah knew with a certainty that settled into her ribs like an old wound that the Concord would not take the white dragon to Ashfall Gate. They would take her to the place where the three key heirs were meant to converge. The heart roost. They are going to use her as the lure, Idrisi said. His voice was flat, a conclusion he had already reached. Samuel knows you follow. Then I follow. Keziah turned from the doors. The mist parted around her. The rider formations were closer now, steel catching what little light remained. Pim. She did not look back. Find me the route to the Storm Eye. The Storm Eye? We don't have maps for. Find it. She mounted the copper dragon's back. Nizan did not let go of the harness, but he shifted to make room, his small body pressed against her spine. Idrisi swung onto his black gold beast beside her. His face was drawn, his shoulders still bleeding through the bandage, but he did not argue. Fandazil, Zuri, Mati, Calvo, they all mounted without a word. The rider formations broke through the mist, gray and black banners, Concord steel. A full hunt line advancing in perfect formation, their dragon's breath pluming in the cold air. At their center, mounted on a beast the color of old iron, High Warden Samel Ikaru raised his hand. The line stopped. He did not speak. He did not need to. Keziah looked at the monastery one last time. The pump was still running. Pale Wake was alive. She turned the copper dragon's head away. Fly, she said, straight into the storm. The Storm Eye? We don't have maps for. Find it. She mounted the copper dragon's back. Nizan did not let go of the harness, but he shifted to make room, his small body pressed against her spine. Idrisi swung onto his black gold beast beside her. His face was drawn, his shoulders still bleeding through the bandage, but he did not argue. Fandazil, Zuri, Mati, Calvo, they all mounted without a word. The rider formations break through the mist. Gray and black banners, Concord steel. A full hunt line advancing in perfect formation, their dragon's breath pluming in the cold air. At their center, mounted on a beast the color of old iron, High Warden Semele Akaru raised his hand. The line stopped. He did not speak. He did not need to. Keziah looked at the monastery one last time. The pump was still running. Pale Wake was alive. She turned the copper dragon's head away. "Fly," she said, "straight into the storm." The copper dragon launched, the black gold followed. The work dragons rose, carrying broken people and a dying hope, driving straight into the teeth of the wind. Behind them, the monastery doors did not open. But the pump kept running, and ahead, where no map marked any passage, the sky began to turn. Chapter 69. The wind had teeth. Keziah crouched low against the copper dragon's neck, Nizan pressed between her and the harness, his small hands gripping the leather with white-knuckled desperation. Behind them, the Concord's horns cut through the storm, long, hunting notes that vibrated through bone. Wakesfire flew beside her, his bound wings screaming through the bond. Every beat cost him. She felt it in her own ribs, a grinding ache that would not stop. The mist swallowed everything. Pym's voice came from somewhere behind, thin and frayed. "There is nothing out here. No charts, no lanes, no..." The Lonka keeps supply areas in the dead zones. Idrisi's black gold dragon pulled alongside, his pale eyes fixed forward. "Old roots. My grandfather's generation built them before the Concord standardized the patrol corridors." Keziah turned. "You did not mention this before." "Because I was not ready to burn what they left me." He did not look at her. "I am ready now." The copper dragon banked without command, following the black gold's lead through a gap in the shard fields that looked like nothing, just a duck or seam in the stone, a crack the wind screamed through. Idrisi led them into the seam. The passage narrowed until Keziah could have touched both walls. The work dragons folded their wings, pressing through single file, their breath steaming against rock that had not seen light in decades. Then it opened. The eyrie was carved into the shard's hollow heart, a dome of black stone braced with iron ribs, large enough to hold a dozen dragons. Supply crates lined the walls, their seals intact. A cistern still held water. Lanterns hung from chains, their oil congealed but not dry. Keziah slid from the copper dragon's back. The silence here was different. No wind, no horns, just the echo of their breathing and the drip of condensation from the high ceiling. "Your family built this," she said. Idrisi stood at the nearest crate, running his hand across the Bellanca crest burned into the wood, a winged tower above crossed flight lines. "Yes." His voice was flat. "They built it to survive the last shattering, in case the world broke again and they needed a place to hide until the killing stopped." "What killed them?" "Nothing. They survived." He broke the seal with his mouth. "That is the problem." The crate held rider rations, dried meat, and hard biscuit packed in waxed cloth, enough to feed 10 people for a month. The next held medical supplies, bandages, tinctures, a bone-setting kit. The third held maps. Pym was already there, pulling the rolled leather tubes free, spreading them across the floor with shaking hands. "These are pre-Concord. Look at the thermal markings. The old routes did not follow the patrol lanes. They followed the storm currents. You could fly from here to the storm eye without ever touching a monitored corridor. If the maps are still accurate." Maddie crouched beside him, tracing a line with his scarred finger. "The currents shift. The shards drift. But the storm eye does not." Pym's voice was fevered. "It stays. It has always stayed. That is why the heart roost was built there. It is the only fixed point in the sky. Keziah left them to the maps. She walked the perimeter of the eyrie, her hand pressed to the stone, feeling the cold silence through her brand. Wakesfire's presence was a low burn at the edge of her thoughts. He had not entered the eyrie. He stood at the entrance seam, his single eye fixed on the darkness beyond, watching for the pursuit he knew would come. "They are tracking us," he sent. "Through the storm? Through the boy? The copper dragon, through the bond itself. Samuel has learned to read the echoes." Keziah stopped at the far wall. A door stood there, lower than the others, framed in iron that had rusted to the color of dried blood. No handle, no lock, just a seam. "Idrisi," he came at her call, his boots echoing on the stone. When he saw the door, something shifted in his face. Not surprise, recognition. "I wondered if I remembered it correctly." "What is it?" "The reason my grandfather built this place." He pressed his palm to the center of the door. The rust flaked away, revealing a handprint carved into the iron, the Bellanca crest but smaller, older, worn smooth by generations of touch. Not to hide, to watch. The door opened inward. Beyond it lay a narrow chamber lined with ledgers, their spines cracked, their pages yellowed with age. A desk sat at the center covered in dust. A single chair, a lamp with no oil. Keziah stepped inside. The air was dry and still, as if the room had been sealed for decades and only now remembered how to breathe. Idrisi followed. He did not touch anything. He stood at the threshold, his hands at his sides, his face unreadable. "The Bellanca surveillance network," he said. "Every major Concord route, every supply line, every extraction schedule recorded here for 3 generations. My family did not serve the Concord. They collected the information the Concord needed to rule, and they stored it here in case they ever needed to sell it to someone else." They were spies. They were survivors. He picked up a ledger from the top of the nearest stack. "My father inherited this room when he was 22. He closed it when I was born. Said we did not need to watch anymore because we had already won." Keziah took the ledger from his hands. The leather was soft with age. She opened it. The pages were filled with names, routes, dates, extraction codes. The same handwriting she had seen on the manifest. Idrisi's father. She flipped further. The entries grew newer. The last page bore a date from 3 months ago. Designation, Ash Crown, primary key heir confirmed, status, activation pending convergence at Storm Eye. Below it, in fresh ink, a note. Sun position confirmed with target. Awaiting engagement protocol. Keziah looked up. Idrisi had gone still. "Your father knows you are with me. He's tabling them test right now. He has always known knowing what I would choose. It does not care which side I pick. He only needs to know where I land so he can adjust his calculations accordingly." The horns returned. Close now. Cutting through the stone. Wakesfire's warning flared through the bond. "They have found the seam. They are coming." Keziah moved. She grabbed the stack of ledgers, shoved them into Pim's satchel without explanation. "Burn what we cannot carry. We are leaving." Idrisi caught her arm. "There is a back passage, leads to the storm shelf. If we can reach it before they seal the seam, then move." The Greek exploded into motion. Calvo and Thandazil lifted Nizan onto the copper dragon. Zuri and Mahdi shoved the map tubes into their packs. Pim hesitated over a crate of dried meat, grabbed a handful and ran. The horns grew louder. Idrisi led them to the far wall, where a panel of stone swung open at his touch, revealing a tunnel carved through the shard's heart. The ceiling was low. The walls brushed their shoulders. The copper dragon could not fit. Idrisi saw at the same moment Keziah did. "Leave the dragon," he said. It will find its own way or it will not. No. Nizan's voice was small but fierce. She stays. Keziah looked at the boy, then at the copper dragon, whose single eye watched her with the patience of creatures that had learned to survive without asking permission. She turned to the tunnel. She stays, she said. We fly. They mounted. The copper dragon launched into the seam's darkness just as the first heir-rider broke through the airy entrance behind them. The dragon's wings beat once, twice, and then they were falling through the gap between shards, the storm rising to meet them. Keziah looked back. The airy burned. Bellanca colors, Bellanca betrayal, Bellanca blood. She fussed forward. Fly, she said, toward the eye. The storm swallowed them whole. Chapter 70. The eyrie burned behind them, the fire gnawing through Bellanca stone, Bellanca secrets, Bellanca pride. Keziah felt the heat on her back even through the storm wind, felt it through the bond, where Wakefire's wings screamed in grinding rhythm. She did not look back. The storm swallowed the light. The mist closed around them like a wound healing over. She heard the others, the work dragon's labored breathing, Pim's gasping, the creak of harness leather. She heard the silence where the copper dragon should have been. Nizan's hand tightened on the harness strap in front of her. Where is he going? Keziah followed the boy's gaze. Idrisi's black gold dragon had peeled away from their formation, banking hard toward the burning seam they had just fled. She called his name. The wind tore it apart. Through the bond, Wakefire's recognition sharpened. He is going back. For what? The dragon's answer came not as words, but as memory. Idrisi's face in the surveillance chamber, the ledger in his hands, the weight of his father's handwriting pressing through his voice. For the truth he will not let burn. The group did not stop. Keziah could not make them stop. Zuri and Mati flanked the work dragons. Kavo shielded Pim. Fandazil kept Nizan's shoulder pressed against her chest. They had to reach the storm eye before the Concord closed the gap. But Keziah watched the burning seams shrink behind her, and she did not look away. Idrisi landed on the airie's upper ledge before the fire reached it. Smoke poured from the lower levels, where the Concord breach had ignited the supply caches. The stone trembled. Heat repressed through his boots. His father stood at the entrance to the surveillance chamber, alone, his hands clasped behind his back, his coat unmarked by ash. My son. Idrisi did not sheath his blade. You knew. I knew you would find the room. I knew you would make a choice. Lord Lucan Bellanca did not move. His voice carried the same measured calm Idrisi had heard in 100 council chambers. I needed to know which one. Keepers of the Silent Threshold? What is this place? Lucan exhaled slow, as if he had been waiting for this question for years. This is the area where the Concord does not look, the place where bonded dragons hide when the wardens declare them outlaw. The soil where Ember heirs are buried with birthing records intact, unrecorded by the Concord. Keziah's hand moved toward the nearest body, hesitated, then fell. This is not a mass grave, she said softly. No, Undesirable said. It's a seed bank. He stepped forward past the bodies, past the names carved into glass, past the children who never had a choice. This is where the Ember line survives. Chapter 71. The storm swallowed sound. Keziah felt the absence where Idrisi's dragon should have been, a hollow space in the formation that the wind kept trying to fill. The Aries fire had shrunk to an ember seam behind them, but the heat still pressed against her back through layers of mist and distance. Nizan's hand found hers on the harness strap. He is coming back. Keziah did not answer. She could not afford to believe it. The copper dragon's absence was a wound she kept pressing against, checking for blood. The boy's weight against her chest was the only anchor she had. The work dragons labored through thickening cloud. Pym's voice carried from behind Calvo, thin and urgent, reading coordinates from the pre-Concord maps. Zuri and Maddie flanked in silence. Dandazil pulled alongside, her face half lit by the copper dragon's amber brand glow. "We cannot keep this pace. The white dragon's breathing is stuttering." Keziah looked past her. Pale Wake hung in the sling between the two work dragons, her pale flank rising and falling in uneven rhythm. The amber fluid from the torn pump line had stopped weeping, crusted dark along the harness straps. "She is dying." "I know." Keziah turned back to the storm. The wayfinder in her grip pulled southeast, toward the unmapped eye, toward the heart roost, toward whatever waited in the center of the storm that had swallowed her mother whole. A sound cut through the wind. Not hunting horns, not dragon wings. A thrum. Deep, rhythmic. It vibrated through the air, through the stone beneath the mist, the Keziah's chest where her mother's ring pressed warm against her skin. Pym's voice cracked. "That is the Concord extraction rig. They have not stopped draining her." Keziah followed his gaze. Below them, through a break in the cloud, a structure emerged from the stone. A scaffolding of black iron and glass, bolted to the shard's flank like a parasite. At its center, suspended in a web of cables and needles, Pale Wake's body hung limp. They had never left the monastery's range. The Concord had moved the extraction rig into the open, anchored to the shard's underbelly, and they were using it to pull the coordinates from the dying dragon's mind while she still breathed. Keziah's palm burned. "They are cutting her open from the inside." Wakefire's rage answered through the bond, hot and immediate, but beneath it a colder calculation. The rig is keyed to a bond signature. They are using the hollow where her rider should be to feed the extraction. If we sever that channel without anchoring her, the backlash will kill her. Then we give her an anchor. Keziah did not wait for argument. She pressed her branded hand to the space above her heart, where the bond hollow had begun to pulse in ragged rhythm, and she pulled. The bond opened. Not the careful channel she had learned to maintain during the tournament. Not the controlled exchange she and Wakesfire had developed for the shared wound flights. She pulled the partition between them apart like tearing cloth, and Wakefire's consciousness poured through her, vast and ancient and furious. She felt the extraction rig through his senses, the needles, the cables, the amber fluid moving through glass tubes, the machine's heartbeat synchronized to a bond frequency that had no rider to answer. "I cannot hold this alone." Wakesfire did not hesitate. His presence wrapped around her, not as shelter but as equal. She felt his wings scream, his half-blind eye, his centuries of grief, and she did not flinch. She took them. Together, they reached through the bond hollow toward Pale Wake. The white dragon's consciousness was a frayed thread snapping in the current of the extraction. Keziah caught it, felt its texture, cold, distant, almost gone. "Come back." She pushed warmth through the bond. Wakesfire pushed memory. The original lullaby, the flame that holds you close, the name the white dragon had been given before the Concord sewed her eyes shut. Pale Wake. The thread trembled. Keziah felt the extraction rig's needles press deeper, trying to sever the connection before it could take root. She felt Wakefire's body shudder as he fed more of himself into the bond, burning his own strength to keep the channel open. The pain hit her low in the gut, spread through her ribs, climbed her spine. She tasted blood. She felt her own lungs laboring, felt the weight of Wakefire's age pressing through her bones, felt the extraction rig's hunger pulling at the edges of her awareness. "Let go," the machine seemed to whisper. "Let her go. She is already gone." "No." Keziah pulled harder. The cables securing the extraction rig snapped one by one, each release sending a shockwave through the bond. The needles retracted, the amber fluid spilled across the stone. The thrumming stopped. Pale Wake fell. Keziah caught her through the bond, not with her hands, not with harness or cable. She caught her with the hollow that should have held a rider, and she held her, and she did not let go. The white dragon's eye opened. Pale gold, fractured by years of blind darkness, it fixed on Keziah with the clarity of a voice that had been waiting to speak. The heart roost is not beyond the storm eye. The words reached Keziah not as sound but as memory, as sensation, as a map unfolding in her blood. It is inside it. The eye holds the first stone, the first flame, the first bond that was never broken. Keziah felt the weight of the knowledge pressing into her, felt the path she needed to fly, the current she needed to follow, the seam in the storm that would open only to the blood of the three. The third key heir has already been bound. Pale Wake's voice frayed, stretched thin by the extraction. Samio forced the bond. She does not know she is the lock. She does not know she holds the key. If she reaches the eye before you, the heart roost will answer him. Keziah's throat closed. Sammy. The name fell from her like a stone into still water. Pale Wake's eye began to dim, the amber light receding. Find her before the storm. Find her before he makes her open what she cannot close. The white dragon's consciousness withdrew, folding into the hollow where Keziah's warmth still pulsed. She was not gone, but she was no longer speaking. Keziah looked up. Through the mist, through the shifting storm currents, through the seam where the sky would open. She saw the outline of the storm eye, a circle of call at the center of everything. And from three directions, across the wind-scoured dark, Concord war horns began to answer. 1, 2, 3. Closing. Chapter 72. The air tasted of ozone and distant lightning. Thin, cold. The kind of air that sat in the bottom of a lung and refused to rise. Keziah's palm burned against the harness strap. Not from the bond, from the cold. The storm was pulling warmth from everything it touched, and the storm eye was still somewhere ahead, invisible. A circle of calm she could feel but not see. Wakesfire flew beside her, one wing beating in a rhythm that cost him. She felt every compression through the bond, the grind of tendon against bone, the fire along the old injury. He did not complain. He never complained. The copper work dragon carried Nizan and Pale Wake's sling, the white dragon's flank barely rising now. The amber crust had dried to a flaking scab along her harness straps. Keziah checked every few beats through the bond hollow, and every time she found the thread still there, frayed but unbroken. Zuri and Mahdi flanked the formation on the broad-backed gray, silent, eyes scanning the mist. Calvo had Pym pressed in front of him on the roan, Pym's head bent over the pre-Concord maps, fingers tracing lines no modern chart showed. Thandazil flew at the rear, the copper's cousin dragon carrying her, her scarred face turned into the wind. She had not spoken since they left the Eyrie. None of them had. The silence between the war horns stretched longer than it should. Keziah's neck prickled. She looked back. The mist behind them had thickened, a wall of white closing like a door. The second horn had not sounded, neither had the third. Pym. Her voice cut the wind. Where are they? Pym's head snapped up. His hands shook as he traced the map again. The eastern formation was tracking along the thermal shelf. They should have crested the ridgeline by now. Should have. Yes. Keziah felt the answer before she heard it. Wakefire's focus sharpened, his single eye fixed on a seam in the mist below them, a notch in the stone where the thermal currents converged. A place the Concord knew. "They are not chasing us," she said. Thandaziel's head came up. "They are cutting us off." Keziah looked at the storm eye's invisible center, then at the notch in the stone, then at the faces of her people. Zuri's jaw was tight. Mahdi's hands were bloodless on the reins. Calvo had one arm around Pym, the other steadying the roan. Nizan's face was white, one hand pressed to the copper dragon's neck, the other gripping Pale Wake's trailing harness strap as if he could hold her to the world by will alone. They were looking at her. Not at the storm, not at the approaching horns, not at the trap. Her. Keziah had spent her whole life making sure no one needed her to decide. Need meant dependency. Dependency meant ownership. Ownership meant the end of choice. She opened her mouth. The second horn sounded. Closer. Not from the east. From the northwest. The flank she had not been watching. "Pym! Route!" Her voice had no room for question. Pym's fingers stabbed the map. "There is a current below the thermoshelf. Old. The old maps mark it as a smuggler's run. The Concord sealed it after the shattering centennial, but the current still flows." "Sealed how?" "Slag. They poured slag into the gap." Pym's eyes were too wide, but his voice did not crack. "The current goes under it. The gap is narrow. Wakesfire cannot fit with his wingbound, neither can the copper with the sling." Keziah saw the trap closing. The Concord had not been chasing, they had been driving. Every turn she made, every current she chose, pushed her toward a bottleneck she could not pass. "Then we push through before the seal," she said. "That is what they want." "Then we make them wrong." She turned the copper draven toward the notch in the stone. The others followed without hesitation. Zuri and Mahdi closed formation. Calvo pressed Pym closer. Thandaziel's mount pulled even with Keziah's. "Nizan." Keziah's voice was softer now. "I need you to hold Pale Wake's harness. When we go under, she cannot shift. Can you do that?" Nizan's jaw tightened. He was a boy who had watched everything he knew turn to ash and bone. But he wrapped the trailing strap around his wrist, once, twice, 3 times, and nodded. Keziah looked at the rest of them. Zuri, Mahdi, Calvo, Pym, Thandaziel. Concord forged the root, Concord poured the slag, Concord set the trap. She smiled, a thin, sharp thing. They forgot the current still flows. They forgot the map was never burned. They forgot I have all of you. Keziah's scarred face shifted, not a smile, something older, a recognition. Keziah pressed forward. The notch in the stone was a dark seam between 2 slabs of ancient rock. The thermal current hit her face, hot and wet, carrying the smell of old iron. The gap narrowed as they descended, the stone closing in until she could have touched both sides with her arms extended. Wakesfire's wings scraped one wall. He did not falter. The copper dragon's sides brushed the other. Nizan did not flinch. The third horn sounded. Dead ahead. Keziah pulled the copper dragon up, hauling it out of the current, skidding onto a shelf of splintered stone just before the gap that would have funneled them into a kill box. She saw the riders, 5 of them, waiting in the shadow of the slag seal, their dragon's breath steaming in the cold air. Samalael was not among them, but one of them raised a hand, a signal, and somewhere behind that hand, beyond the seal, beyond thermal shelf, beyond the storm, Keziah felt a presence she recognized. A bond. Forced. Raw. Awake. Idrisi Bellanca. She was already inside the storm eye. Chapter 73. The mist parted like a wound opening. Keziah saw it before the others, a seam in the storm where the wind did not move, where the clouds formed a perfect circle around a fixed point. The eye. Not a destination on a map, but a presence she had felt since the bond first burned her palm. A weight at the edge of every thermal current she had ever ridden. Wakefire's wing ground against his side. He did not slow. The formation tightened. Zuri and Madi pulled the work dragons close. Calvo had one hand on Pim's satchel, the other on the roan's rein. Fandaziel's scarred face was stone. Nizan held Pale Wake's harness strap, 3 loops around his wrist. He had not let go since the monastery. Keziah led them into the seam. The air changed. The ozone sting faded. The wind dropped from a howl to a hum, and the stone beneath them was not broken shard, but worked surface, carved, shaped, fitted. A platform wide enough for 10 dragons extended into the mist. Beyond it, a wall of black glass rose to meet the clouds. The glass was not empty. Names moved through it. Gold filament lines like the Wayfinder's veins, tracing roots that shifted and reformed as she watched. And at the center of the wall, a depression shaped like an open palm. Keziah's brand throbbed. She dismounted before she knew she had made the decision. Her boots hit the worked stone and the bond flared, Wakefire's awareness pressing through her skin, her blood, the marrow of her bones. She walked toward the glass with her right hand extended. The palm-shaped depression was warm. She pressed her hand into it. The glass shuddered. A crack of gold light split the wall, running from the palm print upward, forking into branches, tracing the filament routes until the entire surface blazed. The light struck Keziah's face, her chest, her open hand. A resonance answered, not from the glass, from behind her. Nizan. The boy had dropped from the copper dragon without a sound. His branded hand was pressed to the stone floor, and the amber glow rising through his arm matched the gold light in the glass. He was not afraid. His eyes were fixed on the wall, and his lips moved around words she could not hear. The glass split again. A second crack, perpendicular to the first, carving the surface into quadrants. The gold light pulsed once, twice, and then a third line began to form. It stopped. Keziah felt it stop. The glass wanted to open. The seal wanted to break. But something was missing. A third voice, a third hand, a third name carved into the filament rites. Pale Wake. The white dragon hung in the sling, her flank barely rising. But when Keziah reached through the bond hollow, she felt a response. Faint, thread-thin. A memory of a song. Nizan began to sing. Not the corrupted version, the words Pale Wake had given him, the words the Concord had tried to burn. The flame will hold you close until the ash crown wakes. The third crack began to form. Slow, resistant. The gold light flickered, struggling to hold the line. Pale Wake's body shuddered, and Keziah felt the extraction damage pulling her back, the years of amber fluid and sewn eyelids dragging her away from the song. But she held. The crack reached the center of the glass. The wall began to open. Keziah felt the seal give, stone grinding against stone, the gold light spilling through the widening seam. Beyond it, she saw a corridor carved from the same black glass, its walls lined with hollows that held bones, eggs, fragments of wing and scale and harness leather. The first roost that was never burned. The seam stopped. 3 handbreadths from full open, enough to see, not enough to enter. Keziah pressed her palm harder against the depression. Nizan's glow flared. Pale Wake's breath caught. Nothing. The third key was missing. A sound cut through the hum. Wing beats. Heavy. Measured. A single dragon descending through the mist behind them, landing on the platform edge without hurry. Keziah turned. The rider wore black plate, not Concord gray, not Bellanca colors, a sigil she did not recognize, a circle split by a descending line, crossed at the base by a horizontal slash. Samoil's sigil. The rider dismounted and pulled something from the saddle. A chain. At the end of the chain, a girl. 12 years old, inherited her mother's jaw and eyes, barefoot, sleeping clothes, palm raised toward the glass wall, where a mark like Keziah's burned amber and raw, freshly branded, still weeping. Idrisi Bellanca. The girl's eyes were open. They were not her own. Keziah saw it in the way she stood, the way her head tilted, the way her hand moved not with her own will but with something riding her from inside. The forced bond, Samuel's work. He had not just mocked her, he had hollowed her and filled her with command. Sammy. Idrisi's voice broke as he stepped forward. Sammy, look at me. The girl's head turned. Her eyes tracked him. Recognition flickered, a spark swallowed by something larger and pulled her. Her palm came up, and the glass wall began to close. Chapter 74. The glass wall groaned. Gold light splintered along the cracks as Sammy's palm turned, the forced bond driving her hand through the seal's closing gesture like a puppet pulled by wire. Keziah's brand burned in answer. She wrenched her hand from the depression, and the seal shuddered, the opening shrinking from 3 handbreadths to 2, then 1. Sammy, Idrisi's voice cracked. The girl's head turned. Her eyes found him. Recognition flickered again, drowning in the same cold tide that had swallowed it before. Her jaw worked, lips parting around words that did not come. The black plate rider moved. Not toward Keziah, toward Nizan. The boy had not risen from the stone floor. His branded hand was still pressed to the ground, amber glow fading as the seal closed. He looked up as the rider's shadow fell across him, and his face held no fear, only a tired acceptance that made Keziah move before she had decided to. She was not fast enough. The rider seized Nizan by the collar and hauled him upright, one gauntleted hand closing around the boy's throat. The other hand drew a blade. Not for Keziah, for the seal. Sammy's palm twisted. The gold light in the glass wall surged, the remaining crack beginning to bridge itself. No, Keziah breathed. She reached through the bond, not for Wakesfire, for the hollow where pale Wake's fading consciousness still clung to the song, the memory of the lullaby, the thread-thin connection that had held the third crack open. She found it, and she pulled. The bond hollow opens between them, Keziah and pale Wake, and the space where the forced bond had been anchored. Sammy's body jerked. Her hand stopped mid-gesture. The glass walls closing slowed, gold light flickering as 2 wills fought for control of the same limb. The rider's blade pressed against Nizan's throat. Finish it, the rider said, not to Keziah, to Sammy. The girl's face spasmed. Her eyes went wide, then flat, then wide again. The forced bond pulled her one way, the bond hollow pulled her another, and in the space between, Keziah saw her. Not the weapon Samuel had made. The 12-year-old who had followed Idrisi to the stables, asking how the wind tasted at altitude. The girl who had stolen the ledger from her father's safe. The sister who had pushed Idrisi into the servants' passage and made him promise to tell her it was worth it. Keziah held that image open through the bond hollow, not as a weapon, as a door. Sammy's breath caught, her hand lowered. The rider's blade bit into Nizan's throat. A thin line of blood welled, running down the boy's neck. Sarah, the rider said, a different name, a name Samuel had given her. Sammy's eyes went flat again. She struck, not Keziah, not Idrisi, Nizan. The force hit him through the forced bond, a shock wave of command that drove him to his knees. His branded hand slid from the stone floor. The amber glow in his arm died. The glass wall sealed. The corridor behind it vanished, swallowed by black glass and gold gleds that no longer moved. The platform fell dark. The only light came from the bond hollow, pale and thin, and from Sammy's palm where the forced bond's mark burned like a fresh wound. Keziah felt Nizan through the bond. Alive. Shaken. The boy's presence flickered, dimmed, then steadied. He was not the target. The seal was. And Samael had just closed it. The rider released Nizan's collar. The boy crumpled, gasping. The rider stepped back, sheathing the blade, and turned to face Keziah with something almost like respect. "The High Warden sends his regards," the rider said. "He will be here within the hour. When he arrives, he will open the seal himself. You may choose to be inside when he does, or you may choose to be outside." Keziah's hand closed into a fist. The rider did not wait for an answer. He mounted the black-scaled dragon and hauled on the chain. Sammy followed without resistance, her bare feet leaving no blood on the stone, her eyes fixed on nothing. The dragon launched. Sammy did not look back. The wing meats faded into the mist, leaving silence and the hum of the sealed glass wall and Nizan's labored breathing. Idrisi knelt beside the boy. His hands were shaking. He pressed them against Nizan's throat where the blade had cut, and the boy let him, too tired to flinch. Keziah stood at the glass wall. Her reflection stared back at her, distorted by the gold threads that no longer moved. Behind her, she could feel Wakesfire's rage, baked and cold, waiting for her command. She turned. "He will not open that seal," she said. The group watched her. "We will open it first." Chapter 75. The glass wall hummed. Keziah stood at the seal with her palm pressed to the cold surface, her reflection rippling in the gold filaments that had gone dark. Behind her, the group had pulled together. Mizan was on his feet, one hand pressed to the bandage Calvo had wrapped around his throat. Pim had his satchel open, maps spilling across the stone. Zuri and Mati flanked the platform edges, watching the mist. Thandazil stood at Pale Wake's sling, one hand on the white dragon's flank. No one spoke. Keziah felt the bond hollow, where Pale Wake's fading consciousness still hung. A thread-thin pulse that had not stopped since the extraction rig fell silent. And through that hollow, she felt something else. A tremor where the forced bond had been anchored. A crack hairline, sealed over but not healed. Sammy's will had broken through, even for a heartbeat. Keziah drew a breath. Wakefire's awareness pressed against hers, cold and waiting. He did not ask what she intended. He already knew. She began to sing. The uncorrupted lullaby rose from her throat, the words rough against her tongue. "The flame will hold you close until the ash crown wakes." The gold filaments in the glass wall flickered, a weak pulse, barely visible. Behind her, Nizan's voice joined hers, hoarse, thin, but steady. The gold pulse strengthened. Keziah reached through the bond hollow, past Pale Wake's dimming consciousness, into the space where Sammy's forced bond had left its mark. A scar in the fabric of the bond network. A door left ajar. She found the half-freed will, not Sammy herself. The echo of her breaking through. The memory of her own name. Keziah pushed the lullaby through that crack. The glass wall shuddered. Gold light surged along the filament roots, branching, splitting, reaching toward the paw-shaped depression at the center. Keziah pressed her branded hand into it. Nizan's hand found the floor beside her. The seal began to open. Stone ground against stone. The glass wall split along the gold veins, not breaking, but parting, the filaments peeling apart like wound flesh. Warm air spilled through the widening crack, air that carried the smell of old fire, dry bone, and something that had not been breathed in centuries. Keziah stepped through. The space beyond was vast. A cavern carved by heat rather than hands, its walls glowing faintly amber from veins of stone that pulsed with their own light. The ceiling vaulted into darkness too high to see. The floor sloped downward in broad terraces, each one lined with cradles. Hundreds of cradles. Some held eggs, dull, gray, the size of her torso, their surfaces veined with mineral deposits that spoke of centuries untouched. Others held bones, wing fragments, skulls, vertebrae arranged in patterns that had been deliberate once, now scattered by time. Beyond the cradles, the cavern opened into a chamber of worked stone. Pillars rose in concentric rings, each one carved with murals that depicted shapes she could not immediately parse. Riders with fire in their hands, dragons with wings spanning the sky. A line of figures passing a flame from one to the next, and at the center, a single image repeated on every pillar. A circle split by a descending line. Samuel's sigil, but older, much older, carved into stone that had been here before the Concord, before the shattering, before the realm had learned to fear its own bonds. Wakefire's voice came through the bond, sharp with recognition. "This is the first wound." Keziah turned. At the chamber's center, a mechanism rose from the stone floor. Not an altar, not a throne, a framework of black iron and amber glass built around a core of raw storm. The storm eye itself, channeled through the building, contained, compressed, held in suspension by metal and crystal, and the seal she had just broken. The storm engines. Pipes and conduits ran from the core into the walls, branching into the cradles on the terraces above. Each egg had a line. Each sleeping line had a path back to the heart. "They were not preserving them," Wakesfire said. Keziah stared at the amber core, the storm pulse throbbing inside it, held back by a skin of glass. They were waiting to wake them all at once. The group had followed her inside. Pym stood at the nearest terrace, his face pale as he counted the cradles. Zuri and Mati flanked the entrance, watching the mist outside. Thandazil had guided Pale Wake's sling through the gap, and Calvo was already checking the white dragon's pulse. Idrisi was at the pillar closest to the mechanism, his hand pressed to the carved sigil. "This is older than any Concord seal," he said. "This is the origin." Keziah moved toward the mechanism. Chapter 76. Keziah stood at the amber core. The hum vibrated through her boots, up her spine, settling in the branded palm like a second pulse. Behind her, the eggs on the terraces pulsed in rhythm, slow and gathering, like a heart learning to beat after centuries of stillness. "We need to stop it," she said. No one answered. The mechanism had no visible levers, no seams, no place where hands could interrupt what the storm engine had begun. The conduits fed the eggs from the compressed eye above, and the eggs drank. Pym's voice came thin from the nearest terrace. "The murals, the flame passing from rider to rider. This isn't a storage chamber. This is a brooding ground." "A hatching," Zuri said. "All at once. Hundreds of them." Maddie was already at the far wall, running his scarred hands along the conduits. "The storm eye feeds through the pillars. If I could find the pressure point." "You will not." The voice came from the entrance, quiet, carried on the same warm air that had spilled through the seal. High Warden Samuel Ikaru stepped through the gap in the glass wall. He wore no armor, only the black Concord coat, the brand at his throat catching the amber light. Behind him, the glass wall did not close. The strike forces waited in the corridor beyond. Gray armor, gray blades, their dragons invisible in the mist outside. Samuel's steel-gray eyes found Keziah before she could move, before Wakefire's fury could surge through the bond. "You have done exactly what I needed you to do." Keziah's hand went to her belt, where the fishbone needle hung, pointless against a strike force, pointless against the weight of his presence filling the chamber like water rising. "I opened your seal," she said. That is not what you needed you to do. Keziah's hand went to her belt, where the fishbone needle hung. Pointless against a strike force. Pointless against the weight of his presence filling the chamber like water rising. I opened your seal, she said. That is not what you needed. Is it not? Samuel walked past the nearest terrace, past the pulsing eggs, his gaze fixed on the amber core. Your mother stood exactly where you are standing, 17 years ago. She touched the same mechanism, she saw the same cradles, she heard the same hum. Keziah's throat tightened. She closed it. She did. Samuel stopped at the edge of the mechanism's platform, and I have spent every year since trying to understand how she managed it, because an uncontrolled awakening would have destroyed half the realm. Uncontrolled. The word came out sharp. You mean free. Bonds you could not own. Samuel's burned jaw pulled tight. I mean bonds that shattered the realm once already. The first awakening did not save Halcurin, it broke it. The storm belt, the shards that fell, the thousands who died when the first riders lost control of their own dragons. That is what your mother's bloodline tried to preserve. That is what she died to protect, not from me, from itself. Keziah felt Wakefire's recognition through the bond, old and bitter. The gray dragon had been there. He had seen the first wound. The realm learned to control bonds, Samuel continued, because he had to. The Concord was built on the wreckage of the first Roost, on the bodies of riders who could not contain what they had woken. We regulate, we test, we sever the lines that cannot be trusted. Trusted, Keziah repeated. You mean controlled. I mean alive. Samuel's voice did not rise. A realm where bonds are regulated is a realm that survives. A realm where every dormant line wakes at once, where every ember air is activated without training, without structure, without the discipline to hold the bond steady, is a realm that burns. He turned to face the terraces. Those eggs have waited for 7 centuries. They were sealed after the shattering because the riders who made them understood what they had done. Your mother understood. She found this place, she closed it, and she told no one. She told me. Sanazal's voice cut through the hum. She stepped forward from Pale Wake's sling, her scarred face hard. She told me she found something that had to stay buried. She told me if I ever saw her daughter, I was to keep her as far from this chamber as the wind would carry. Samuel regarded her without surprise. And yet here you are. Because you brought her here. I brought her to the seal I could not open without her blood. Samuel's gaze returned to Keziah. I did not bring her to the eggs. She opened the roost herself, with a lullaby her mother sang to her before the execution. The words hung in the warm air. I spared you, Samuel said. I recorded your survival in the sealed archives. I let you live in the underside markets, hidden, untrained, believing the bloodline had ended. I did not need to kill you, Keziah Onwuamaeze. I needed you to be ready when the old bonds began to stir. Keziah's palm burned, the amber core hummed beneath her feet. You preserved me, she said slowly, because you knew the heart roost would eventually need an ember air to open it. And when it did, you wanted me to open it for you. For us. Samuel spread his hands. For the realm that survives. I offer you legitimacy, full rider status, protection for the children in your company, amnesty for every outlaw bond you have made. Wakesfire lives, Pale Wake receives treatment. The Ember Bears are not executed, they are integrated into the Concord system, trained, disciplined, made safe. And the eggs? Sealed again, this time with the full mechanism understood. Your mother could not close them permanently because she lacked the secondary key. You have him. Samuel's gaze shifted to Nizan, who stood pressed against the copper dragon's flank, his branded hand still pulsing amber. "The boy can help you seal what you opened. Together you can end the threat before the first hatchling breaks its shell." The eggs pulsed, the hum deepened. Keziah looked at the terraces, at the hundreds of cradles, each one holding a potential bond, a potential rider, a potential future the realm had never been allowed to choose. "You are not afraid of the awakening," she said. "You are afraid of bonds you cannot own." Samuel's face did not change. "I am afraid of a realm that burns, because no one was willing to hold the door closed. The choice is yours, Ass-Crown. Help me seal this place forever, and the children live. Open it, and you answer for every life the storm takes when the first uncontrolled line wakes and cannot be controlled at all." Behind him, the strike forces began to move, gray armor stepping through the gap. The ancient dragon answered beyond the storm eye, closer now, hungry. The eggs on the terraces pulsed once, twice, and on the nearest cradle, a crack appeared. Chapter 77. The egg on the nearest cradle cracked again, a dry sound like stone splitting in frost. A shard fell, something dark and wet shifted inside. Keziah did not move. The amber core hummed through her branded palm, through her teeth, through the bones of her skull. The eggs pulsed in rhythm. The storm engines thrummed beneath the terraces, feeding the mechanism that had waited 7 centuries for this moment. Samuel watched her with the patience of a man who had already calculated every branch of this conversation. "I cannot make the choice for you," he said, "but I can make it clear." He raised his hand, not toward Keziah, toward the strike forces waiting in the corridor behind him. He made a single sharp gesture, and the gray-armored riders did not advance. They turned. They moved to the walls, to the conduits that ran from the amber core into every terrace, every cradle, every pulsing egg. They placed their hands on the black iron housings. "Your mother could not seal the mechanism," Samuel said, "because she did not understand what powered it. I spent 17 years learning. The storm eye does not feed the eggs passively. It is drawn through the engines by the bond signatures of living heirs. Every time you breathe in this chamber, you pull more current into the cradles." Keziah felt it then, the subtle draw, the way the hum deepened with each heartbeat, each pulse of her branded palm. "By standing here," Samuel said, "you are accelerating the awakening. The eggs will hatch in hours instead of days, and when they do, every hatchling will be bonded to whatever heir is closest, untrained, unprepared, unable to control the bond. The first shattering took 10,000 lives in 3 days. This one will take more." He paused. "Unless we starve the current." Keziah's gaze snapped to Nizan. The boy stood pressed against the copper dragon's flank, his branded hand pulsing amber in rhythm with the eggs. His eyes were fixed on her, wide and waiting. "The secondary key shares your signature," Samuel said. "If both of you press your brands to the mechanism's heart, you can reverse the draw. The engines will empty, the eggs will cool, the awakening will stop." "And the eggs will remain dormant, possibly forever. The ones that have already cracked will not survive." The nearest cradle shuddered. Another shot of shell fell away. Keziah saw a dark eye inside, wet and unseeing, not yet open, but alive. "Seal the chamber," Samuel said, "and the children live. The Ember heirs are integrated. Wakesfire receives treatment. Pale Wake is saved. You take your place as a rider of the Concord, and the realm does not burn." Keziah felt Wakefire's presence through the bond, old and bitter and waiting. He did not send words. He sent something simpler. A memory of the gray female dragon, chained in the glass pits, watching the hatchlings taken. A memory of ash falling like snow. A memory of running, of hiding, of being hunted for the crime of existing. "He will never stop," Wakesfire said. "Not if you seal it. Not if you open it. He will find another way." The amber core pulsed. Keziah looked at the terraces, at the hundreds of cradles, at the dark eye blinking in the cracked shell. She looked at Nizan. "What do you want?" she asked. The boy's throat wound still wept pink through the bandage. His hand shook against the copper dragon's flank, but his voice, when it came, was steady. "I want them to wake." Samuel's face did not change. "Then you doom them," he said. "Untrained bonds cannot be controlled. The storm will." "It will not." Keziah turned to face him fully. "You are right about one thing. The first awakening broke the realm because the riders had no structure, no discipline, no way to hold the bonds steady. But we are not the first riders. We are the children of the survivors. We carry the blood of the ones who closed this chamber the first time." She pressed her palm to the amber core. "I am not my mother. I will not seal this place because you tell me to. And I will not open it blindly because Wakesfire wants revenge. I will open it the way it was meant to be opened, with every heir ready, every bond chosen, every rider trained to hold what they wake." Samuel's steel-gray eyes went flat. "That will take years." "Then you do numpiece him," he said. "Amazing. Already a brandles, righty? You do not have years." He raised his hand again. "The strike forces are already in position. The engines are primed. If you do not seal the mechanism now, I will order the conduits opened fully. The current will spike. The eggs will hatch in minutes, not hours. Every untrained heir in this chamber will be bonded to a hatchling that does not know how to be held." He lowered his hand. "Your choice is not between now and later. Your choice is between controlled dormancy and uncontrolled awakening. Choose." Keziah's palm burned. The eggs pulsed. The dark eye in the cracked shell blinked once, twice, and then the shell split open entirely. A small head emerged, damp and blind, scales the color of pale ash. It made a sound like a wet bell, and Keziah felt the bond hollow in her chest lurch toward it. Behind her, the strike forces braced. And in the corridor beyond the gap, a figure stepped through the amber light. Sarah. She moved like a blade drawn across silk, barefoot still, her branded palm raised and glowing. Her eyes were hollow. Her face was empty. But her hand was steady as she walked past the strike forces, past Samuel, past the cracking eggs, straight toward Keziah. Sarah, Chapter 78. Sarah's blade caught the amber light, edge gleaming, her hollow eyes fixed on Keziah with no recognition, no hesitation. 3 strides between them. 2. Keziah's palm burned against the amber core. The eggs pulsed. The pale ash hatchling cried out, a wet, desperate sound that tore through the bond hollow like a hook. "She is not Sammy." Wakefire's voice came cold and clear. "She is what he made of her, the same way he would make of you." Sarah's blade rose. Keziah did not step back. "Stop." She held the words steady, pitched not for Sarah, but for the hollow thing inside. "You do not want this." Sarah's arm trembled. The blade held. Behind her, Samuel's voice came mild as milk. "She cannot hear you. The bond hollows the will. She hears only me." "Then she is not your weapon." Keziah pressed her branded palm harder against the amber core. "She is a child you broke, and I will not let you use her." The hatchling cried again. And in that sound, something shifted. Keziah felt it through the bond hollow, a resonance that did not come from her, not from Wakesfire, not from the eggs. It came from the mechanism itself, from the storm eye channeling through the amber glass, from the hundreds of cradles pulsing in shared rhythm. The eggs were singing. Not a lullaby, not the corrupted Concord version. A harmonic thread, old and patient, woven through the storm engines by the original builders so the hatchlings could hear one another before they broke shell. And Sarah's branded hand was pulsing in time. Keziah saw it. The glow beneath Sarah's skin, amber and raw, synchronizing with the nearest cradle. The blade wavered. Sarah's jaw tightened. The bond hollow, Keziah thought. She is still connected to the scar. But that was not right. The scar was Sammy's forced bond imprint, the door Keziah had used to open the seal. What she felt now was older, a second harmonic that threaded through the scar into something beneath it. The eggs recognize her, she breathed. Samuel's face did not change, but his eyes flicked to the nearest cradle. Sarah, finish it. Sarah's blade rose again, her hand steady now, the hollow emptiness back in place. But Keziah had seen the crack. She did not step back. She did not raise her hands. Instead, she opened the bond wide, wider than she had ever opened it, past the partition, past the shared wound threshold, past the place where her consciousness met Wakefire's. Trust me, she sent. Wakefire's presence pressed against her, wary and waiting. What are you doing? Opening the chamber, the way it was meant to be opened. She reached through the bond hollow, not toward Sarah, not toward the scar. She reached toward the harmonic thread, the song the eggs were singing, the resonance that had recognized Sarah despite the forced bond. And she sang. The uncorrupted lullaby, the one her mother had taught her in dreams she had not known were memories. The flame will hold you close until the ash crown wakes. Nizan's voice joined her, thin and hoarse, his branded hand pressed to the copper dragon's flank. The pale ash hatchling cried again, a third note threading through theirs. And Sarah's blade stopped. Not lowered, not dropped, stopped mid-art as if the air itself had turned solid around it. Sarah's mouth opened. No sound came out. But her eyes, for a single gulp, were not hollow. Keziah felt the link form. It was not a bond. It was not a forced connection. It was a shared wound lattice, the same structure she and Wakesfire had built in the arena, but spread across 4 bodies instead of 2. Wakefire's weight settled through it, old and patient. Nizan's presence flickered like a candle flame, uncertain but burning. The pale ash hatchling's awareness was raw, wordless, pure instinct. And Sarah's will, buried so deep it had nearly gone silent, pushed against the lattice like a hand against a locked door. Keziah did not force it open. She held the lattice steady and let the harmonic thread do the work. The eggs sang, the amber core pulsed, the storm engines hummed, feeding the cradle network, and the lattice began to stabilize the draw. The current stopped spiking. The eggs stopped cracking. The amber light in the chamber shifted from desperate red to steady gold. Samuel's voice cut through the hum. Impressive, he said, but you have not changed the equation. You have only delayed it. Keziah kept her palm pressed to the core. I have changed the variable. You plan to force the awakening through a single key heir's bond signature. But this lattice spreads the draw across 4 signatures. The engines cannot spike because there is no single point of failure. The lattice will not hold. You are not strong enough to sustain it. Then I will let them help. She felt the weight of Wakefire's agreement, Nizan's determination, the hatchling's wordless trust. And beneath it, Sarah's buried will, still pressing against the door, not yet through but not silent anymore. Samuel stepped forward. His steel-gray eyes were flat, his voice soft. You think you have won this round, but you have shown me something valuable. He gestured to the amber core. The lattice has a signature. Every bond in this room has a signature, and now I know exactly how to find them. He raised his hand. The strike forces shifted behind him. The corridor beyond the gap filled with armored riders. But before he could give the order, The pale ash hatchling screamed. It was not a cry of fear. It was a call, piercing and sharp, that cut through the storm engine's hum like a blade through silk. And in the distance, beyond the storm eye, beyond the shard graveyard, beyond the mapped world, the ancient dragon answered, not with hunger this time, with recognition of the very olden David. Salmo's hand was still raised. His strike forces still waited in the corridor beyond the glass wall gap. But his steel-gray eyes had shifted, tracking the harmonic vibration that now ran through the mechanism like a second pulse. "The lattice," he said, and his voice carried something Keziah had never heard in it before: uncertainty. "You have not spread the draw across 4 signatures. You have anchored it to a resonance older than the Concord." He took a step back, not retreat, assessment. "Sarah, the girl first." Sarah's blade moved, but the angle was wrong. Keziah saw it in the half-beat before impact, the way Sarah's weight shifted, the way her hollow eyes flickered. The strike that should have taken Keziah across the throat instead cut a line across her forearm, shallow and bleeding, and Sarah's momentum carried her past, behind her, between Keziah and Samuel. The hollow was still there, but the buried will had pushed the door open, just wide enough to redirect a blade. Samuel saw it too. "Pity," he said, and raised his other hand. The storm engines screamed, the amber core in the mechanism blazed, and the harmonic thread the hatchling had woven snapped. The conduits surged, the cradles convulsed, and the eggs that had stopped cracking began again, hairline fractures spreading through gray shells. Keziah felt the lattice buckle. Nizan's voice broke. The hatchling's cry turned thin. Wakesfire's weight pressed against her to the bond, trying to hold, but the draw was too much. The storm eye was feeding direct current now, and the mechanism was built to channel it. She was going to lose them. All of them. "Let me go," Wakesfire sent. "You can close it without me." "No, Keziah. I have lived long enough. The hatchling has not." "I said no." She pressed her branded palm to the amber core and pushed everything she had into the lattice. The lullaby, the bond, the need, the grief, the stubborn, furious refusal to lose another single person she loved. The amber core blazed white, and Idrisi hit the mechanism beside her. She did not see him coming. She felt his hand close over hers, palm to palm, his blood smearing across the amber glass, where the branded lines met hers. He had no brand, he had no bond, but he had Bellanca blood, and that blood had carried Ember heirs to safety for 3 generations. He pressed, and the lattice took him. Not as a bonded rider, not as a key heir, as a vessel. The draw poured through him, and Keziah felt him take the overload that would have killed Nizan, would have killed the hatchling, would have burned her out from the inside. His teeth were clenched, his pale amber eyes were fixed on her face. "Open it," he said. "Open it properly, while I hold." "Sarah." Samuel's voice cut through the chaos. "The girl, now." Sarah turned. Her blade was steady. Her hollow eyes were flat. The buried bell had pushed open the door, but the forced bond was still there, and Samuel's command was absolute. She walked toward Keziah, 1 step, 2, the blade rising, and Idrisi let go of the mechanism. He threw himself between them. The blade took him across the ribs instead of Keziah's throat. He did not make a sound. He caught Sarah's wrist with one hand, her collar with the other, and pulled her close, not to strike, not to restrain, but to speak. "Sami, I see you." Her blade hand trembled. "She is not there," Samuel said. "She has never been there. You are speaking to a weapon that wears your sister's face." Idrisi did not look away from Sarah's hollow eyes. "I see you," he said again, and I am not leaving without you." The chamber shook, the storm engines peaked, the amber core pulsed, and the ceiling groaned. The chamber was dying, and everyone inside it would die with it. Keziah had 3 beats to make a choice. She could let the ceiling fall, let it bury Samuel, Idrisi, and the mechanism together, walk out with her people, and let the heart roost burn behind her. She could try to save everyone and lose them all. She could. Idrisi reached for her, not to pull her down, to push her away. "Take them," he said. "Take Sammy, take the hatchling. I will hold the mechanism open long enough for you to clear the gap." "You will die." "Better than watching you die for me." The amber core flared, the ceiling cracked wider, and Keziah saw, in the beat before the stone fell, the thing that made her choice. Idrisi's face was not brave, it was not resigned, it was hopeful. He believed she would let him go. He believed she would choose the others over him. He believed he had earned that ending. And that was why she could not give it to him. She grabbed his collar, hauled him off the mechanism, and threw him toward the gap. No. The stone fell where he had been standing. The amber core shattered. The mechanism screamed, and Samuel Ikaru, High Warden of the Pyre Concord, was on the wrong side of the collapse. Keziah saw his face in the last pulse of amber light. Not rage, not fear, wheels turning, calculation. Already cataloging what he had learned, what he could use, how he would rebuild. "I will find you," he said. "Every bond in your lattice, every heir who answers, I will find them all." The ceiling came down. Stone and amber and storm gold buried the mechanism and the man who had spent 17 years waiting for this moment. The chamber went dark. And through the dust and the settling stone, through the ringing silence of the collapse, Keziah heard it. Not the ancient dragon, not the hatchling. Something else. A chorus of voices that had been asleeping, waking, answering the call the pale ash hatchling had sent into the storm. Samuel was buried. The heart roost was gone. But the echoes were still spreading. Chapter 80. The dust still settled in Keziah's lungs when she pulled Idrisi through the gap. Stone groaned behind them. The corridor beyond the collapsed chamber was dark, the amber light dying in pulses, and she did not stop until her boots hit open air and the storm eye's gray wind ripped the grit from her face. They were out. The platform still held. The work dragons had not bolted. Zuri was on her feet, blade out, scanning the mist. Maddie had the copper dragon's rein wrapped around his scarred fist. Vandazil crouched beside the sling, where pale Wake's flank barely rose. Nizan stood at the edge, his branded hand pressed against his chest, staring at the sealed gap where the heart roost had been. The pale ash hatchling was in Keziah's shadow. It had followed her through the collapse without sound, without hesitation. Its stamp wings folded, its blind head turned toward her like a compass needle. Pim's voice cracked the silence. "Is he buried?" Keziah said. She did not say dead. She did not believe it. Idrisi was on his knees, one hand clamped over his ribs where Sarah's blade had cut him. Blood welled between his fingers. His face was gray, but his eyes were on Keziah. "Sammy," he said. "Where is Sammy?" Keziah turned. The platform held 9 of them. Wakesfire, the hatchling, Nizan, the twins, Vandazil, Pim, Pervo, Idrisi, not Sarah. The amber light in the corridor behind them had gone dark. The forced bond that had held her had snapped when the mechanism fell, or she was still inside, or she had been taken in the retreat Samuel had ordered before the ceiling came down. Keziah did not know. But the bond hollow where Sarah's will had pushed through the lattice was still warm, not silent, waiting. "She's alive," Keziah said, and the certainty in her voice surprised her. The lattice held something of her. She's still in it. Idrisi closed his eyes. Calvo was already moving toward him, a strip of cloth pulled from his robe, pressing it over the wound before anyone could argue. The blade caught between ribs. He will live if we stop the bleeding now. Keziah watched Calvo work. She watched Idrisi's breath hitch, watched his hand find Calvo's wrist, watched him not look at her. They had come out of the storm eye alive. That was all she had energy to claim. Fandazil stood. Her scarred face was hard, but her voice was quiet when she spoke. The Concord was said riders to this position within the hour. Samuel may be buried, but his strike forces are not. We have to move. Where? Zuri said. The Bellanca area is ash. The monastery is sealed. We have a dying white dragon, a blind hatchling, and a boy who can barely stand. East, Keziah said. The word came without planning. It came from the wayfinder still warm against her hip, from the memory of her mother's voice in the vault, from the chorus of distant cries that had answered the hatchling's call. There are other roosts, other heirs. The keepers have been tracking them for 17 years. We have the ledgers, the roots, the uncorrupted lullaby. She looked at Pym. We have the truth. Pym's jaw was tight, but he nodded. His satchel was still strapped across his chest, the Bellanca surveillance records and Pyre Concord maps still inside. I have 11 other names, he said. Living Ember heirs, children. They are on a Concord monitoring list. Some of them may already be in transit to Ashfall Gate. Then we find them before the Concord does. Nizan spoke without turning from the collapsed gap. And the eggs? Keziah looked at the hatchling. It pressed against her calf, small and warm and blind, and she felt the bond hollow in her chest pulse in time with its breath. Not a full bond, not yet, but a thread, thin as spider silk, already pulling. The eggs are lost, she said. But what they meant, what the heart roost was supposed to be, we have to move. Where? Zuri said. The Bellanca area is ash. The monastery is sealed. We have a dying white dragon, a blind hatchling, and a boy who can barely stand. East, Keziah said. The word came without planning. It came from the wayfinder still warm against her hip, from the memory of her mother's voice in the vault, from the chorus of distant cries that had answered the hatchling's call. There are other roosts, other heirs. The keepers have been tracking them for 17 years. We have the ledgers, the roots, the uncorrupted lullaby. She looked at Pym. We have the truth. Pym's jaw was tight, but he nodded. His satchel was still strapped across his chest, the Bellanca surveillance records and Pyre Concord map still inside. I have 11 other names, he said. Living Ember heirs, children. They are on a Concord monitoring list. Some of them may already be in transit to Ashfall Gate. Then we find them before the Concord does. Nizan spoke without turning from the collapsed gap. And the eggs? Keziah looked at the hatchling. It pressed against her calf, small and warm and blind, and she felt a bond hollow in her chest pulse in time with its breath. Not a full bond, not yet, but a thread, thin as spider silk, already pulling. The eggs are lost, she said, but what they meant, what the heart roost was supposed to be, that does not have to die. She crouched. The hatchling turned its head toward her voice. I do not know what you are, she said, but you called something awake, and it answered. The hatchling made a sound, not a cry, a note, low and resonant, that vibrated through the stone beneath her feet. And from beyond the storm eye, beyond the mist and the shattered shards and the mapped boundaries of Halkirin, the answering cry came again. Not one. 3. 3 voices rising from 3 directions, older than the Concord, older than the Purge, waking in the dark where the keepers had hidden them. Fandaziel's breath caught. That is not possible. Those bonds were sealed. They were waiting, Keziah said. She straightened. The weight of the past hours sat a him bond. The chamber, the collapse, the sight of Idrisi throwing himself onto the mechanism, the sound of Samuel promising to find every bond in her lattice. But the ash crown was not a title Samuel had given her. It was the name her mother had carried, the role she had chosen when she closed the heart roost rather than let it be used. Keziah had opened it. She had let the eggs crack. She had buried a man alive. But she was still standing. And the dragons were rising. Wakefire's voice came through the bond, rough and ancient and tired. Then we fly. Not a question, not a command, a statement of fact. They were fugitives. They had children to find, ledgers to deliver, a war to start. But they had each other. Keziah looked at Idrisi. He was on his feet now, Caldo's bandage darkening against his ribs, his amber eyes meeting hers across the platform. There was no forgiveness in his face, no apology, just the same exhausted, hopeful, stubborn thing he had been since the beginning. I will carry what I can, he said, and I will not slow you down. She wanted to say something that would bridge the distance, that would tell him she understood why he had tried to stay behind, why he had held Samuel, why he had called Samai's name in the dark. But the words would not come. Instead, she held out her hand. He took it. His fingers were cold, his grip weak from blood loss, but he held. This come. The generation just once.